Chapter 1. Despair, I implore you. Return the bride price to me. I kneel before you. My mother was driven to a heart attack by your actions and is now in the ICU. I am in dire need of the surgical fees that if you still possess any semblance of conscience, please return the 18,000 in bride price to me. In a bar, Yi Ning knelt on the ground, desperately pleading with his ex-girlfriend, Lin Ting. Lin Ting, clad in a crop top that accentuated her graceful figure, perched upon the lap of a young man, a glass held mockingly in her hand at a month prior. Yi Ning and Lin Ting had reached the stage of discussing marriage. Lin Ting's family demanded a bride price of 18,000, which Yi Ning's mother unhesitatingly provided by selling their ancestral home, also covering the down payment for the couple's new residence in the city. However, after receiving the bride price, Lin Ting's family turned their backs on them, merely half an hour after acquiring the money. Lin Ting swiftly embraced a wealthy heir, casting Yi Ning aside with disdain. The most infuriating part was that this wealthy heir was none other than Yi Ning's former roommate from university. Yang Fan. Upon hearing this devastating news, Yi Ning's mother suffered a heart attack and was rushed to the hospital overnight. Now, Yi Ning's family was left destitute, unable to afford even the surgical fees. And when they reported the incident to the police, Yang Fan suppressed it. All Yi Ning could do was endure the suffocating humiliation, kneeling before this malicious woman, begging to reclaim the money that had been deceitfully taken from him. Observing Yi Ning kneeling like a dog, Lin Ting mocked, "You fool! How easily you are deceived. Did you ever consider the reality? You are nothing more than a broken turn at a hospital. Why would someone like me ever look your way? A few sweet nothings and you're dizzy with affection that I've been with Yang Fan for ages, and you never even noticed, you dimwit." Her words were akin to pouring salt into Yi Ning's wounds. He raised his gaze towards Lin Ting and Yang Fan, trembling uncontrollably, his face as pale as a sheet. "Did I beg you? Return the money. Time is of the essence. My mother is in critical condition." Yi Ning pressed his forehead to the ground, pleading once more. Yang Fan let out a cold laugh, tightening his embrace around Lin Ting, then slowly poured a drink over Yi Ning's head. "If you want the money, crawl through my legs. You." Yi Ning clenched his fists. "I have never wronged you that I took care of you in the dormitory. Why treat me like this? Are you pretending to be clueless? In our junior year, I was pursuing the campus belle, and she told me she liked you. From that moment, I wished for your demise." That why Yi Ning's body went limp. Indeed, he had received a confession from the campus belle. But knowing she was Yang Fan's crush, he had firmly rejected her, but he never imagined that such a slight would be held against him to this day, leading to Yang Fan's interference and his own loss of Lin Ting. Furthermore, Lin Ting had succumbed to temptation without hesitation, rushing into Yang Fan's arms. "Want the money? Crawl over here," Yang Fan sneered. "Yes, hurry. Crawling through Yang Fan's legs would be a blessing from your past life. Most would never even get that chance." Lin Ting laughed, her mirth causing her to tremble. At Yi Ning's fists tightened, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Soaked and seething, he struggled to contain his fury, ultimately biting back his wrath. For his mother lay in the hospital, in desperate need of the funds. With trembling lips, Yi Ning began to crawl toward Yang Fan, the cruel laughter of the crowd echoing around him, enveloping him in a shroud of despair. "Mom, hold on. Your ungrateful son was blind to believe in such a woman, and now it has brought you illness that if only you recover, I would do anything." Yi Ning closed his eyes and crawled through Yang Fan's legs. The seconds felt like an eternity, agonizingly slow. But was this enough? Yi Ning collapsed to the ground, his heart extinguished. Laughter erupted around him, a cacophony of mockery, as if he were a mere clown for their amusement. What a fool! You actually believed this could work, crawling beneath him for 18,000. If such a thing were true, who would bother working? Everyone would just crawl underpants instead. Their taunts shattered Yi Ning's last glimmer of hope. In an instant, his bloodshot eyes ignited with madness, but he was on the brink of despair. And if he had any lingering thoughts, they were of eliminating this treacherous couple. At the bar, A bartender's knife gleamed invitingly. Yi Ning rose, seizing the fruit knife, and bellowed as he charged towards Lin Ting and Yang Fan. The scene erupted into chaos, with frightened patrons scattering in all directions. Yet Lin Ting and Yang Fan remained seated, exuding an air of unwavering confidence that as Yi Ning closed in, knife in hand. A sudden thud resounded behind him, and a blunt object struck him fiercely on the head. His world spun, and after a moment of stillness, he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping into the floor beneath him. He did not lose consciousness immediately, but felt as though he had lost the ability to blink, his wide eyes fixed on Lin Ting and Yang Fan. His lips moved in silent agony, unable to produce a sound. Lin Ting looked down at him, her voice cold and detached. "Let me tell you one last time, do not disturb me again. That bride price is not something I will return, that I earned it by my own means. Why should I give it back? And do not use your mother to morally blackmail me. Whether that rural woman lives or dies is of no concern to me. It would be better if she died sooner to spare me the bad luck." That as her words hung in the air, Lin Ting rummaged through her bag, producing a jade pendant and tossing it at him. It landed squarely on Yi Ning's chest that I almost forgot. "This was your missing father's heirloom, right? Hilarious. Not a single antique shop would quote more than 5,000 for it. Keep this rubbish for your own heirs." With that, Lin Ting gathered her things and cast one last disdainful glance at Yi Ning before striding out of the bar. Yang Fan chuckled, pulling out his phone to make a call. "Hello, Director Lee. You have an intern named Yi Ning at your hospital, correct? I don't want him working there any longer." "Yes, I appreciate your help that I in just a single phone call." Yi Ning's job was stripped away. The unbearable anguish rendered him nearly breathless. He struggled for a moment before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, in that moment, no one noticed the jade pendant Lin Ting had thrown, which emanated a faint purple glow. Chapter 2. I have arrived. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Yi Ning felt as though he heard an ethereal voice that I am the immortal healer of the mysterious sect. With my unparalleled legacy, I shall heal the world and save all beings. Suddenly, Yi Ning was overwhelmed by a piercing headache as a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Medical techniques, alchemy, geomancy, and supreme cultivation methods. All manners of legacies were now at his disposal. "Ah!" Yi Ning gasped in agony, bolting upright, soon realizing he was in a hospital room, his very own workplace. Without time to ponder further, he raised his hand to find a teta-like totem adorning his wrist, identical to the jade pendant left by his father. Moreover, as he flipped his palm, a surge of immense spiritual energy coursed through him that a mere slap shattered the bed beneath him. This, Yi Ning gazed in disbelief at his hands, his heart racing. This was not a dream. The immortal healer's legacy was indeed real. His initial reaction was not one of unbridled joy, but rather a resounding shout. "Mom, you are saved! You are saved!" Without hesitation, Yi Ning dashed into the room where his mother, Zheng Huilan, lay at that moment. She was unconscious, reliant on an oxygen machine, her life force gradually waning. Without urgent funds for surgery, her situation was dire. A nurse whispered, "Please leave," Yi Ning instructed as the nurse exited the room. With focused intent, he grasped his mother's hand, channeling his newly acquired spiritual energy. Having received the immortal healer's legacy, Yi Ning seemed to possess an innate understanding of vast medical knowledge, especially with the ability to use spiritual energy to protect his mother's heart. The technique surpassed that of any renowned physician in this world. Half an hour later, while Zheng Huilan remained unconscious, she was no longer in critical danger. Yi Ning exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Life is unpredictable. Moments ago, he had been groveling in the bar, stripped of his dignity, all to reclaim that money. Now, there was no need for surgery. He could heal his mother himself. Yi Ning's fists clenched tightly, a whirlwind of emotions coursing through him. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "What is wrong with you? Are you even doctors? All shirking responsibility, refusing to operate on my grandfather?" "Miss Zhou," It is not that we are shirking responsibility, but your grandfather's condition is far too grave. It is beyond hope, and we dare not proceed. A group of chief physicians and hospital leaders gathered, their expressions filled with trepidation as they faced a tall, strikingly beautiful young woman. Despite her signing the liability waiver, they remained hesitant to operate, fearing the repercussions should the surgery fail. The Zhou family was simply too formidable. The moment Yi Ning pushed open the door, he was momentarily stunned and then blurted out, "Zhou Xinran." The woman turned her gaze back, clearly surprised as well. They were high school classmates, but Zhou Xinran had transferred to Kyoto during their senior year and had completely lost contact since then. This was hardly the time for reminiscing. Zhou Xinran nodded at Yi Ning and then turned to the saying, "Immediately arrange for the surgery. If my grandfather suffers any mishap, you will bear the consequences." Then a group of doctors looked apprehensive, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "Miss Zhou, this illness truly has no cure, and no matter who performs the surgery, there will be no miracles. Though you say you want to hold us accountable, we are still afraid," they pleaded. "Please, Miss Zhou, do not make it difficult for us that if there were even the slightest chance for old Master Zhou, we would not stand idly by." Such a scene was utterly absurd in a hospital. Zhou Xinran's face turned pale with anger as she thought about her grandfather's imminent departure, tears streaming down her cheeks. Just then, Yi Ning suddenly spoke up, "You leaders, has everything you've taught us gone to the dogs? As medical practitioners, aren't you even willing to attempt a solution? Is this what you call medical ethics?" Everyone was taken aback. This mere intern had the audacity to speak so boldly. The head surgeon, Lu Yongbin, scolded loudly, "You have no place to speak here, and you have been dismissed. You are no longer an employee of this hospital, so leave at once, a bunch of cowards. You fear death and refuse to save lives." "Then I shall do it." Yi Ning turned to Zhou Xinran and declared astonishingly, "Quickly take your grandfather to the operating room. I will perform the surgery." Zhou Xinran was taken aback. The others looked at him as if he were a fool, their expressions dark as thunder. "This is madness, pure madness." Lu Yongbin fumed, pointing his finger at Yi Ning. "Your qualifications are merely that of an intern. Even if you weren't dismissed, you are nowhere near qualified to operate." Yi Ning ignored him and continued to look at Zhou Xinran. "Do you trust me? If you do, hurry. We are classmates. I do not wish to see you lose a loved one." Zhou Xinran bit her lip, unsure of what to think, but ultimately decided to give it a shot. Nodding her head in truth, she did not believe Yi Ning possessed exceptional skills, but with time running out, her grandfather was undoubtedly facing death. Could things get any worse? 10 minutes later, Yi Ning entered the operating room alone, with no assistance by his side. Everyone assumed he was courting disaster. Not even the medical assistants wanted to wade into this mess. It was indeed laughable that a mere intern thought he could perform a surgery independently. Surely he hadn't even mastered the basics. The world has never lacked for those seeking attention. Perhaps he was trying to show off because Miss Zhou was beautiful. Many were there, mocking him. Meanwhile, this face was ashen. Who allowed this intern in here? Who was responsible for supervising him? Even if he has been dismissed, if something goes wrong, our hospital will still be implicated. He got in on his own. I was the one who supervised him, Lu Yongbin murmured. He is usually quite honest and kind-hearted. Perhaps he was dismissed for no reason and is trying to take this opportunity to get back at society. They took a deep breath, hesitating for half an hour before approaching Zhou Xinran. "Miss Zhou, I must formally declare that Yi Ning is no longer a doctor at our hospital. If anything happens, please do not hold us all accountable. If he successfully treats my grandfather, it has nothing to do with your hospital, correct?" Zhou Xinran asked. "Cure him? Is that even possible?" They nodded heavily, affirming that this was indeed his personal undertaking and that regardless of the outcome, it would not reflect on them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the operating room light went out. Yi Ning emerged, drenched in sweat, and amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, he grinned. The patient is no longer in danger. Chapter 3. A distinguished guest as old Master Zhou was wheeled out to the ward. Everyone's eyes widened at the sight of the normal heart rate on the monitor. They were all taken aback that a mere intern, performing surgery independently for the first time, it sounded utterly preposterous. Yet, Yi Ning had truly achieved it. Those who had just mocked him moments ago were now flushed with embarrassment. Particularly the hospital leaders, who felt utterly humiliated. An intern dared to operate, while they, with their senior titles, had not one person brave enough to step forward. It was truly a disgrace. Zhou Xinran was already in tears. And in a surge of emotion, she rushed to embrace Yi Ning, speechless, only managing to stifle her sobs. Although Yi Ning understood she was simply expressing gratitude, he felt somewhat awkward, his hands hanging limply. Ah, it seems old Master Zhou's condition was not as dire as I imagined. Certainly. Otherwise, how could an inexperienced intern manage to stabilize the situation? Damn, fortune favors the bold. If I had taken the plunge earlier. Perhaps it would be me in Zhou Xinran's embrace now. Several whispered, unwilling to believe Yi Ning possessed such remarkable medical skills, attributing it all to sheer luck. Please, let go. You're going to suffocate me. Yi Ning said softly, "Da." Zhou Xinran's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly released him, looking flustered, which was quite endearing to this moment. Everyone realized that Yi Ning was about to become a distinguished guest of the Zhou family. Bringing old Master Zhou back from the brink of death warranted immense gratitude. This meant that this humble intern was on the cusp of a monumental turning point in his life. Xiao Yi, I was wrong earlier. Please don't take it to heart, Lu Yongbin said, forcing a smile. What do you mean by Xiao Yi? Is that how you address him? The scoffed, then turned to Yi Ning with a smile. Dr. Yi, the dismissal paperwork was not approved by me that a doctor as talented as you does not deserve such unfair treatment, that I will investigate this thoroughly. Someone must have been undermining you, that I will ensure you receive justice. In a short while, you will be officially employed, and within 3 to 5 years, a promotion to associate chief physician is not out of the question. Fortunes do change. Even though was now personally trying to curry favor with Yi Ning. This demonstrated the Zhou family's immense power. Yi Ning, being naturally kind-hearted, did not wish to speak harshly, but he still reminded, I hope that as medical practitioners, we uphold our ethics. Yes, medical ethics are paramount. Dr. Yi speaks very well. We must all remember this, the replied, beaming. Applause erupted spontaneously from the other doctors, the atmosphere lively, that I in the face of an intern's admonition, that was the first to express his humility, looking rather comical. Before long, the and others left the ward. Zhou Xinran, still shaken, said, Thank goodness for you. Otherwise today, it's all right. If it were someone else, I wouldn't sit idly by either because I am a doctor. Yi Ning replied, grinning up by the way. Do you have an extra place to stay in Yun City? I need somewhere to reside for a while. My mother hasn't fully recovered, and I worry that a poor environment won't aid her recovery. Why borrow? You saved my grandfather. I'll just give it to you, Zhou Xinran said, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Just head to Xinjing Longyuan. Wait at the entrance, and someone will come to escort you. No need, just a temporary stay will suffice. Let us not talk about that now. Once your grandfather wakes up, let me know, and I can come over for follow-up herbal treatments to aid his recovery. Yi Ning smiled. Half an hour later, Yi Ning, carrying Zheng Huilan, got out of the car at the entrance of Xinjing Longyuan. Coincidentally, a black Mercedes slowly approached and parked beside them. As the window rolled down. It was none other than Lin Ting, Yang Fan, and Lin Ting's mother, Jiang Guifang. Oh, so you're out of the hospital already? No concussion? How disappointing, Yang Fan said with a cold smile. Fools have their own blessings. Besides, who needs a concussion when their brain isn't all that functional to begin with? Lin Ting chimed in. All right, enough with this poor bum, that we're here to look at apartments in Xinjing Longyuan. Jiang Guifang said, not even glancing at Yi Ning, disdain dripping from her tone. What bad luck to see such trash outside a high-end community. It feels like the standards are being dragged down. Yi Ning's breathing grew heavier. Since meeting Lin Ting, he had always been exceedingly respectful and accommodating towards this potential mother and law, and no matter how harsh or unpleasant Jiang Guifang's words were, he never held it against her. always responding with utmost kindness. Especially that last time when Jiang Guifang was caught shoplifting in a mall. It was Yi Ning who came forward, falsely claiming he had coerced her, and he ended up paying several times the amount in restitution while being detained for 3 days of education. At that moment, Yi Ning had never considered what kind of good daughter could come from someone so morally reprehensible. His selfless sacrifice had led to this. Get out of the way. You're blocking our path. You look like a dog. Just seeing you is annoying. You don't even deserve to stand at the entrance of Xinjing Longyuan, let alone be a security guard. Lin Ting shouted loudly, seemingly feeling that having once been with Yi Ning was an immense disgrace, and could only vent her emotions through insults. The incessant blaring of horns signaled Yi Ning to hastily retreat. Yi Ning, unable to endure any longer, recalled how he once had nothing, but now bore the legacy of a medical sage, destined for a remarkable future. What qualifications did these few individuals have to act so brazenly before him? Just as the spiritual energy surged within him, the community's electric gate swung open, in the distance. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan approached slowly. This vehicle was undeniably a symbol of supremacy and privilege in Xinjing Longyuan. A dozen security guards emerged from the guardhouse, lined up in perfect formation. Before the car even arrived, they bowed at a 90-degree angle. This was their daily ritual. Every time they saw this car, whether coming or going, such a ceremony would ensue. Who was this illustrious figure? Quite the spectacle. I always thought my family was affluent, but compared to this, I feel utterly insignificant. Yang Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "You must know that this is Xinjing Longyuan. Those who reside here are typically powerful individuals. And I've never seen anyone receive such treatment." Prompted by Yang Fan's remark, Lin Ting and Jiang Guifang exchanged envious glances, their vanity laid bare. However, in the next moment, the three were rendered speechless. The Rolls-Royce came to a halt right beside Yi Ning. The door swung open, and a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair descended, bowing respectfully to Yi Ning. "Mr. Yi, the house has been cleaned. Please step inside." In an instant, Yang Fan and the others were left dumbfounded. The person driving the Rolls-Royce was treating Yi Ning with such deference. What a joke! Yang Fan, Yi Ning's college roommate, and Lin Ting, his ex-girlfriend, were well aware of Yi Ning's background, that if Yi Ning were indeed so formidable, how could he have knelt on the ground like a dog for surgical fees just 3 days prior? It was utterly inconceivable. Lin Ting stepped forward slightly and addressed the slick-haired man. "This pathetic loser is worthy of riding in a Rolls-Royce. Mr. Yi, you must have mistaken him for someone else." Slap! The slick-haired man immediately struck Lin Ting across the face, rebuking her. "Mr. Yi is a distinguished guest of the Zhou family. Do you even know what you were saying?" "Zhou, the Zhou family." Lin Ting clutched her face. Incredulous. The Zhou family that recently relocated from Kyoto, one of the 4 great families of Kyoto. The slick-haired man remained non-committal in that instant. Lin Ting was utterly panicked, and Yang Fan felt his heart leap into his throat. The 4 great families of Kyoto, the pinnacle of aristocracy in Long Country. Even a distant branch arriving in a small place like Yun City would be capable of commanding respect and influence. Yi Ning had connections with such a terrifying entity? No, it couldn't be. Lin Ting swallowed hard and pointed at Yi Ning. "If you had such connections, would you have needed to beg for 18,000 in betrothal gifts? Crawling under Yang Fan's legs? Yes, stop the charade. Your acting skills are truly pathetic." Yang Fan, recovering from his shock, cast a disdainful glance at the slick-haired man that you're just a lackey of some owner in Xinjing Longyuan. Aren't you? Recently, your wages have dwindled, and after getting a little benefit from Yi Ning, you think you can cooperate with him for a show? The slick-haired man was instantly filled with fury, with a wave of his hand. He commanded a throng of security personnel to rush forward, pinning Yang Fan, Lin Ting, and Jiang Guifang to the ground, mercilessly pummeling them. Within minutes, the 3 were left bruised and battered, writhing in pain on the ground. Yi Ning approached, looking down at them. "I hear you plan to marry next month. Therefore, I give you 1 month to repay that betrothal gift 100-fold. Ignoring their pain, Lin Ting shouted, "Have you lost your mind? 100-fold repayment. 18 million. Compared to the trauma you caused me, 100-fold is the greatest mercy I can offer. Remember, my mother was hospitalized due to your actions, and it was because of you that her life was nearly lost." Yi Ning's gaze turned icy. 18 million. Not a penny less. You both shall spend the rest of your lives in regret. With that, Yi Ning turned and entered the Rolls-Royce. The vehicle slowly drove in an Exan Jinglong Yuan, disappearing from view at that moment. No words could encapsulate the fury within them, but he had never spoken with such conviction before. Could this truly be real? Jiang Guifeng trembled. Do you think this is realistic? In just 3 days, he is transformed into a guest of the Zhou family. I can almost guarantee that slick-haired man received some benefit from Yi Ning, but it likely wasn't money, as Yi Ning is a pauper. Yang Fan's expression darkened ominously. None of this mattered anymore. That scoundrel Yi Ning would regret ever being born. Soon, Yang Fan made a call, his voice cold, spread the word. From today onward, any hospital in Yun City that dares to employ Yi Ning will be opposing the Yang family. Meanwhile, in a conference room, the directors of several hospitals in Yun City gathered. At the head of the table sat Zhao Kongjian, the director of Yi Ning's hospital. Old Zhao, you are being quite unreasonable. Are you still unwilling to admit it? We have all heard about the events at your hospital today. Exactly. You usually smile, but at critical moments, you just hide away. That it's quite unbecoming. Several directors chimed in. Zhao Kongjian furrowed his brow in private, feigning calmness as he replied, "Isn't it just an intern? Have you all been so short-staffed that you are in an uproar over this?" A female director scoffed. "Don't play coy. I've heard that the Zhou family's daughter brought old Zhou to your hospital, and all the chief physicians and expert professors were passing the buck, that in the end, it was an intern who stepped up, completing the operation solo without even an assistant, successfully saving old Zhou's life. This intern not only possesses exceptional medical skills, but also outstanding medical ethics, that I hear he's being mistreated and was dismissed from your hospital. You don't want him? I'm very eager." The female director spoke with righteous indignation. That in truth, everyone knew the underlying motives. That it wasn't about medical skills or ethics. They all believed Yi Ning had done a favor for the Zhou family and would likely rise to prominence. They were now eager to recruit him, using this as a means to establish a good relationship with the Zhou family. That to a certain extent, any hospital that secured Yi Ning would be making a strategic move to curry favor with the Zhou family at minimal cost. Zhao Kongjian gritted his teeth in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? I mistreated Dr. Yi. That was due to the incompetence of my subordinates, and I am already conducting a thorough investigation. Dr. Yi hasn't complained. Who are you to point fingers? Enough with the meaningless talk. You still owe me a favor from last time. This time, repay it by releasing Dr. Yi. Our hospital will give him a formal medical position." The female director stated that as soon as she spoke, the other directors erupted in protest before Zhao Kongjian could respond. "What kind of talk is that? Do you think we are non-entities? Although our hospital isn't a top-tier one, we are renowned for our excellent welfare and benefits. Dr. Yi will surely be tempted. Get lost, all of you. Don't you have any self-awareness? Our hospital's general surgery department is recognized as strong. Dr. Yi is an ambitious individual who surely values the academic environment." Watching the commotion, Zhao Kongjian sighed in resignation. They were all like vultures, swooping in for the spoils, with not a single one of them being genuine. Just then, everyone's phones vibrated simultaneously, receiving a message. The content was identical. When your hospital is hiring, whether for contract or formal positions, do not hire anyone named Yi Ning. Otherwise, you will be opposing the Yang family. Instantly, everyone exchanged glances, realizing they had all received similar messages, and a collective thought emerged. Does the Yang family have a death wish? They dare to target a guest of the Zhou family. This is truly outrageous. Even Zhao Kongjian received the message and couldn't help but laugh. Speaking sarcastically, "Everyone, I think you should focus on maintaining a good relationship with the Yang family. Leave the matter of offending them to me. I am willing to help you out. Chapter 5. A rush for spoils. Zhao Kongjin's words were met with a chorus of disdain. What a shameless individual. If you keep this up, there will be no goodwill left. Just a mere Yang family. What are they compared to Dr. Yi? They are nothing but insignificant. Seeing the uproar, Zhao Kongjin sighed. All right, let's not argue over this. If you want to recruit him, doesn't it depend on Dr. Ye's own wishes? I can't decide for him, can I? That depends on whether you are willing to let him go. If he agrees and you obstruct him, that's another story, the female director retorted. Fine, fine, fine. As long as he wants to leave, I absolutely won't stop him. But let it be a fair competition. I won't go easy on anyone. Let everyone rely on their own abilities. Zhao Kongjin declared, and this approach garnered unanimous approval. As the sun set, Zheng Huilan finally awoke. Under Yi Ning's care, she was no longer in critical condition and could even take a stroll in the park. It is evident that the inheritance of the medical immortal transcends the realm of mere human capability, existing as an unparalleled entity unmatched by any contemporary medical practice. Mother, do you still feel all right? On the cobblestone path, Yi Ning cautiously assisted Zheng Huilan that I feel no physical discomfort, only a sense of emotional distress. How could Lin Ting? Zheng Huilan's tears flowed anew. It is all in the past. We must not mourn for such scum, as doing so would be a punishment to ourselves. That Yi Ning sighed, and then inquired, Mother, are you still unwilling to share anything regarding father? How many times must I tell you not to mention him? Just consider that he never existed. Can you not heed my words and refrain from bringing him up? Zheng Huilan suddenly became agitated. Yi Ning quickly fell silent. His father had vanished when he was very young, leaving behind only a jade pendant. Now, the pendant had disappeared, transformed into a totem, imprinted upon his wrist, bringing with it the inheritance of the medical immortal. This led Yi Ning to vaguely perceive that his father may not have been an ordinary man. Yet his mother remained tight-lipped on such matters, and Yi Ning felt it inappropriate to press her. Perhaps in due time, all would be revealed. As dusk descended, Yi Ning accompanied his mother to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Meanwhile, in a private room of the restaurant, Yang Fan was dining with Lin Ting. Both their faces appeared swollen, making them wary of dining in the public area. When the waiter entered with the dishes, Lin Ting happened to see Yi Ning and Zheng Huilan seated in a booth, causing her to clench her fists in frustration. What a stroke of bad luck to encounter him while merely trying to have a meal. How fortuitous. The grand gift I prepared for him probably hasn't reached him yet. Yang Fan smirked ominously and quickly dialed a phone number, summoning several leaders from the human resources departments of various hospitals. In just 20 minutes, the leaders from over a dozen public and private hospitals hurriedly arrived. This group, in awe of the Yang family's influence, bowed and nodded in submission. Let us go. Yang Fan waved his hand grandly, leading the entourage towards the booth where Yi Ning was seated with his mother. Yi Ning was listening to his mother lament about not dining in such expensive places in the future when he suddenly sensed a group approaching. Turning to look, his expression darkened immediately. Are we dining here? Yang Fan smiled, addressing Zheng Huilan. Aunt Zheng, your precious son has recently been expelled from the hospital. I suppose you were unaware. He probably feared that hearing this would upset you. Zheng Huilan dropped her chopsticks, her previously rosy complexion turning ashen. Just days ago, she had suffered a heart attack due to the distress caused by this vile couple. Now, seeing their loathsome faces again sent her blood boiling, causing her to feel dizzy. Furthermore, the news of Yi Ning's expulsion struck her like a colossal hammer on her heart. Aunt, what's wrong? You seem unwell. Lin Ting feigned concern. With news like this, we dare not say more. What if you faint again? Zheng Huilan's hands trembled. What else is there? Lin Ting and Yang Fan exchanged knowing smiles. In the next moment, the leaders from various hospitals approached one by one, stating, You must be Yi Ning. For any future job opportunities, our hospital will not be an option. Neither will mine. Our Huaqiao University-affiliated Yunqing Hospital cannot accommodate such a lofty presence one after another. They expressed their sentiments. Zheng Huilan nearly lost her composure. This was a blow akin to the earth shattering beneath her. After all, Yining had poured countless efforts into preparing for the hospital examinations after graduation, and she had witnessed every ounce of his dedication. Now, Yang Fan and Lin Ting were clearly intent on oppressing Yining. Even if Yining were to pass the official exams, he would never be able to enter these hospitals. Even if he did, he would be subjected to relentless harassment. Yang Fan coldly mocked Yining, still putting on a show. Are we? If you're so capable, why not find a hospital to work at and show me? How many times must I tell you that someone of your humble origins should not aspire to resist? This morning, I was beaten. You must have relished that, but now you must bear the consequences of being unemployable. Reflect on that. Do you truly believe staging a performance and beating us is worth it? Lin Ting chimed in. Rest assured, this is merely the first gift. As long as you remain in Yunqing, we will take our time tormenting you. Yining's brows furrowed, a fierce anger igniting within him. Especially upon witnessing his mother clutch her chest in distress once more, a murderous intent flickered in Yining's eyes. No, do not act impulsively. We cannot contend with them. Zheng Huilan grasped Yining's arm and suddenly knelt before Yang Fan. Xiao Yang, considering the meals I've often brought you, please spare my son. I bow to you. I truly bow to you, mother. Yining attempted to lift her up. Yet, Zheng Huilan refused to rise, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication to Yang Fan. The sight of his mother pleading on her knees pained Yining even more than his own humiliation. Mother, don't be foolish. Please get up. Yining gritted his teeth. Do not speak of job opportunities. At this moment, I could take their lives with a mere word. Zheng Huilan froze, believing Yining was merely venting his frustrations due to his wounded pride. Yang Fan and Lin Ting could not help but burst into laughter. Aunt, you truly are wise. It's unfortunate your son seems to have lost his wits. How much have you drunk to utter such ridiculous words? It is laughable. Laughter erupted around them. Just then, a crowd surged through the restaurant door. Upon seeing this group, the human resources leaders' faces turned pale with shock, their expressions filled with dread. Chapter 6. A Warm Invitation. Lu Yongbin, Zhao Kongjian, and others rushed into the restaurant one after another, followed by several individuals of director-level status. Upon spotting Yining, their eyes lit up, and they hurried over. Director Dr. Zhao, you the underlings who had previously warned Yining now adopted a submissive demeanor upon seeing their superiors. Get out of the way. Lu Yongbin pushed aside those blocking his path and rushed to Yining, saying, Dr. Yi, we finally found you. Are you here to expel my son as well? Zheng Huilan gasped, fearing yet another attack on her son. Not at all, Auntie. Lu Yongbin grinned and addressed Zheng Huilan with a newfound respect. Yining is a rare talent in our hospital. I am here to promote him to a permanent position, and he will even receive a raise. What? Zheng Huilan was taken aback. Before she could collect her thoughts, someone behind her pushed Lu Yongbin aside. Annie, we are from Huaqiao University, affiliated Yunqing Hospital, and we would like to invite Yining to become a chief physician. Yining, I represent the 2nd Municipal Hospital, inviting you to join us with an annual salary of 600,000, along with a Passat. Yining, I am in an instant. The throng surrounded Yining, presenting a plethora of enticing offers. Zheng Huilan was rendered speechless. Not only Zheng Huilan, but even Yang Fan and Lin Ting were stunned. Had they not recognized a few of the directors, they might have thought this was yet another performance staged by Yining. What on earth is happening? What is going on? The leaders were in disbelief. The small-time doctors who had derided Yining now trembled in fear, never having anticipated that one moment they would mock him, and the next their superiors would revere him. You cannot be serious. Zheng Huilan awoke from her stupor and asked in disbelief that we are indeed serious. Once Yining signs, he can start working immediately. Lu Yongbin hastily produced a contract. Not only Lu Yongbin, but several directors behind him also brought forth contracts, reiterating the benefits their hospitals could offer to AT that moment. Zheng Huilan finally believed it, exclaiming with uncontainable joy. Xiaoning, what should we do? How do we choose? What is going on? This useless good-for-nothing has turned his fortunes around, Lin Ting said with dissatisfaction. She had cast aside Yi Ning because she deemed him too unambitious. In her mind, he should now be like a dog with no way out, beneath her. Yet, Yi Ning had soared to great heights, poised to become a chief physician at a young age. Turned his fortunes around? Yang Fan sneered. A stinking fish. Whether it turns its fortunes around remains a stinking fish. Rest assured, regardless of which hospital Yi Ning chooses, we will ensure he has a miserable time. Let us see how this fool decides. He had already resolved that no matter Yi Ning's choice, he would make his life difficult. Thank you all for your attention, but I do not wish to work in a hospital at this time, Yi Ning suddenly declared. What? Did we hear that correctly? Lu Yongbin and the others were left dumbfounded. Even Zheng Huilan was taken aback. Isn't your dream to be a doctor? Why would you pass up such a wonderful opportunity? I am not foolish, mother. I have my own thoughts. Yi Ning's gaze swept across the faces of Lu Yongbin and the others. His previous aspiration had been to become an exceptional doctor, and he had been diligently striving towards that goal. However, after the recent events, Yi Ning became acutely aware of numerous shortcomings within the hospital, that if he had not managed to gather the necessary funds or obtain the inheritance, what would become of his mother's illness? Now that he had secured the inheritance, he believed that without the constraints of the hospital's rigid regulations, he could save even more lives. Moreover, Yi Ning was confident that with his current capabilities, sustaining himself and his mother would be a trivial matter. Xiao Yi. No, Yigu. Think it over. The terms are negotiable that if you're dissatisfied, we can discuss it at the hospital and ensure you receive the best treatment. Lu Yongbin eagerly urged. Indeed, our hospital is very sincere. As long as you agree, an annual salary will not be an issue. Dr. Yi, reconsider. We can promote you immediately if you agree to work with us. You must choose our hospital. Several directors and leaders implored, while the previous subordinates looked on in astonishment, huddled together like quail, not daring to utter a word. Yang Fan's eyes widened as he could not help but exclaim, "What the hell is going on here? I appreciate everyone's goodwill, but I have my own plans. I truly have no intention of working at the hospital right now, that I in the end." Yi Ning once again politely declined their offers. Seeing the determination in Yi Ning's eyes, Lu Yongbin and the others ceased their entreaties. Yet each one left behind their contact information, urging Yi Ning to prioritize their hospital should he change his mind. All right, Yi Ning replied courteously, tucking away the business cards that I see out of his mind. What a fool! Does he really think he is some kind of extraordinary figure, rejecting so many olive branches? Yang Fan scoffed. Pure insanity, he continued. It's utterly ridiculous. It's laughable. Lin Ting chimed in gleefully that moment. As the hospital staff departed, Yi Ning's gaze turned icy upon hearing their derisive laughter. Look at them. Don't think your earlier bravado makes you invincible. I could crush you as easily as an ant. Yang Fan seethed. That's so? Yi Ning fixed his icy stare on Yang Fan, retorting with a smirk, before you throw around threats, perhaps you should visit the hospital and ascertain who truly has issues. It is quite normal to contract some unsavory ailments from frequenting nightclubs. That he then cast a cold glance at Lin Ting, adding, as for that betrothal gift, I no longer want it. You can keep it for your medical expenses. You idiot, how dare you curse me? Yang Fan erupted in fury, seizing a bottle and hurling it fiercely at Yi Ning's head. Bang! The bottle shattered, yet it did not strike Yi Ning. Instead, he swiftly retaliated, delivering a punch that shattered the bottle and sent the force crashing into Yang Fan's nose. With a resounding thud, Yang Fan's nose collapsed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. You dare hit me? Yang Fan howled, clutching his nose. Yi Ning, I will make sure to kill you. I swear I will. Yet Yi Ning paid him no heed, quietly circulating the energy within him, flicking his index finger to send an invisible force into Yang Fan's abdomen. To a man on the brink of death, I lend you a hand. Yi Ning coldly thought to himself. Chapter 7. Do not back down. Yang Fan, long consumed by indulgence, had already been drained of vitality. Moreover, he had contracted several ailments, leaving his body in a weakened state. Yang Fan, however, remained oblivious, believing he was merely fatigued and that some supplements would suffice. Little did he know, he was nearing the point of no return. The energy Yi Ning had imparted accelerated the deterioration of Yang Fan's condition. He might have held on for over a month, but now, even 3 days seemed a challenge for Lin Ting. While her situation was not as dire as Yang Fan's, her future was nonetheless bleak. Yi Ning felt no sympathy for her. Yang Fan was a prince of the night, and Lin Ting had willingly abandoned her own dignity to be with him. Thus she was deserving of her fate. Yang Fan, are you all right? Your face looks so pale all of a sudden. Lin Ting, unaware of the unfolding events, rushed to wipe the blood from Yang Fan's face with a wet wipe. I am fine, I'm just feeling a bit weak, that I'll let this brat off today, but mark my words, I'll bring a few brothers to deal with him next time. Yang Fan growled menacingly. Though his eyelids felt heavy, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washing over him. Then let us take our leave. There will always be a chance to teach this waste a lesson. Lin Ting shot Yi Ning a furious glance before supporting Yang Fan out. Xiao Ning, why do you oppose Yang Fan? We cannot afford to provoke the Yang family. Zheng Huilan expressed her concern that don't worry, Mom. I'm not afraid of them. Yi Ning resolutely replied, picking up the menu again. We agreed to have a meal together, so let us order, Mom. All right. Observing Yi Ning's composed demeanor, Zheng Huilan chose to set aside her worries and enjoy a peaceful meal with her son. After dining, Yi Ning escorted his mother home. Having recently recovered from a serious illness, Zheng Huilan was still somewhat weak. Yi Ning helped her to bed, tucking her in before deciding to step out for some fresh air. As he opened the door, he was met with the sight of Zhou Xinran standing at his doorstep. Zhou Xinran stood at the entrance of Yi Ning's residence. This was presumably her home. As Yi Ning was merely a temporary resident, she had clearly applied light makeup, and with her exquisite features framed by a beautiful oval face, she exuded an air of nobility and innocence. However, having been raised in privilege, Zhou Xinran carried an inherent coolness and regal demeanor. Standing at 1.7 meters tall, adorned in a six-figure fitted black gown and sharp high heels, she radiated an aloofness that seemed to deter strangers. She is both cold and alluring. Yi Ning found himself momentarily entranced, as Zhou Xinran's beauty was striking. Standing beside her, Lin Ting would appear as nothing more than a mere maid. Miss Zhou, Yi Ning quickly regained his composure and inquired. Do you need something from me? My grandfather wishes to see you. He wants to thank you in person, Zhou Xinran explained. However, he is in frail health and could only send me to fetch you. It was merely a small act. No need for such formality. Yi Ning waved his hand dismissively, jesting. Besides, with you providing us such a splendid residence, the medical expenses are already covered. That's different. You saved my grandfather's life. Zhou Xinran replied, offering a gentle smile. And by the way, aren't we classmates? Just call me Xinran. Miss Zhou sounds so distant. Ekin Xinran? Yi Ning felt his cheeks flush, his speech becoming somewhat awkward, despite having gained the inheritance. One's demeanor cannot be transformed overnight. Suddenly facing an extraordinary beauty, Yi Ning found himself growing increasingly anxious. Giggling, Zhou Xinran smiled generously, then gestured towards the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom parked behind her, saying, Enough talk. Let us get in the car. Very well. With the situation at hand, Yi Ning could only nod in agreement. Half an hour later, at the Zhou residence, the foremost family in Yun City, the Zhou family could hardly be described as a mere house or home. It was an entire estate, covering over 1,000 square meters. The Zhou residence predominantly featured traditional Chinese garden architecture, with lush greenery, flowing water, and pavilions meticulously designed to create a harmonious aesthetic. Every element within the garden was thoughtfully crafted, with ancient stones exuding grandeur and the buildings showcasing exquisite beauty. Even those lacking an appreciation for aesthetics would find the surroundings immensely pleasing. Approaching a nearby pavilion, Yi Ning spotted an elderly gentleman clad in a silver-hued tang suit seated within. It was none other than old Master Zhou, that I in his 70s, with a head full of gray hair. His eyes sparkled with a vibrant light, betraying a vitality that belied his frail appearance. However, his expression appeared somewhat haggard, a testament to his recent recovery from a grave illness. Standing approximately 5 meters from old Master Zhou was a young man in his 20s, practicing martial arts with vigor. The young man, robust and athletic, moved with an energy that seemed to fill the air. "Grandfather, Yi Ning has arrived." Zhou Xinran announced that Dr. Yi, please take a seat. Old Master Zhou exclaimed, hastily rising, "That I regret not being able to greet you in person due to my health. I hope you will not take offense. Not at all. You have just recovered from a serious illness. It is imperative that you rest." Yi Ning replied as he slowly took a seat, his gaze aimlessly surveying the garden until it settled on the young martial artist. "Xinran, pour tea for Dr. Yi." Old Master Zhou instructed that of course. Zhou Xinran nodded, accepting a teapot from a servant and gracefully pouring tea for Yi Ning. Clearly trained in the art of tea preparation, her movements flowed seamlessly. And coupled with her natural beauty, the entire performance was a visual delight that Yi Ning attempted to avert his gaze from Zhou Xinran, gently shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. However, this action irked Zhou Donglai, the martial artist. Having practiced for 13 years, he was confident in his abilities, capable of taking on 4 to 5 grown men single-handedly, and even boasting victories against black belts in Taekwondo. Therefore, when he noticed Yi Ning frowning and shaking his head as if to say his skills were unworthy of Yi Ning's attention, he was thoroughly offended. "Who is this clown?" Zhou Donglai muttered a curse under his breath, then pointed accusingly at Yi Ning's nose, exclaiming loudly, "Kid, why are you shaking your head? Are you belittling my prowess?" Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback. He had merely shaken his head in response to Zhou Xinran's captivating tea ceremony demonstration. However, he found it difficult to explain himself, as doing so might make him appear overly infatuated. Though in truth, Yi Ning harbored no such lewd thoughts. That no, but you keep shaking your head and frowning. It seems to me that you look down upon my skills. As a young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Donglai could hardly endure such slights. He thrust his thumb downwards provocatively and challenged, "If you're capable, then come down and exchange a few moves with me. If you're a man, don't be afraid." Chapter 8. Unbelievably perverse Donglai. Do not act recklessly. Zhou Xinran exclaimed, her brows slightly furrowed as she reprimanded him, that Yi Ning is our grandfather's savior. "You must not be rude." He mocked me first." Zhou Donglai, accustomed to arrogance, was undeterred by Zhou Xinran's admonitions, who told him to frown and shake his head. "Kid, if you're truly skilled, come over here and demonstrate your abilities. Don't hide behind a woman." Donglai, this time, even old Zhou could not suppress his frown. His grandson had been spoiled beyond measure. Just as he was about to reprimand him, Yi Ning interjected, "All right, let us have a spar, but let us agree beforehand to keep it light." Yi Ning had observed Zhou Donglai's vigorous punching earlier and found it impressive, yet he did not deem it overly formidable. With his own medical skills, he felt confident enough to accept the challenge. Besides, Zhou Donglai's arrogant demeanor had provoked him. If he continued to hide behind Zhou Xinran without responding, it would be too humiliating to Yi Ning. "Can you handle it?" Zhou Xinran asked, a hint of concern in her voice. For she perceived Yi Ning's slender physique, while Zhou Donglai was well-trained. She feared he might be unable to withstand even a single punch. "That's fine. Let's give it a try," Yi Ning replied nonchalantly, moving towards Zhou Donglai. Zhou Donglai's eyes sparkled with challenge as he gestured towards Yi Ning's jacket. "Are you going to take off your jacket? It might hinder your punching speed and limit your movements." "Is that so?" Yi Ning casually shrugged his arms, feeling unperturbed. "It's all right. I'll leave it on." "What a novice." Zhou Donglai's eyes gleamed with disdain as he charged forward in a swift motion. Zhou Xinran stood by, exasperated as she realized Yi Ning was utterly ignorant of combat. He was indeed a complete amateur. "Tell Donglai not to injure Dr. Yi," old Zhou instructed. Just as Zhou Xinran was about to convey this, Zhou Donglai had already lunged forward, delivering a powerful right hook. His fist was both swift and precise, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh. Should it land, even a grown man would surely be toppled. Yet, Yi Ning stood rooted in place. Donglai, do not strike too hard. Yi Ning, quickly dodge. Zhou Xinran exclaimed, her complexion paling. Old Zhou furrowed his brow, ready to rise and reprimand Zhou Donglai. But in the next instant, they were all stunned. Just as Zhou Donglai's fist was about to connect with Yi Ning's body suddenly flashed backward, and reflexively, he countered with a kick. Bang! Zhou Donglai was taken aback by Yi Ning's evasion, and even more so by his retaliatory kick. Caught off guard, he was struck squarely and felt as if a speeding motorcycle had collided with him. Bang, bang, bang. Zhou Donglai was sent flying several meters, toppling over a number of flower pots along the way, before finally crashing against a wooden pillar in the corridor, where he managed to steady himself. What the Zhou Donglai felt his insides churn violently. Reflexively, he uttered 2 words before his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, beginning to vomit. Zhou Xinran. Old Zhou. Is this not beyond reason? Zhou Donglai, a towering figure at 1.85 meters and weighing approximately 170 pounds, was utterly astonished at in contrast. Yi Ning, though also over 1.80 meters tall, had a frail physique, his arms and legs significantly thinner than Zhou Donglai's. Yet, he had managed to kick Zhou Donglai away. How astonishing! Old Zhou gasped in disbelief that Tio think that Yi Ning is a martial master. Zhou Donglai, trembling in shock, had no idea how he had been bested. His wooden stick had been shattered, and as he turned to look behind him, he saw a soft leaf embedded in the pillar, its half still fluttering gently in the breeze. Gulp. Zhou Donglai could not help but swallow hard, staring wide-eyed at the leaf. Then back at Yi Ning, completely cowed. Masterful techniques, indeed. Old Zhou stammered after a moment of shock. I have heard it said that once one reaches the pinnacle of martial arts, one can pluck flowers and leaves as weapons. I never imagined I would witness a young master in my lifetime. Donglai, quickly, go and apologize to Master Yi. Oh, Zhou Donglai nodded dully, fully convinced now. Master Yi, I was wrong. It is not your fault. It was I who lacked restraint at Yi Ning, considering the faces of old Zhou and Zhou Xinran, chose not to hold it against him. Moreover, he was still grappling with mastering his own energy. That kick had indeed been rather forceful. Master Yi truly possesses the demeanor of a nobleman. Old Zhou chuckled heartily. Though his astonishment remained undiminished at a martial master in his early 20s was a rarity in all of Long Country. This man must be courted. Additionally, old Zhou recalled that he had a beautiful granddaughter who was in the same class as Yi Ning. Looking at Yi Ning's youth and his remarkable accomplishments in both medicine and martial arts, he could not help but entertain some of the typical thoughts of an elderly man. Chapter 9. The Great Buddha. Old Sir. You may call me Yi Ning, or simply Xiao Yi. Yi Ning waved his hand, feeling unfamiliar with the term master, and found the title rather awkward. The AS for Dr. Yi or Master Yi. He preferred to forego such formalities. Very well, I too find that title a bit too formal. Old Zhou chuckled, stroking his beard. In that case, I shall call you Xiao Yi. Xinran, please inform the staff that we can serve the dishes. Today, grandfather wishes to enjoy a few drinks with Xiao Yi. All right. Zhou Xinran nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she realized how much Yi Ning had grown in the years they had not seen each other. At the dining table, old Zhou poured 3 glasses of wine for Yi Ning that he was eager to continue drinking, but Yi Ning stopped him, saying, Old sir, you have just recovered from a serious illness. 2 or 3 small glasses will suffice. Do not overindulge. Very well. Old Zhou nodded, instructing the servants to remove the wine glasses and instead lifted a cup of tea. Then I shall toast with tea instead. Mr.Ye. No, Xiao Yi, please do not be formal. Enjoy your meal and drink well. Yi Ning, I also toast to you. Zhou Xinran raised her glass, seizing the opportunity to sip some wine. However, it was evident that she was not accustomed to drinking. After a glass of white liquor, she felt a fiery sensation coursing down her throat into her stomach, and her fair complexion flushed a deep crimson. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Xinran could not help but cough a few times. So spicy, it's not as good as red wine. Indeed. Yi Ning smiled broadly, indicating that it was unnecessary to drink until the cups were empty. They were not there to taste the wine. The two conversed joyfully, while Zhou Donglai sat silently like a wilted eggplant, lost in thought that Yi Ning, uninterested in probing further, prepared to leave after enjoying a hearty meal. Suddenly, Zhou Lao spoke up, saying, "Xiao Yi, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." As his words fell, a servant approached, cradling a box in both hands. Upon opening it, Yi Ning discovered a property deed, the very one for the residence he was currently occupying. "Old sir, this is too much, truly," Yi Ning stammered, taken aback. The Xianjing Long Yuan is the most prestigious community in Yun City, with property prices hovering around 25,000, that the building Yi Ning resided in spans approximately 150 square meters. By this estimation, the value of the deed should be around 3,700,000. Such a lavish gift was beyond Yi Ning's conscience to accept. "I have already had Xinran change the name. This property deed now bears your name," Zhou Lao declared. That Yi Ning was once again taken aback, and upon inspecting the deed, he indeed found his name inscribed along with a series of personal details, all belonging to him. Given the Zhou family's capabilities, transferring ownership of a house to Yi Ning would be effortless, requiring no effort whatsoever on his part. Merely a matter of words. "Well, if that is the case, I shall accept it for now," Yi Ning conceded, unable to refuse any longer. After Yi Ning departed, Zhou Donglai regained his senses and inquired, "Grandfather, is this fellow merely capable of fighting? Why bestow upon him such an extravagant gift? You didn't even consent when I wished to purchase a new car. What do you know?" Zhou Lao shot a disapproving glare at his grandson, that a divine doctor, a martial arts master. "Do you comprehend his worth? Not to mention a house. If it weren't for the ongoing construction of the villa in Yunwu Mountain, I would have gladly gifted it to him." "What?" Zhou Donglai was taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. Zhou Xinran also momentarily froze. The villa in Yunwu Mountain had cost the Zhou family over 100 million to develop, establishing it as the foremost villa in Yun City, although it had yet to be furnished. The title of the premier villa unequivocally belonged to the Yunwu Mountain residents. To think that his grandfather would casually offer it to Yi Ning was unfathomable. "You wouldn't understand even if I explained." Zhou Lao shook his head slightly. Having witnessed the formidable prowess of martial arts masters, he recognized that they could wield life and death with a mere thought, that if Yi Ning desired, he could swiftly carve out a domain of his own in Yun City. Such a master could neither be courted nor provoked, but rather revered as a great Buddha. Meanwhile, Yi Ning had hailed a cab back to Xianjing Long Yuan. Just as he approached the community, he spotted his ex-girlfriend Lin Ting, along with the acerbic Jiang Guifeng. They had come to confront Yi Ning, and upon seeing him, immediately hissed, "Yi Ning, you have finally returned. What do you want?" Yi Ning furrowed his brow. "The property in Bihua Garden is under my name," Lin Ting proclaimed with an air of arrogance. "Now that we are separated, you either give me half the money or leave my name on the deed. Choose." No sooner had she spoken than several burly men emerged from behind her, wielding weapons, some brandished steel pipes, others baseball bats, each exuding a menacing demeanor. "The Yang family." Yi Ning raised an eyebrow and asked, "Where is Yang Fan? Has he been taken to the hospital?" Earlier that morning, upon discovering Yang Fan afflicted with several ailments, Yi Ning had infused him with spiritual energy, resulting in his hospitalization. After Lin Ting had taken Yang Fan to the hospital, she, unsatisfied, sent a few of his underlings to seize the property in Bihua Garden from Yi Ning. "Mind your own business," Lin Ting scoffed. "If you know what's good for you, relinquish the property in Bihua Garden, or you'll regret it when I break your arms and legs." "Huh." Yi Ning chuckled mockingly, a tinge of self-deprecation in his tone. How foolish he once was to have been enamored with a woman like Lin Ting. To marry her, his mother sold their ancestral home to provide him and Lin Ting with a down payment. Furthermore, she scraped together $18,000 for a bride price for the Lin family. And what was the result? This ungrateful wretch not only failed to offer assistance in his hour of need, but also devoured the bride price. Now she dared to come back demanding the property in Bihua Garden. Ha ha! The more he pondered, the more he felt it was absurd, unable to contain a series of boisterous laughs, as if mocking himself, while simultaneously relishing in the clarity he had gained about Lin Ting's true nature. This fool has lost his mind. Ting Ting, act now. Jiang Guifeng, with keen eyes, quickly zeroed in on the property deed in Yi Ning's hand. This brat has even brought back the property deed. Let's teach him a lesson until he submits. All right. Lin Ting gritted her teeth, waving her arm. Take him down, break one of his arms. I want to see if he can still laugh. With a single command, 7 or 8 armed thugs began to slowly encircle Yi Ning. Yet he stood his ground, unmoving, his gaze growing increasingly cold, with an ominous aura beginning to swirl around him. Chapter 10. Slapping mother and daughter to Lin Ting and Jiang Guifeng. This scene appeared as though Yi Ning was paralyzed with fear. This coward is too frightened to even move. What a useless wretch. Lin Ting cursed inwardly, unable to restrain herself from urging, Stop hesitating. Take him down, brothers, attack. The leader, a scar-faced bald man, menacingly brandished a sharp knife, lunging toward Yi Ning's abdomen, seeking death. Yi Ning felt a surge of anger that he had endured countless humiliations at the hands of Lin Ting and Yang Fan. Now, they dared to provoke him again. Moreover, the scar-faced man was clearly intent on crippling him. Showing no intention of holding back, in his fury, Yi Ning resolved to show no mercy in a flash. He evaded, leaving the scar-faced man bewildered before delivering a powerful kick to his face. Boom! The force of the kick sent the scar-faced man, who weighed 180 pounds, flying backwards several meters. He felt a tremendous impact on his face before the pain registered, blood erupting from his nose as he soared through the air, tracing elegant arcs of crimson. Upon hitting the ground, the scar-faced man was rendered unconscious, unable to even groan in agony. But this was merely the beginning. Once Yi Ning struck successfully, he surged forward as if entering a realm devoid of adversaries. Each punch and kick dispatched Lin Ting's entourage, leaving them incapacitated within mere moments. How is this possible? Lin Ting's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in shock. Humph! Yi Ning scoffed. If not for my principle of not striking women, you would have been rendered useless by now. At this, Lin Ting ground her teeth in frustration, yet dared not retort. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. You may not strike women, but I do. With that, Zhou Xinran approached and delivered several resounding slaps to Lin Ting's face. Lin Ting was too stunned to resist, astonished by the sudden appearance of Zhou Xinran, the jewel of the Zhou family, and her willingness to come to Yi Ning's aid. After slapping Lin Ting, Zhou Xinran cast a glance at Jiang Guifeng. The accompanying driver promptly stepped forward, seizing Jiang Guifeng by the collar and delivering a series of sharp slaps across her face. Within moments, mother and daughter were left with swollen faces and blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, unable to voice their indignation. No, they were too intimidated to even feel anger. Having been struck by members of the Zhou family, they could only swallow their grievances in silence. What brings you here? Yi Ning was also slightly taken aback that he had just returned from the Zhou residence, not expecting Zhou Xinran to follow so quickly. You forgot your bank card, Zhou Xinran said with a smile. Having observed the events unfold and recognizing Lin Ting as Yi Ning's ex-girlfriend. Thus, she feigned a familiar demeanor. What's wrong? Is the money I gave you burning a hole in your pocket? As she spoke, she affectionately linked her arm with Yi Ning's. Witnessing this scene, Lin Ting was seething with rage. Though she too was a beauty, she paled in comparison to Zhou Xinran in terms of looks and figure. She was leagues behind. Even if they wore the same makeup and attire, Zhou Xinran's poise would overshadow Lin Ting completely. How could this be? Lin Ting roared internally, furious that Yi Ning, whom she had discarded, was now favored by the heiress of the Zhou family. After casting him aside, he should have been wallowing in despair like a puddle of mud trampled underfoot. Only then would it validate her decision to rid herself of him. But now, not only had Yi Ning become formidable, but he had also ensnared the affections of a stunningly wealthy and beautiful woman like Zhou Xinran. How could Lin Ting not be incensed? Yi Ning scratched his head that he had indeed noticed a bank card nestled within the box when he received the property deed. However, given the substantial value of the house, he hesitated to accept the card, not anticipating that Zhou Xinran would personally return it to him. Here, take it. Zhou Xinran deliberately wrapped her arm around Yi Ning's while placing a bank card into the pocket of his chest, and proclaimed loudly, living in a place like Xinjing Longyuan, how can one manage without a car? Fortunately, I have a few million in my account. I shall buy a sports car to drive around. Upon hearing this, Lin Ting was infuriated that it then dawned on them that the property certificate in Yi Ning's hand was not for Bihua Garden, but for Xinjing Longyuan. That aren't you leaving? Do you still wish to be slapped? Zhou Xinran coldly scanned Lin Ting and her mother with her beautiful eyes before speaking that we wouldn't dare. We will leave immediately. Lin Ting and Zhang Guifang trembled in fear, no longer daring to linger, and hurriedly fled the scene. Thank you. Yi Ning expressed his gratitude, understanding that Zhou Xinran was helping him, that it was merely a trivial matter. Zhou Xinran replied with a faint smile, subtly releasing Yi Ning's arm. I shall head home now. See you another day. All right, see you another day, Yi Ning said awkwardly, rubbing his nose, feeling a twinge of reluctance as he noticed the absence of her soft presence on his arm. After watching Zhou Xinran depart, Yi Ning placed the property certificate into the drawer. His mother had already prepared a meal and called for him to come eat. Xiao Ning, your mother no longer needs to be hospitalized. I still have a bit of change. Why don't we rent a place to live? Zheng Huilan pondered, serving Yi Ning a piece of meat as she spoke. Living in someone else's house feels so unstable. Moreover, the decor here is so luxurious, and the furniture is all brand name, pristine and new that I constantly fear I might dirty it. Living here had made Zheng Huilan feel on edge, as if it were all too surreal. It's all right, Mom. This house now belongs to us, that don't joke around. This house must cost several million. How can we afford it? It's true that I'll get the property certificate to show you with a wry smile. Yi Ning knew no matter how he explained, his mother would not believe him, so he dashed back to the bedroom to retrieve the certificate. Zheng Huilan stared in astonishment at the information on the document. Indeed, the owner was her son, Yi Ning. What is going on? Consider it a kind of opportunity. Mom, we will no longer live in hardship. I will provide you with the best of everything from now on. Yi Ning declared earnestly that I don't ask for lavish luxuries, just for you to be healthy. Also, you're not getting any younger. While I'm still young, you should settle down soon. Zheng Huilan advised. Settle down. Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, involuntarily conjuring the image of Zhou Xinran in his mind. What am I even thinking? She is a wealthy young lady. How could she possibly be interested in someone like me? Yi Ning chuckled bitterly, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, and replied, Mom, let's put that aside for now, that I'm not looking for a girlfriend at the moment. Well, all right then. Zheng Huilan sighed lightly, thinking her son was still mired in the pain caused by Lin Ting. And couldn't he help but encourage him? Xiao Ning, you will surely meet someone better in the future. Don't worry. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Yi Ning was about to respond, his phone vibrated suddenly. Upon checking, he saw a transaction notification from the bank. On August 13th, 2021, your bank card received a deposit of 30,000.00 yuan, balance 30,853.72 yuan. Who transferred me 30,000 yuan? Yi Ning was taken aback, pondering the mystery. Just then, his phone rang again. It was his best friend. Wang Hu, did you transfer the money? Yi Ning realized as soon as he answered the call. Shoo, keep your voice down. Wang Hu spoke cautiously, lowering his tone. You really are something. Your mother is hospitalized, and you didn't think to ask me for help? Do you not consider me a friend? Wang Hu's family situation was even worse than Yi Ning's that he had married last year, supported by his parents' savings for a down payment. After the wedding, he worked 2 jobs, managing to pay off the mortgage while also repaying debts borrowed from relatives. Hence, when Yi Ning was gathering funds, he hadn't thought to reach out to Wang Hu that he never expected Wang Hu would voluntarily send over 30,000 at this time. Thank you, buddy. That Yi Ning felt warmth in his heart, realizing how hard-earned that 30,000 was, and expressed his gratitude. However, my mother's condition has improved, so I'll transfer the money back to you. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Wang Hu didn't believe Yi Ning's words. As he had previously been unaware of Yi Ning's mother being hospitalized, he had heard a friend joke about Yi Ning borrowing money from anyone he could find, advising everyone to steer clear of him. Upon further inquiry, Wang Hu learned of Yi Ning's current predicament and thus chose to transfer the money. Don't give me that. The health of your mother is what matters. Keep the money. Also, which hospital are you at? I'll come to visit your mother tomorrow. My mom has really been discharged. Yi Ning emphasized repeatedly. Understanding Wang Hu's good intentions, he conveyed his gratitude in his tone. How about this? Tomorrow I'll take my mom to your fruit shop, and you'll see what is going on. All right, I want to keep you that I'll find you tomorrow. All right, Wang Hu agreed, albeit skeptically. After hanging up, Yi Ning relayed the news to his mother, Zheng Huilan feeling a mix of emotions as she said earnestly, only in times of crisis can you see who your true friends are. Xiao Ning, you must treat Wang Hu well in the future. I understand, Mom. Yi Ning nodded, already planning how to repay Wang Hu. The next day after breakfast, Yi Ning took his mother with him to visit Wang Hu. Passing by a supermarket, Yi Ning bought 2 boxes of milk, 2 packs of cigarettes, and on a whim, added 2 bottles of ergotu. Although the Zhou family had granted Yi Ning several million, he was accustomed to a frugal lifestyle and often drank ergotu with Wang Hu. However, he opted for premium cigarettes, purchasing 2 packs of soft Zhonghua, which cost quite a bit. Half an hour later, they arrived at Wang Hu's fruit shop. However, Wang Hu was not present, aside from Wang Hu's wife. There was a middle-aged man with a greasy demeanor. The man's large hands roamed over Su Xiaofang's backside, murmuring inappropriate remarks to Su Xiaofang. Wang Hu's wife was in her mid-20s, an age when a woman exudes charm. Yet she seemed unfazed by the middle-aged man's unwelcome advances. Yi Ning stood at the entrance of the fruit shop, frowning deeply, just as he was about to speak up when he saw the two begin to kiss again. Enough, Zhang Ge, let us leave it at that. Wang Hu is almost back, Su Xiaofang said. What is there to fear? That pathetic loser. It's his honor for me to put a green hat on him. The middle-aged man grinned. I didn't get enough earlier. I really want to do it again. Tonight, I'll come find you, Su Xiaofang replied shamelessly. Yi Ning felt his scalp tingle with rage, and just as he was about to storm in and teach the two a lesson, a delivery truck slowly rolled up to the entrance that a disheveled young man, his clothes dirty and hair tousled, jumped down from the vehicle, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Though he looked exhausted, he still forced a smile and called out, Honey, I'm back with the goods. Oh, Yi Ning, you actually came? Hello, Annie. I'm so glad to see you, Annie. Your health is really fine now? This young man was Wang Hu. He had gone out for deliveries the night before and had just returned to the fruit shop. Appearing fatigued but instantly brightening upon seeing Yi Ning and Zheng Huilan. Of course. Didn't we agree that I would come to see you? Yi Ning felt a pang in his heart, watching Wang Hu toil for a living while his wife flirted with another man at the fruit shop. This Su Xiaofang was no different from Lin Ting. The thought of Lin Ting only fueled Yi Ning's anger, yet he didn't know how to warn Wang Hu that I'm back, Wang Hu exclaimed. Su Xiaofang pretended to be busy, casually handing the middle-aged man a few apples, totaling 16 yuan. The man grinned, pulled out his phone to pay, then discreetly slipped a few 100 yuan bills into Su Xiaofang's clothing when Wang Hu wasn't looking. You hopeless, Su Xiaofang scolded playfully, her tone laced with mock annoyance as she shot the man a delighted glance. Yi Ning, witnessing this scene, felt his hands tremble with fury. I'm leaving, the man said. Come back again soon, Su Xiaofang replied. The middle-aged man chuckled, holding the apples as he turned to leave, but just as he reached the door, Yi Ning seized his wrist. "What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Who do you think you are?" The man struggled fiercely, but Yi Ning's grip was like iron, unyielding regardless of his efforts to escape. "That you're not going anywhere for now." Yi Ning glared coldly at the man. The latter quaked under Yi Ning's fierce gaze, his legs turning to jelly as he froze in place, sensing the murderous intent in Yi Ning's eyes. "What is going on? This is a customer at our shop. What do you want?" Su Xiaofeng rushed out, grabbing Yi Ning's arm, displeased. "Wang Hu, look at what kind of friends you've made. He is harassing our customers. Make him let go, and then apologize to Zhangge." Chapter 12. Brother Xiaofeng refrained from making unfounded accusations. Wang Hu did not immediately blame Yi Ning, but chose to stand by his side. Yi Ning is not someone who stirs up trouble for no reason. Let us first ascertain the facts. What is there to ascertain? Brother Zhang is a regular at our fruit shop. Your friend has angered him. And how many fruits will we sell less this month? Su Xiaofeng, with an air of superiority, disregarded Wang Hu's counsel and retorted angrily, "You'd better make him apologize, or don't blame me for losing my temper." Yi Ning furrowed his brow once more. It appeared that Su Xiaofeng often bullied Wang Hu. Looking at Wang Hu, who wore a submissive expression, it was evident he did not dare to oppose his wife's words, yet was reluctant to cast blame on himself. Observing Wang Hu's predicament, Yi Ning had no choice but to release Zhang Kongnian. "Wang Hu, you are being unreasonable. Did I come here daily to purchase fruits, and during festive seasons, I even order several boxes? How can you collaborate with your friend to set me up? Do you no longer wish to do business?" Zhang Kongnian retaliated. "Brother Zhang, I will advise my friend." Wang Hu stammered. "You spineless coward." "Advising? In my opinion, one should sever ties with such friends immediately." Su Xiaofeng was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, but upon noticing the 2 packs of soft Chinese cigarettes in Yi Ning's hand, her demeanor shifted instantly. "Are those for Wang Hu?" "What are you doing, Yi Ning?" Wang Hu was also taken aback. "Bringing such expensive cigarettes? Have you struck it rich? Wasn't Annie ill? You should be more frugal. Consider it a small windfall," Yi Ning replied, shoving the items into Wang Hu's hands that he contemplated and deliberately stated for Su Xiaofeng to hear. "You borrowed 30,000 from me. I thought I should bring something to check on you." "Don't say that." Wang Hu attempted to halt Yi Ning, but it was too late. "What 30,000? Su Xiaofeng exploded, her voice laced with fury. "Where did you get 30,000 from? Have you been secretly lending money behind my back?" I wondered why he was so generous, sending you soft Chinese cigarettes. "Wang Hu, you have some nerve." Wang Hu faltered. "That money is from our savings. I withdrew it early. Wai Yi Ning is genuinely in a bind. As his good friend, I cannot refuse to help." "Good friend? What a load of nonsense." Su Xiaofeng erupted, her voice piercing. "Wang Hu, if you do not retrieve that money today, I will divorce you." Wang Hu found himself in a dilemma, torn between not wanting to pressure Yi Ning and not wishing to part ways with Su Xiaofeng. "What are you keeping her for? Just divorce her." Yi Ning could no longer contain his frustration and interrupted Wang Hu, furiously affirming, "Wang Hu, initially, I was uncertain whether to share this with you, but it cannot remain unsaid any longer. I just saw Su Xiaofeng being intimate with that man. They are having an affair." "Well, what affair? Stop slandering." Zhang Kongnian quivered. "Wang Hu, look at the kind of friends you associate with. He is maligning me." Su Xiaofeng, in sheer desperation, cried out, "If you do not sever ties with him and clear my name, we will be divorced." "Yi Ning, what on earth is happening?" Wang Hu was bewildered. "Check the surveillance footage. Your shop has cameras, does it not?" Yi Ning pointed towards the surveillance system. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofeng and Zhang Kongnian turned as pale as a sheet. Su Xiaofeng immediately began to protest. "Wang Hu, do you not trust me? You believe this friend of yours over your own wife." "Indeed, one must be cautious in choosing friends," Zhang Kongnian muttered, attempting to sneak away, only to be seized by Yi Ning, who gripped his neck. Trying to flee, Yi Ning sneered, feeling guilty. "What do I have to feel guilty about?" Zhang Kongyan insisted. There is nothing to it. Do not wrongfully accuse that if you have no guilt. Then let us review the footage. Yi Ning declared with conviction. Wang Hu, we have known each other for over a decade. When have I ever deceived you? At this, Wang Hu fell silent and prepared to view the footage that Dio not look. Su Xiaofang spread her arms to block Wang Hu, exclaiming, Wang Hu, are you unwell? Just because of an outsider slander. You doubt your own wife? Wang Hu gritted his teeth but remained silent. He was no fool that Su Xiaofang's extreme reaction surely concealed something. How dare you tarnish someone else's reputation? Be careful. I might sue you for defamation. Seeing this, Zhang Kongyan's reaction intensified. He pointed a finger at Yi Ning, saying, My brother is the chief of the police station. If you continue to slander me, I will have you arrested in a heartbeat. Still defiant, Yi Ning furrowed his brow, suddenly exerting force. Zhang Kongyan, an ordinary person, could not withstand Yi Ning's strength and immediately cried out in pain. Collapsing to the ground, that as he fell, something light tumbled from his arms, a red women's underwear. Witnessing this, Wang Hu's eyes blazed with fury. He recognized the style of the underwear. It belonged to Su Xiaofang. You shameless wretch! In an instant, Wang Hu's rage erupted like a wild beast, seizing Su Xiaofang by the collar and delivering several resounding slaps. Ah, Wang Hu, how dare you strike me? Su Xiaofang's face became swollen and bloodied from the blows, yet she refused to admit her wrongdoing. You a poor loser, so what if I cheated on you? You dare strike me? I will call my family and have my brother come to deal with you. Go ahead. You cheat and still think you have the right to complain? Wang Hu's fury boiled over. Years of pent-up grievances erupting in a tempest of fists and kicks aimed at Su Xiaofang. The Yi Ning was not idle either. When he saw Zhang Kongyan attempting to intervene, he swiftly twisted Zhang Kongyan's wrist, applying force to... The excruciating pain shot through Zhang Kongyan's arm, twisting it painfully, rendering it useless. After disciplining the two treacherous individuals, Wang Hu despondently gazed at his fruit shop. His spirit diminished. Brother, take heart. There are plenty of fish in the S. Yi Ning approached and clapped Wang Hu on the shoulder, advising, It is best to recognize such women early on. It allows for timely damage control. Wang Hu nodded. Had anyone else said this, he would have considered it nonsense. One cannot advise others on kindness without experiencing their suffering. Those who preach generosity may not truly possess it. They simply have not endured pain themselves. But Yi Ning was different. Wang Hu had just learned from a friend that Lin Ting had taken Yi Ning's betrothal gifts and eloped with the wealthy Yang Fan, which had caused Yi Ning's mother to be hospitalized from the distress. Seeing Yi Ning still trying to counsel him, Wang Hu couldn't help but chuckle. Let us not dwell on this. Let us drink today and not return until we are inebriated. That Yi Ning understood Wang Hu sought solace in drink and did not refuse. However, he resolved that when he achieved success, he would certainly lend Wang Hu a hand. Chapter 13. Relapse. The following day, Yi Ning awoke early, after drinking to drown their sorrows with Wang Hu. The two had consumed 3 bottles of Baijiu, and Wang Hu was still sound asleep to as for Zhenghui Lan. She had nibbled on a little something the previous night before returning to X and Jinglong Yuan, not interrupting the 2 younger men's drinking. With the inheritance, Yi Ning found he sobered up particularly quickly. Stretching, he felt no headache from a hangover, which lifted his spirits that he then rummaged through Wang Hu's pocket for the keys. Went out to buy breakfast, and withdrew 300,000 in cash from the bank. Upon returning to the fruit shop, Yi Ning placed the cash and breakfast beside Wang Hu and left a note stating he was not in need of money at present, encouraging Wang Hu to use it to expand his business. Buzz. Leaving the fruit shop, Yi Ning's phone vibrated. It was a call from Zhou Xinran. Zhou Xinran, what is the matter? Yi Ning inquired that on the other end. Zhou Xinran's tone was urgent. Yi Ning, my grandfather drank a few glasses with an old friend last night, and this morning he woke up feeling stiff all over with severe chest pain. He is lying in bed and cannot move. You must come quickly. All right, I am on my way. Yi Ning furrowed his brows. He understood Zhou Lao's condition well. He should not have been drinking. although Yi Ning had saved him once in the hospital. Zhou Lao was elderly, and his body could not compare to that of the young. Recovering from a serious illness for only a couple of days before drinking was tantamount to courting disaster. Had it been anyone else, Yi Ning might have been unable to resist scolding them. But Zhou Lao had both given money and provided housing, and Zhou Exinran had helped him retaliate against Lin Ting and her mother. Therefore, upon hearing of Zhou Lao's predicament, Yi Ning quickly hailed a cab to rush over. At this moment, at the Zhou residence, 7 or 8 people were gathered around Zhou Lao's bed, arguing loudly. Yi Ning arrived promptly. The last time at the hospital, all the doctors had been at a loss, and it was Yi Ning who saved the grandfather. Zhou Exinran remarked, "Sister, that guy just got lucky. If he had truly cured grandfather, would grandfather still be lying there?" Zhou Donglai scoffed, still harboring resentment from the last time he was kicked several meters away by Yi Ning during their sparring. But grandfather had been drinking. Zhou Exinran countered, "He was fine when he wasn't drinking. To put it plainly, that young man's medical skills are lacking. That isn't Dr. Bai arriving soon. Let's wait a little longer." Zhou Donglai, with an expression of long-standing disdain for Yi Ning, turned to Zhou Xinran and asked, "Sister, you can't possibly have developed feelings for that insufferable brat, can you? What is he? Just a worthless nobody. What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhou Xinran's face flushed with embarrassment, ready to retort, but was stopped by her father. "Enough arguing." Zhou Xiong glared at the two of them in frustration, sternly admonishing, "At a time like this, you two siblings are still bickering. Do you think that will help your grandfather to rest a bit? Housekeeper, has Dr. Bai arrived yet?" Clearly, Zhou Xiong favored Dr. Bai, not out of disbelief in his daughter, but rather because he found Yi Ning to be utterly unreliable, that a young man who, by mere chance, saved his father once might just be a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Compared to such an obscure youth, Zhou Xiong placed greater trust in the renowned Dr. Bai. "I just spoke with Dr. Bai's assistant. He will be here in a few minutes." The housekeeper noted the somber expressions of the Zhou family, who were speaking in hushed tones, hardly daring to breathe. Moments later, a taxi pulled up at the Zhou residence. Yi Ning hurriedly got out, and upon entering, noticed a middle-aged man in a white coat accompanied by 2 assistants entering the house. Did old Zhou invite others to treat him as well? Yi Ning thought to himself, but did not dwell on it, following closely behind as he made his way to old Zhou's room. Inside, he found 7 or 8 people gathered, and aside from Zhou Xinran and Zhou Donglai, he recognized none of them. "Dr. Bai, you're here. Please come in." Zhou Xiong, visibly anxious, greeted the elder in the white coat, his earlier worries and tension evaporating significantly upon seeing him. "Please, come take a look. That my father's body is stiff, and he still cannot move." Dr. Bai, with a calm demeanor, nodded and approached the bed to examine old Zhou. Yi Ning. Zhou Xinran, upon spotting Yi Ning, felt a wave of relief wash over her. "You finally arrived, my grandfather. Understand the situation." Yi Ning interrupted Zhou Xinran, saying, "Having just recovered from a serious illness, the old gentleman's body is quite frail. Moreover, his bodily functions are not as robust as those of a younger person. The alcohol he consumed has led to a blockage in his blood vessels. It will require careful attention." These words, those around them were taken aback. How could this young man, without even a glance, ascertain why old Zhou couldn't move? "He's just talking nonsense, surely," Zhou Donglai muttered under his breath, "and no matter how skilled a doctor may be, they must observe and inquire. This guy hasn't even assessed the situation and dares to make such definitive claims." "Father, kick this kid out." Silence. Zhou Xiong frowned, rebuking his son. "Can't you see that Dr. Bai is examining your grandfather? Speak again, and I'll discipline you." I'll keep quiet, all right." Zhou Donglai immediately backed down, casting a fierce glare at Yi Ning, as if blaming him for the reprimand. Yi Ning, indifferent to him, remained quietly observant that if Dr. Bai could treat old Zhou, then he would step in as well. After all, Yi Ning had come to save lives, not to showcase his medical prowess. "What is the diagnosis, Dr. Bai?" As Dr. Bai straightened up, the Zhou family quickly surrounded him, eager for answers. Earlier, Dr. Bai had been focused on examining old Zhou's condition and had not heard Yi Ning's assessment. Clearing his throat, he stated, having just recovered from a serious illness, the old gentleman is quite frail, and indeed, his bodily functions are not as robust as those of a younger person, due to his alcohol consumption. He has suffered a blockage in his blood vessels. Treating this will be quite challenging, that I recommend transferring him to the hospital, where the facilities are more comprehensive. That a collective gasp escaped the Zhou family at this pronouncement. They turned to stare at Yi Ning, as if he were an alien, that he's just guessing, definitely guessing. Zhou Donglai insisted stubbornly, continuing to refute the situation. Besides, my sister mentioned during the call that grandfather had a few drinks. So it's not hard to deduce the cause of his ailment. That Wai Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, thinking that Zhou Donglai was truly underestimating him. Without hesitation, he retorted, if it were so easy to guess. Why didn't you figure it out earlier? Don't play the role of an armchair critic. If you're capable, why not treat old Zhou yourself? With that, Yi Ning produced a box of silver needles and offered them to Zhou Donglai. Chapter 14. Acupuncture. Zhou Donglai was instantly intimidated, that he had no medical knowledge whatsoever. How could he perform acupuncture? Nonsense. Dr. Bai furrowed his brows and remarked, the old gentleman's condition is severe. He requires blood transfusions at the hospital. How can a mere handful of silver needles suffice? Then let's not waste any time, that let's take old Zhou to the hospital. Zhou Xiong commanded, that I asked the head of the Zhou family. His word was law. And the family quickly prepared to transfer old Zhou to the hospital. That moment. Yi Ning frowned and cautioned, given the old gentleman's current state, he cannot withstand the journey. He might even encounter complications en route to the hospital. Is that so? Zhou Xiong asked, his brow furrowing. Dr. Bai, is that truly the case? Indeed, Dr. Bai could only sigh helplessly. The old gentleman's situation is dire. He may not last much longer, that if only you had taken him to the hospital sooner. There might have been a chance, but now it is too late. These words. The Zhou family members trembled in unison, that if Dr. Bai believed this, then old Zhou was truly. They dared not think further. Yi Ning, you must intervene and save my grandfather. Zhou Xinran suddenly clung to Yi Ning's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. You are our only hope. Please, I beg you to save my grandfather. Yes, I came here to save lives. Yi Ning replied, gazing into Zhou Xinran's tear-filled eyes, feeling a pang of sympathy. After all, she had helped him several times. He should extend his hand to save old Zhou. Young man, do you truly believe that a few silver needles can save the old gentleman? Dr. Bai barked angrily, accusing, the life of the Zhou patriarch hangs in the balance, and you dare to gamble with it for fame and profit. What difference is that from treating human life as mere fodder? Having practiced medicine for many years, Dr. Bai had never seen anyone pull someone back from the brink of death with just a few silver needles, especially a young man like Yi Ning, who appeared to be just in his 20s. Even if he had been learning medicine since birth, he would only have a couple of decades of experience by now. In 20 years, if he had studied Western medicine, he would have already qualified to practice with the aid of various instruments. However, traditional Chinese medicine was vastly broader. Unless Yi Ning had another 20 years, he could only achieve minimal proficiency. Thus, Dr. Bai concluded that Yi Ning was gambling with the old man's life for personal gain. This revelation left Zhou Xiong and the others momentarily stunned. They had indeed contemplated allowing Yi Ning to try. However, with Dr. Bai's stern admonition, they quickly dismissed that notion. Indeed, could they really pin their hopes on a mere 20-something to save old Zhou? As Zhou Xiong and the family hesitated, Yi Ning furrowed his brow. While it is true that a doctor should prioritize saving lives, it becomes difficult if the patient's family does not permit intervention. Dad, I trust Yi Ning, Zhou Xinran finally declared, biting her lip, that if Yi Ning cannot save grandfather, I am willing to bear all responsibility. Nonsense. Zhou Xiong glared fiercely at his daughter, hastily cutting her off. The Zhou family was large and prosperous. Aside from Zhou Xiong, old Zhou had two other sons. Zhou Xiong was the eldest, with a son and a daughter, Zhou Donglai and Zhou Xinran, respectively. that if Zhou Xinran rashly offered to take responsibility, and old Zhou suffered due to Yi Ning's misdiagnosis. Both the eldest and second sons might seize the opportunity to challenge Zhou Xiong's authority as expected. The moment Zhou Xinran finished speaking, Zhou Tian and Zhou Jun narrowed their eyes. Xinran, your filial intentions are commendable. However, given grandfather's critical condition, we truly lack alternatives. The two stood beside Zhou Xinran, slyly encouraging her. Xinran, grandfather has always cared for you the most. Enough, Yi Ning interjected sharply. There's little time left that if you continue to bicker. You might as well prepare for grandfather's funeral. Audacious, preposterous. As soon as Yi Ning's words fell, Zhou Xiong and the others shouted in unison, throw this troublemaking young man out. No. Zhou Xinran spread her arms to shield Yi Ning, summoning her courage that why Yi Ning is right. If we delay any longer, grandfather will be lost to us. Let him take action. If anything happens to grandfather, I will take full responsibility. Xinran. Zhou Xiong's body trembled with anger at his daughter's reckless decision to shoulder the responsibility. Then let Dr. Yi step in, Zhou Tian said in a sarcastic tone. Xinran, the old man did not spare any affection on you that I hope he can restore his health, and then you will have made a significant contribution. Zhou Jun's tone was laced with sarcasm. I only wish to save my grandfather. I do not ponder over much else. Zhou Xinran replied calmly. Seeing Zhou Xinran's unwavering trust in him, Yi Ning ceased his idle chatter and approached the bedside with silver needles in hand. Alas, Dr. Bai sighed. The youth is unaware of the gravity of life and death. Jesting with human lives, that it appears there are substantial issues within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine. Point two assistants stood silently behind Dr. Bai, fully aware that upon their return, the status of several esteemed traditional Chinese doctors within the medical association would likely diminish once more. Educated in Western medicine, Dr. Bai had long regarded traditional Chinese medicine as mere pretentiousness. Believing it should have been discarded long, Yi Ning, you must save my grandfather. Zhou Xinran clasped her hands together, closing her eyes in prayer. There is still time. Yi Ning approached the window, swiftly conducting another examination of old Zhou. Then retrieved 8 silver needles from his case, deftly holding them between his fingers. What nonsense, Dr. Bai exclaimed, his expression filled with a mixture of pity and disbelief. Even the old traditional doctors in the association apply needles one by one. Yet you are attempting to pierce with a handful. Do you wish to bring harm? Upon hearing this, the Zhou family members exchanged glances of concern, though some wore sly smiles, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The old man's favoritism towards Zhou Xinran was one matter, but the control of the Zhou group still rested with Zhou Xiong. They deemed the benefits enjoyed by the eldest branch excessive. And if something were to happen to the old man, they would seize the opportunity to strike and usurp power. Yet Yi Ning remained unfazed, seemingly deaf to Dr. Bai's words. With remarkable speed, he plunged the 8 silver needles into various acupoints on old Zhou's body, making the needles appear as exquisite artifacts in his skilled hands, mesmerizing all who beheld them. In mere seconds, the entire box of needles was embedded in old Zhou. This moment, everyone was left in stunned silence, with Dr. Bai being the most astonished, his mouth agape as he stammered. Such speed, every needle perfectly placed on the acupoint. How is this even possible? Chapter 15. Apology. After the needles were applied, Yi Ning began to channel the energy within his body. Once this energy flowed to his fingertips, he grasped the ends of the silver needles, shaking, rotating, and gently prodding them. With each of Yi Ning's movements, the acupoints began to expel dark, stagnant blood. The old man stirred. Under Yi Ning's acupuncture, the previously rigid old Zhou suddenly moved his fingers slightly. The Zhou family members, witnessing this miraculous moment, were collectively taken aback, their faces lighting up with joy, especially Zhou Xinran, who was on the verge of tears. As beads of joy rolled down her lovely cheeks, repeatedly expressing her gratitude to the heavens. Why do I resemble a deity? Yi Ning quipped, having removed the silver needles without anyone noticing that he approached Zhou Xinran with a playful tone. I have saved your grandfather, and instead of thanking me, you express gratitude to the divine. Surely you jest. Thank you, Zhou Xinran replied, her cheeks flushing as she uttered the words, Father, grandfather. Meanwhile, the Zhou family members rushed towards old Zhou, who had slowly opened his eyes, their voices filled with concern. Father, are you all right? Father, move your fingers to see if you still feel stiff. Grandfather, you have finally awakened. We were so worried. Father, how do you feel? Everyone rushed to express their concern, except for Zhou Xinran, who had previously been prepared to shoulder all responsibility. Did I feel much better? Old Zhou said weakly. Then noticing Dr. Bai by the window, he promptly expressed his gratitude. It was you, Dr. Bai, who saved me, right? I am eternally grateful, but alas, I presently lack the strength to rise. Please treat Dr. Bai well. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room fell into a heavy silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Could it be that grandfather is merely temporarily revived? Dr. Bai, please check on him, Zhou Donglai urged. Hearing this, the others' expressions grew serious. They needed to confirm that old Zhou was indeed fine. Lest it be a fleeting moment of clarity, that Dr. Bai nodded, and his two assistants presented instruments to conduct a full examination of old Zhou. That Dr. Bai's expression turned grave as he muttered, How can this be? How can this be? The efficacy of a few silver needles was astonishing, bordering on the miraculous. After more than 10 minutes, Dr. Bai's expression softened as he remarked, Old Zhou's health is stable. He merely requires a few days of rest before he can walk again. Is it truly so? Incredible, like a scene from a film. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would scarcely believe it. The Zhou family members were filled with awe, and old Zhou expressed his gratitude once more. Thank you, Dr. Bai, for saving my life. But old Zhou, it was not I who saved you, Dr. Bai replied, his face flushed with embarrassment, especially recalling the harsh words he had directed at Yi Ning just moments prior. It was only now that he realized how vast the world of medicine truly was. That if it was not you, then who? Old Zhou inquired, puzzled. It was Dr. who saved you, grandfather. At that moment, Zhou Xinran took Yi Ning's arm and led him to the bedside, joyfully exclaiming, Grandfather, you are well now, right? Yi Ning just wrote a prescription, and I have sent the steward to fetch the medicine. Old Zhou, Yi Ning nodded. For the next 10 days, refrain from alcohol and spicy foods. Move around more, and coupled with the prescription I provided, you shall surely feel revitalized within 10 days. So it is, Dr. Yi. Old Zhou's expression brightened, and he once again earnestly expressed his gratitude. Dr. Yi, you have saved my life once more. When I am able to rise, I shall personally express my thanks and offer a generous fee for your services. The fee old Zhou mentioned was not a trivial sum, but rather a substantial figure. And Dr. Bai, old Zhou continued, addressing Zhou Xiong, Dr. Bai's fee must also be presented in full. Yes, father, Zhou Xiong nodded, instructing his subordinates to prepare the payment. Although Dr. Bai did not save old Zhou, such a highly esteemed physician deserved respect from the Zhou family. Wealthy individuals may lack houses, money, or women, but they certainly lack health. It is prudent to cultivate relationships with renowned physicians, and a fee of 100,000 is but a drop in the bucket for the Zhou family. After some polite refusals, Dr. Bai ultimately accepted the fee. That he then approached Yi Ning, expressing his respect. I am curious as to who your esteemed master is, for you possess such extraordinary medical skill at such a young age. I am truly in a WAT this juncture. Maintaining his facade was futile to Dr. Bai. Seasoned and wise, quickly began to curry favor with Yi Ning, saying, If you do not mind, I would like to befriend you, and the Medical Association always welcomes your presence. My master has long departed from this world. Yi Ning recalled the words he received during his inheritance, pondering that perhaps a predecessor had sensed their time was short and chose him as their successor. He then added, As for joining the Medical Association, that is a matter for another time. What a pity it is to miss the opportunity to meet your esteemed master. It is indeed a great regret in life. Dr. Bai lamented. handing Yining a pure gold business card. Regardless of whether you join or not, the doors of our medical association will always be open for you. Furthermore, I have some standing in the medical community of Yun City. Should you require medicinal materials or resources in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. With such an overt display of respect, even a fool could discern Dr. Bai's esteem for Yining. Very well. Thank you, Dr. Bai. Yining accepted the card, as he indeed lacked resources and precious medicinal materials. You impudent boy, do not delay in apologizing to Dr. Yi. Zhou Xiong, filled with mixed emotions of joy and astonishment at Yining's prowess in reviving old Zhou, felt compelled to reprimand Zhou Donglai, slapping him on the head. Just now, you spoke arrogantly and offended Dr. Yi, that if you cannot earn his forgiveness, I shall punish you to kneel in the ancestral hall for a month. What? Zhou Donglai instantly wilted. However, seeing Yining bask in admiration, he realized he could no longer refuse to apologize and reluctantly approached Yining. Yining raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Awaiting Zhou Donglai's acknowledgement of his wrongs, that I was wrong, Zhou Donglai stammered, feeling the pressure of Yining's gaze. Yet before the presence of old Zhou and the Zhou family, he dared not retaliate, merely mumbling. Dr. Zhou, I was mistaken. Please forgive me, that it was my folly not to recognize your greatness. It is entirely my fault. Please do not hold this against me. Chapter 16. Yang Tenlong Zhou Donglai's face flushed with embarrassment as he begrudgingly lowered his head before Yining. Yining deliberately waved his hand, saying, Enough. I have no intention of stooping to your level. Zhou Donglai's anger intensified. Although Yining's words seemed to convey forgiveness, they also served to belittle him. However, the Zhou family regarded Yining as a treasure, venerating him to the point of almost worshipping him as a deity. Zhou Donglai dared not voice his displeasure and could only concede in defeat that if not for the magnanimity of the divine physician Yi, who chose not to hold you accountable, I would have ensured you spend a month kneeling in the ancestral hall, Zhou Xiong said solemnly. Zhou Donglai merely pursed his lips, refraining from further comment. Divine physician Yi, Mr. Zhou, I shall take my leave. Dr. Bai recognized that Yining was the focal point of the day. Having failed to cure the elder Zhou, he had nonetheless collected a hefty consultation fee. And it was time for him to leave gracefully, that I shall see you off. Zhou Xiong, as the head of the Zhou family, was far too astute to belittle Dr. Bai. He maintained a respectful tone, saying, I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Bai. Not at all, Dr. Bai chuckled, stroking his beard, clearly pleased, and no wonder the Zhou family is so formidable. This is the demeanor a family head should possess. Yining silently commended him, then remarked, It is about time. I must take my leave. No, Dr. Yi. Zhou Xiong quickly interjected, eager to retain Yining's presence, that I have arranged for a reservation at the Xinghao Hotel. Let us enjoy a few drinks together, and then I shall have the driver take you home. Having encountered such a miraculous healer as Yining, Zhou Xiong certainly would not allow him to depart without due attention. Indeed, let us share a meal before you go. Zhou Xinran enthusiastically invited, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness as she gazed at Yining, seemingly eager for him to stay. Very well. Yining, not particularly adept at declining friendly overtures, nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Dr. Bai was preparing to return home when he received a phone call from Yang Tianlong. Dr. Bai, where are you? Yang Tianlong's voice was urgent on the other end, that MY's son is gravely ill, and the hospital's doctors are at a loss. This time, we must rely on you, Mr. Yang. What ails your son? Dr. Bai was taken aback by Yang Tianlong's urgency. That it was worth noting that Yang Tianlong was a powerful figure, worth billions. Aside from the Zhou, Wang, and Chen families, no one in Yun City could rival the Yang family. The severity of his son's condition must be dire indeed, that MY's son has contracted an illness. Yang Tianlong took a deep breath and continued, It's difficult to explain over the phone. I shall send someone to bring you here to no need. I am already en route, Dr. Bai replied respectfully. Which hospital is your son in? I will head over immediately, City First Hospital. All right, I will make my way there. After hanging up, Dr. Bai spoke with gravity to City First Hospital. Half an hour later, Dr. Bai, accompanied by his assistant, arrived at City First Hospital. As the vice president of the Yun City Medical Association, Dr. Bai held a significant position in the medical community. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of numerous doctors. Even the hospital's director hurriedly rose to greet him. Dr. Bai has arrived. This is splendid. Quickly, Dr. Bai is a renowned physician in our city. Observing him treat patients will surely be beneficial. Oh, is that not Dr. Bai? Which prominent figure is hospitalized that necessitates his presence? Let us go see. As Dr. Bai entered the patient wing, he overheard the chatter of curious doctors, but he had become accustomed to such attention and paid it no mind. Minutes later, he reached the high-end ward where Yang Fan was located. Dr. Bai, you have finally arrived. Come quickly and see my son. Yang Tianlong rushed forward, his demeanor urgent to Dr. Bai. My son has been careless in his personal life, leading to several illnesses. Please examine him at once. Dr. Bai merely nodded slightly. It was common for rich second-generation individuals to indulge in nightlife and accumulate various maladies. However, upon seeing Yang Fan's condition, he was taken aback. Yang Fan lay on the bed, pale and emaciated. His skin marred with red rashes, some of which had even begun to ulcerate. How could it have escalated to this severity? How long has he been ill? Dr. Bai exclaimed in shock. Since yesterday, he felt unwell and went to the hospital for a checkup. And within just a day, it has worsened to this extent. Yang Tianlong lamented that a day. Dr. Bai was momentarily stunned, instinctively saying, "Impossible! Quickly, show me the examination report." Minutes later, Dr. Bai examined the report's details and was astonished. How can this be? No virus, no matter how virulent, could wreak such havoc in a single day. Mr. Yang, I fear I may be of no assistance in this case. At this point, Yang Fan was in a state of near death. Dr. Bai, is there truly no way? Yang Tianlong was distraught. He had only this one son. To Dr. Bai, you are a titan in the medical field. Alas, to save him, one would need Hua Tuo to be alive. Wait, Hua Tuo? Dr. Bai suddenly recalled Yi Ning, whose miraculous acupuncture had saved Elder Zhou. Surely he could save Yang Fan as well. Smacking his forehead, he said, Mr. Yang, there may be a solution. I encountered a divine physician today who personally revived Elder Zhou from critical condition. He then recounted the events briefly, adding, this divine physician's surname is Yi, and he is called Yi Ning. Yi Ning. At that moment, a woman by the window suddenly gasped, asking, is it truly Yi Ning? Young lady, do you know the divine physician Yi? Dr. Bai inquired, looking at Lin Ting with excitement, that if you know him, that would be splendid. You can go invite him to treat young Master Yang. Lin Ting bit her lip, remaining silent. They indeed knew Yi Ning. Not only that, but she and Yang Fan had conspired to betray him, swindling him out of tens of thousands in betrothal gifts and even hiring someone to beat him up. Moreover, Yang Fan had informed the hospital that Yi Ning was not to be employed anywhere. They had essentially driven him to the brink. As Lin Ting recalled Yi Ning's mention of Yang Fan as frequent nightclub visits, leading to his contraction of various unsavory ailments, she couldn't help but feel a chill. Could it be that Yi Ning's medical skills were genuinely that remarkable? Regardless, they needed to seek Yi Ning's assistance. Upon hearing that Lin Ting knew Yi Ning, Yang Tianlong quickly said, in that case, you should accompany me to invite Yi Ning, that if he can cure my son, I will pay any consultation fee he desires. Chapter 17. Seeking a physician at the Xinghao Hotel. After a satisfying meal, Yi Ning politely declined Zhou Xiong's South offer to drive him home, opting instead to take a taxi back to Xinjing Longyuan. Buzzing dead on the way, Yi Ning's phone rang. It was Lin Ting calling. What does this woman want? Yi Ning frowned and hung up without a second thought. Less than 5 seconds later, Lin Ting called again, and Yi Ning continued to ignore her. After hanging up, he decisively added Lin Ting's number to his blacklist. He had no desire to deal with such a woman any longer. That is he not answering? Yang Tianlong asked, frowning, that he had never liked Lin Ting, and even suspected that she was the source of his son's illness. However, since Lin Ting had been caring for Yang Fan during his illness, Yang Tianlong had chosen to ignore her. Now, upon learning that Lin Ting knew Yi Ning, he had softened his attitude a bit, but seeing that the call was unanswered, his expression darkened. Perhaps the divine physician is resting. Haha, let us go find him at Xinjing Longyuan. I know where he resides, Lin Ting suggested. All right, let us head to Xinjing Longyuan, Yang Tianlong commanded, and the driver promptly accelerated. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Xinjing Longyuan. As they reached the entrance, they spotted Yi Ning stepping out of a taxi. Uncle Yang, that's him, Lin Ting exclaimed, her keen eyes spotting Yi Ning immediately. Yang Tianlong raised an eyebrow, pondering how someone so young, barely in his 20s, could possibly be a divine physician. Yet he trusted that Lin Ting would not deceive him, so he nodded and said, "Let us go invite the divine physician." As they approached, Yi Ning frowned, saying, "You again? What do you want this time? Haven't you had enough of a slap last time?" No, Lin Ting awkwardly smiled, stepping closer to Yi Ning and lowering her voice, "that I have come to present you with a lucrative opportunity. If you can heal Yang Fan, I assure you there will be ample rewards." Yang Fan? Yi Ning scoffed. "The last time I used my energy on him, I merely wished for him to meet his end sooner. And now you come to plead for his salvation. How absurd. When you harmed me back then, did you ever expect that there would come a day when you would seek my help?" At this moment, Yi Ning felt an immense satisfaction in his heart. He cast a cold glance at Lin Ting and said, "I apologize, but I am merely an intern dismissed by the hospital. I cannot save the eldest son of the Yang family." With that, Yi Ning turned and walked away. "What is happening?" Yang Tianlong's gaze darkened as he muttered, "Isn't he Yi Ning, the miraculous doctor mentioned by Dr. Bai? Is it truly him?" "It is him." Lin Ting bit her lip and replied, "However, Yang Fan has a grudge against him and even hired someone to beat him up, which is why he is unwilling to treat Yang Fan. This scoundrel." Yang Tianlong could not help but curse. He was well aware of Yang Fan's character, so he hurriedly approached and said politely, "Dr. Yi, you must save Yang Fan. Name your price. I will pay whatever it takes as long as you can save him." With a wave of his hand, two of his subordinates stepped forward, carrying a suitcase and opening it. Inside were stacks of crimson 100 yuan notes, amounting to at least 2 million. "This is merely a deposit. I will pay you more if you can save my son." Yang Tianlong patted the money in the suitcase and added, "I will give you 10 times more. 20 million. How does that sound?" 20 million. Lin Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt an overwhelming resentment. How could this good-for-nothing have a chance at success? It is impossible. There must be some mistake. 20 million. Yi Ning scoffed coldly, saying, "Let me make it clear. Even if you placed 2 billion here, I would not save Yang Fan. You may inquire with this woman about our grievances." After saying this, Yi Ning showed no further interest in them and turned to head home. What on earth is going on? Yang Tianlong realized that the animosity between Yang Fan and Yi Ning was not as simple as a mere fight, but he fixed his piercing gaze on Lin Ting and threatened, "If you do not clarify everything, you will regret ever coming into this world. I will tell you everything." Lin Ting immediately caved, knowing that a figure like Yang Tianlong could easily destroy her. Under his coercion, she recounted every detail of the events, explaining how she had deceived Yi Ning regarding the betrothal gifts and how she and Yang Fan had cornered him, leaving him with no way out. "You vile woman, it turns out it was all because of you that Dr. Yi refused to treat my son." After hearing Lin Ting's account, Yang Tianlong slapped her fiercely across the face. Having risen from humble beginnings, he had practiced martial arts in his youth, and even now, he retained the habits of a fighter. With that furious slap, Lin Ting spun half a circle and stumbled to the ground, spitting out 3 bloodied teeth. "I didn't mean to. Uncle Yang, please spare me. I will definitely plead with Yi Ning to help Yang Fan." Although Lin Ting had been slapped, she felt no hatred towards Yang Tianlong. Instead, she quickly knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for a chance. "Spare you? Bring it on. Beat her until she is incapacitated, and then I will personally plead with Dr. Yi." Yang Tianlong understood that the animosity between Lin Ting Yang Fan, and Yi Ning ran deep, that if he wanted Yi Ning to intervene and save Yang Fan, he needed to let Yi Ning vent his grievances. Naturally, he could not sacrifice his son to appease Yi Ning. So with a single command, several subordinates surrounded Lin Ting and began to unleash their fury. "Uncle Yang, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I beg you. I will ensure Yi Ning agrees to help." Initially, Lin Ting attempted to negotiate, but within half a minute, her cries turned to screams. Yang Tianlong's subordinates were all skilled fighters and struck with great force. After thoroughly beating Lin Ting until she was bloodied, Yang Tianlong finally spoke. "That should suffice. Time is of the essence. We must go plead with Dr. Yi to save my son." With that, Yang Tianlong made his way to Yi Ning's residence, having observed his movements earlier. Ding dong. Hearing the doorbell, Yi Ning frowned, knowing that Yang Tianlong and his associates were still persistent. Angrily, he opened the door and said, "I told you, I will not save your son. It's all a misunderstanding." "Dr. Yi," Yang Tianlong forced a smile. "The entire situation arose because of this woman that I have already punished her. If you are unsatisfied, I can eliminate her or even make her disappear from this world." After speaking, Yang Tianlong pointed at Lin Ting, who was bloodied and being held by two of his subordinates. Chapter 18. Coercion and temptation. Lin Ting was unconscious, her body limp as she was held up, her face unrecognizable. "Dr. Yi, I have interrogated her thoroughly." Yang Tianlong produced a bank card, saying, "The root of all this trouble lies with this wretched woman. My son was led astray by her, which is why he is enmity with you. Now that I have punished her, if you are willing to save my son, the 50 million on this card is yours." Yi Ning coldly scoffed once more, stating, "I have said it before, even if you place 2 billion here, I would not save Yang Fan you." This time, Yang Tianlong was utterly enraged that he was a prominent figure, and being rejected twice by a mere youth was intolerable. Moreover, he had offered sincere compensation both times, only to be met with disdain by this young man named Yi Ning. In an instant, Yang Tianlong's expression darkened ominously. "Since you refuse my goodwill, do not blame me for resorting to violence. Today, whether you want it or not, you will save my son." Before he could finish, two burly men behind him lunged forward. One aimed a powerful punch at Yi Ning's nose while the other blocked his escape route. Both bodyguards were trained fighters, their strikes swift and fierce. The nose is one of the most vulnerable parts of the body. A direct hit could incapacitate anyone. Seeking death, angered by their aggression, Yi Ning did not dodge or evade. Instead, he countered with a punch. Bang! With a resounding clash, Yang Tianlong barely registered what had happened before one of his bodyguards let out a scream, crumbling to the ground while clutching his mangled hand. Fingers twisted grotesquely, exposing bone. The other bodyguard was similarly affected, bent over, grasping his wrist with his left hand, drenched in sweat from the pain, his right hand bleeding and contorted at an odd angle. In an instant, Yang Tianlong was stunned. He had never anticipated that Yi Ning's skills were so formidable. Resorting to violence, Yi Ning coldly fixed his gaze on Yang Tianlong, saying, "With these two worthless thugs you brought, you dare challenge me? Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant." With that, Yi Ning swiftly lunged forward, gripping Yang Tianlong's throat to Dr. Yi. "It's all a misunderstanding. I only want you to save my son." Yang Tianlong, unable to breathe, turned a deep shade of purple as he struggled, pleading, "Spare me this once. I promise. I will not bother you again. Get lost, and take your filthy money with you." Yi Ning finally released him, hurling Yang Tianlong's hefty form to the ground like a sack. "Leave." Yang Tianlong struggled to rise, his eyes flashing with malice. The bodyguards dared not linger, abandoning Lin Ting at Yi Ning's doorstep as they fled in haste. Yi Ning gazed at Lin Ting on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly, preparing to call Yang Tianlong back. "Xiao Ning, please save her." Zheng Huilan suddenly interjected, "I know you are kind-hearted, although Lin Ting has wronged us. She has also paid a heavy price. Let it end here. She won't die." After a moment's hesitation, Yining knelt down and gently tapped several points on Lin Ting's body, channeling his energy that don't hit me. Please. Lin Ting awoke with a start, screaming, Uncle Yang, I know I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Upon realizing that Yang Tianlong and his men had departed, she found only Yi Ning and Zheng Huilan before her. You reawake. You can leave now, Yi Ning said coolly to Yi Ning. Lin Ting looked at him, her eyes suddenly filled with venomous hatred. Through gritted teeth, she spat, Everything is because of you. If it weren't for your provocation, Yang Tianlong wouldn't have struck me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation. Hearing her words, Yi Ning chuckled that it was astonishing to encounter someone like Lin Ting, who could so thoroughly distort reality. He had once harbored feelings for her. Yi Ning, I am giving you one last chance. Will you save Yang Fan or not? Lin Ting did not dare provoke Yang Tianlong, but felt emboldened to confront Yi Ning. She clenched her teeth and warned, Do not think that because you have allied with the Zhou family, you can act as you please, that if you refuse to save Yang Fan, Yang Tianlong will surely kill you. He will. How interesting. Yi Ning fixed his gaze on Lin Ting, smiling. Even Yang Tianlong has to concede to me, yet you still dare to shout and berate me. Do you believe it? I can render you incapable of speech forever. At that moment, a murderous glint flickered in Yi Ning's eyes that he had spared Lin Ting more than once. Yet this woman, with her pig-headedness, continued to treat him as a soft target. Should she persist in her blatant lack of respect? Yi Ning would not hesitate to teach her a lesson. You, who do you think you are fooling? Lin Ting trembled at Yi Ning's gaze, but still feigned bravado, declaring, Just wait, Yang Tianlong will make you regret this. With that, Lin Ting swiftly fled. As for Yang Tianlong, upon returning to the hospital, he observed the readings on the ECG monitor dwindling. His heart twisted in anguish. Yang Fan was his only son. After a moment's contemplation, Yang Tianlong picked up his phone and dialed Dr. Bai. Head of the Yang family, have you managed to see Dr. Yi? There's been a complication. Yang Tianlong's countenance darkened as he inquired, Dr. Bai, are you certain that Yi Ning personally cured old Zhou? Absolutely, Dr. Bai affirmed earnestly. At that moment, old Zhou's condition was dire, and even I was at my wit's end. Yet Dr. Yi, with just a set of silver needles, pulled him back from the brink of death. His miraculous skills leave me in awe. I understand, thank you, Dr. Bai. Yang Tianlong hung up, his expression grim as he fixed his gaze on the ECG monitor, then glanced at the barely breathing Yang Fan. Suddenly, he vowed fiercely, Fanner, rest assured, if that Yi Ning fails to save you, I will ensure he accompanies you to the grave. Subsequently, Yang Tianlong picked up his phone once more, dialing another number. Master Chen, I need you to do me a favor. Money is no object, but the other party possesses considerable strength. My bodyguard was defeated after just one exchange. Understood. Once the task is completed, I will transfer 20 million to you. He then dialed yet another number. Oh, you have connections, right? I need a handgun and gather a few desperados. I assure you money will not be an issue. After the job is done, 20 million will be wired directly to your account. Chapter 19. The night grew darker. Yi Ning lay quietly in bed when suddenly his phone rang again. It was a call from Yang Tianlong. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Ning hung up. Shortly after, he received a message from Yang Tianlong. I'm at the old park east of Xinjiang Longyuan. If you don't come out, be prepared to call the fire department. Boom. Upon reading this message, Yi Ning's brows furrowed sharply, and a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Yang Tianlong was threatening him. If he refused to meet, he would set fire to Yi Ning's home. Very well, let us see who meets their demise first. Yi Ning gritted his teeth, resolved not to retreat any longer. Stepping out of his bedroom, he paused at his mother's door and gently knocked twice. A few seconds later, Zheng Huilan opened the door. Why aren't you asleep? I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd take a stroll around the community's fitness plaza. If you're tired, you don't have to wait up for me, Mom. Yi Ning replied that he knew his mother was a light sleeper, and if he left directly, it would surely wake her. Thus, he concocted an excuse to avoid causing her worry. Indeed, Zheng Huilan smiled kindly and said, "If you want to go out, then go ahead, that you're grown up now. Do you still need to report such things to me?" Chuckling, Yining replied, "I'll just grab an apple. I am off now." With that, he went to the kitchen, took an apple, and stealthily concealed a fruit knife in his sleeve before biting into the apple and stepping outside. Zheng Huilan, not thinking much of it, yawned and returned to her room. Minutes later, Yining arrived at the old park. The park was quite dilapidated. In the mornings, elderly folks would come to exercise, but by night, it was desolate, devoid of any presence. "Dr. Yi," suddenly, a sinister voice echoed from behind him. "You dare come here alone after offending me during the day? You truly have guts." No sooner had the words left his lips than Yang Tunlong emerged slowly from behind a large tree. Following him was a group of over 10 individuals, half clad in black suits. Yang Tianlong's bodyguards, while the other half donned white martial arts uniforms, likely hired help. However, Yi Ning felt no fear. He was confident in his abilities. Yang Tianlong at why Yi Ning turned, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Yang Tianlong. "I have spared you once. Do not test my patience. Who is the one lacking in judgment?" Yang Tianlong snorted coldly. "Master Chen, this man is yours. Just don't kill him. A serious injury will suffice. Understood?" The elder referred to as Master Chen nodded slightly and stepped forward. That he appeared to be around 50, with merely a hint of gray in his hair. Tall and robust, his expression fierce, eyes sharp as a hawk's. Upon approaching, Master Chen did not rush to engage, but instead regarded Yi Ning with disdain, stating, "Just a mere boy. Likely hasn't he even cultivated his internal strength. Jiadi, take care of this kid." Jiadi, the senior disciple of the Shifang boxing gym, had trained under Master Chen for 13 years and had made some progress in his martial arts, possessing internal strength. "Yes, master." As soon as the words left his mouth, a burly young man, standing at about 1.7 meters, stepped forward. With a disdainful glance at Yi Ning, he wasted no time and lunged at him. "Ha!" Jiadi roared, his momentum akin to a descending tiger, surging towards Yi Ning. Gritting his teeth, Yi Ning, at the very moment Jiadi charged, executed a high kick, bringing it down like a battle axe, bang, with a resounding crash. Everyone watched as Yi Ning's foot struck Jiadi's head. The latter did not have time to scream before crashing to the ground like a fallen onion, his face smashing into the earth with such force that several red bricks shattered. Jiadi, witnessing his prized disciple fall victim to a single blow, Master Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Is that all you've got?" Having struck successfully, Yi Ning's fighting spirit surged even more as he locked eyes with Master Chen and said, "If you're unconvinced, come up and enlighten me. You young man, you are truly ignorant of your limitations." Master Chen felt provoked, failing to recognize that he had come to seek trouble with Yi Ning. Clenching his fists, the joints popped like sizzling beans as he summoned his internal strength and charged forth. Bang, bang, bang. The two collided, and the sounds of their fierce exchange echoed in the night. Yang Tianlong and his men could only perceive the flurry of punches and kicks becoming increasingly rapid. Reaching a point where they could hardly follow to their astonishment, they wondered if this young man was truly that formidable. Would Master Chen be able to subdue him? Yang Tianlong felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist, which brought him a measure of comfort. Bang! Just as Yang Tianlong grasped his gun, another loud crash resounded. Then they witnessed Master Chen being forced to retreat repeatedly, stumbling back 10 paces until his back collided with a large tree, finally stabilizing himself. As soon as he regained his composure, Master Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master! Master!" The disciples of the Shifang boxing gym rushed to support him. Concern etched on their faces. "I concede." Master Chen sighed, his pallor evident as he remarked, "I did not expect you to have achieved such mastery at such a young age. You are indeed a prodigious talent. I concede without regret. Young family head this time. I am powerless. You will need to seek a more formidable opponent." With that, Master Chen, accompanied by his disciples, Left dejectedly, Wai Ning seized the opportunity to catch his breath. Quickly restoring his composure, and fixed his gaze on Yang Tianlong. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Show them to me. Yang Tianlong laughed heartily. You are truly a young bull who fears no tigers. Yi Ning, do you truly believe that your strength makes you invincible? No matter how skilled you are, can you outrun a bullet? With that, a black muzzle was leveled at Yi Ning's head, a gun. Yi Ning's brow furrowed deeply at the sight of it. He realized he had underestimated Yang Tianlong. No matter how powerful he was not at a level where he could withstand bullets. I've seen plenty of fighters like you, but few have met with a good end point one day. You might just find yourself on the street, shot dead by someone. Furthermore, no matter how skilled you are, you're merely one person. With a single word, I can summon a legion of allies. Killing you would be easy, and your mother too. Yi Ning, if you were wise, you know what to do now, Yang Tianlong declared, pointing the gun at Yi Ning's head, his tone menacing and triumphant. Had he not considered the fact that Yi Ning still needed to save Yang Fan, he would have already pulled the trigger. Chapter 20. Self-inflicted. Confronted by the dark muzzle of the gun, Yi Ning's gaze grew increasingly frigid. This moment, Yang Tianlong had developed a murderous intent toward Yi Ning. Likewise, Yi Ning had no intention of allowing Yang Tianlong to live. Let the best man win an instant. The spiritual energy within Yi Ning surged violently as he intently focused on Yang Tianlong's hand. Should Yang Tianlong show any intent to fire, Yi Ning would react swiftly and evade. With his current prowess, Yi Ning was well aware that his speed could not surpass that of a bullet. However, all he needed was to be faster than Yang Tianlong in pulling the trigger. In an instant, the atmosphere reached a tense stalemate. Silence? Yang Tianlong let out a cold chuckle and said, "Then allow me to give you a shot first. Let's see if you still have the courage." With that, Yang Tianlong's index finger pressed down on the trigger, ready to fire. Stop. At that moment, a stern voice rang out, followed by the rapid sound of footsteps as dozens of armed bodyguards in black rushed in from all directions. Subsequently, a middle-aged man, approximately 6 feet tall, with a grim expression, approached Yang Tianlong. Zhou Zong. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Yang Tianlong's brow furrowed immediately. The newcomer was Zhou Xiong de Wai Ning. Simultaneously, a stunning young girl burst forth from behind Zhou Xiong, swiftly rushing to Yi Ning's side, exclaiming in a delicate voice, "You dare to touch him? Our Zhou family will not let you off." It was Zhou Xinran. Upon witnessing the involvement of the Zhou family, Yang Tianlong's momentum instantly waned. He realized that he could not harm Yi Ning today. Wai Ning, equally bewildered, asked, "How did you know I was here?" "It's Dr. Bai." Zhou Xinran grasped Yi Ning's arm and shot a fierce glare at Yang Tianlong. Once Yang Tianlong lowered his gun, Zhou Xinran began to explain. Yang Tianlong called Dr. Bai to confirm whether you possess exceptional medical skills. After hanging up, Dr. Bai sensed that Yang Tianlong's tone was ominous and could pose a threat to you. So he called my father, and we rushed over as quickly as we could. Thankfully, we made it in time. Zhou Xinran spoke, still trembling with fear, as she patted her chest, clearly terrified that if she had arrived even a moment later, Yi Ning might have fallen victim to Yang Tianlong's malice. So that's how it is. Yi Ning nodded, expressing his gratitude to Zhou Xinran, and then solemnly said, "Thank you, Zhou Zong." Zhou Xiong hurriedly replied, "Dr. Yi has saved our old master twice. I am merely repaying a small favor, so please do not take it to heart." After saying this, his expression darkened abruptly as he coldly fixed his gaze on Yang Tianlong, stating, "Yang, you are aware that Dr. Yi has saved our old master. Yet you still dare to trouble him? I see that the Yang family no longer wishes to remain in Yun City." Zhou Zong. Yang Tianlong hastily put away his gun, feeling trapped, and stammered, "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. I merely wanted to invite Dr. Yi to treat someone to ask that how you extend an invitation." Before Yang Tianlong could finish, Zhou Xiong bellowed, "Then how should I invite the head of the Yang family for tea?" Before he could finish speaking, the dozens of bodyguards Zhou Xiong had brought drew their guns simultaneously, aiming the ominous barrels at Yang Tianlong's head. "Zhou Zong, please no." Yang Tianlong cried out, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if he were a plucked string instrument. And with a thud, he fell to his knees. The dozen or so underlings behind him also dropped their blades, kneeling alongside him. There was no other choice. Anyone facing the barrels of dozens of guns would immediately feel their legs weaken and beg for mercy. "Zhou Zong, please do not be angry. I realize my mistake." Yang Tianlong's mind raced as he contemplated a way to survive. I am willing to compensate Dr. Yi 200 million, and I will also offer you 200 million. "Zhou Zong, please spare me. I merely intended to frighten Dr. Yi into saving my son. I had no intention of harming him. I beg you for mercy, frighten." Zhou Xinran interjected, her delicate face clouded with frost. "Then should my father's subordinates frighten you as well? Do you think they dare to pull the trigger?" This, Yang Tianlong found himself at a loss for words that if he claimed they wouldn't dare. Zhou Xinran would order them to shoot, that if he claimed they would. Then his earlier assertion about scaring Yi Ning would be utterly untenable. "If it were up to me, you should be rewarded with a bullet." Zhou Xinran huffed lightly, then turned her head, adopting a tone akin to a young wife as she asked Yi Ning, "What do you think we should do with him?" "I'll follow your lead." Hearing this, Yang Tianlong's body trembled violently once more, filled with dread. Just moments ago, he had threatened Yi Ning with a gun, and now the tables had turned. Yi Ning would certainly not show him mercy. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiong observed the close bond between his daughter and Yi Ning. Though he said nothing, he couldn't help but frown that he did not share the elder's sentiments and felt that Zhou Xinran was not well matched with Yi Ning. On the contrary, Zhou Xiong believed that Yi Ning was unworthy of his daughter. Despite his exceptional medical skills, he was merely a doctor reliant on the Zhou family. Zhou Xiong respected Yi Ning, not only out of gratitude for saving the old master, but also because Yi Ning possessed notable abilities. Yet he was still just somewhat capable. After all, tonight he would still need the Zhou family's assistance to escape Yang Tianlong's clutches. Wouldn't he? "Yi Ning, how do you plan to deal with him?" Zhou Xinran inquired again. "That I want him to know that he cannot kill me," Yi Ning replied. "What?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Yi Ning's meaning. "I know that with the Zhou family backing me today, you will feel discontented and will likely seek revenge in the future, right?" Yi Ning withdrew his arm from Zhou Xinran's grasp, pointed at Yang Tianlong's gun, and coldly stated, "Pick up your gun and shoot me in the head. Let us see who will perish." "What?" At these words, everyone stood in stunned silence. Was he joking? "No, Yi Ning. Are you crazy?" Zhou Xinran shouted in protest, believing Yi Ning was toying with his life. Zhou Xiong also frowned, finding Yi Ning's audacity to be reckless. Even now, he still sought to put on a show that "I am not joking." That why Yi Ning looked at Zhou Xinran, then at Zhou Xiong, enunciating each word. "This is my grievance with the Yang family. Xinran, Zhou Zong, please do not interfere." But Zhou Xinran attempted to argue, yet Yi Ning had already begun to stride toward Yang Tianlong. "Dad, what should we do?" Zhou Xinran was on the verge of tears. "That let's observe for now," Zhou Xiong replied, his tone growing impatient. He had specifically come to protect Yi Ning, only for this young man to be so ungrateful. Surely they could not approach him to eliminate Yang Tianlong after he had stated that he did not want the Zhou family's involvement. That would be too degrading. The more Zhou Xiong thought about it, the angrier he became, regretting coming at all. "Humph." Yang Tianlong chuckled coldly, then slowly rose, drawing his gun once more from his waist. "This is what you said. Our matters no longer allow others to interfere." As long as the Zhou family did not intervene, Yang Tianlong was confident he could eliminate Yi Ning. "Kid, this is your own doing." Chapter 21. Yi Ning understood that Yang Tianlong was trying to manipulate him. However, he was entirely confident in his ability to evade the attack and did not care for his schemes, stating coolly, "Indeed, this is my grievance with the Yang family, and I will not permit others to intervene." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianlong felt an overwhelming rush of joy, then shouted, "Zhou Zong, did you hear that?" "I heard. Zhou Xiong replied tersely, his displeasure evident in his tone. Dad, Yang Tianlong is doing this on purpose. Don't fall for it. Silence. Zhou Xiong shot a glare at his daughter, saying, he has emphasized it repeatedly. Are we to still go and ingratiate ourselves? We merely need to watch now. Unless Yi Ning begs me. Zhou Xinran pouted, no longer daring to speak. Kid, it's not too late to surrender. At this moment, Yang Tianlong had already aimed his gun at Yi Ning once more, a forced smile on his face as he said, or if you are willing to save my son, I will still offer you the earlier mentioned sum. Fire. Yi Ning interrupted sharply, cutting Yang Tianlong off, looking for death. At that instant, Yang Tianlong could no longer contain the fury within him. After all, he was a formidable figure, humiliated multiple times publicly by this young man. Had it not been for Zhou Xiong's presence, and considering that Yi Ning could still save his son, Yang Tianlong would have pulled the trigger long ago. At this moment, Yang Tianlong realized that Yi Ning was an obstinate fool who neither understood the situation nor would lift a finger to save his son. With matters having escalated to this point, Yang Tianlong decided to show no mercy, aiming the gun directly at Yi Ning's head, and with a decisive pull of the trigger, he fired. Bang! The bullet shot forth. However, just before the bullet was released, Yi Ning had already made his move. To be precise, the moment Yang Tianlong's finger was about to pull the trigger, Yi Ning had swiftly charged forward. Everyone merely caught a glimpse of a blur before the sound of the gunshot shattered the silence. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously with the gunfire, a brilliant flash of a blade cut through the night. The next second, Yang Tianlong was crouched on the ground, clutching his bleeding severed wrist, howling in agony, while his hand that had held the gun had been cleaved off by Yi Ning with a fruit knife. No one had seen clearly how it had transpired. Everything unfolded in the blink of an eye. Ah! Yang Tianlong clutched his severed wrist, howling in a frenzy as blood gushed forth, instantly staining the ground a deep crimson. How could it be possible? He had avoided the bullets. Beside him, Zhou Xiong stood in stunned silence. Initially, he had thought Yi Ning was merely putting on a show, trying to act tough, that he never anticipated that Yi Ning could actually dodge bullets and execute a counterattack. How could this be? Am I seeing things? Zhou Xinran was equally dumbfounded, her astonishment at Yi Ning's astonishing skills causing her to completely overlook the gruesome scene involving Yang Tianlong. You have lost, Yi Ning declared, determined not to let Yang Tianlong escape, for just moments ago, Yang had truly intended to kill him. Upon uttering those 3 words, Yi Ning's fruit knife was already poised against Yang Tianlong's neck. Please don't kill me. I can give you all the money I have, just as long as you. Before Yang could finish, Yi Ning's knife had already sliced through his carotid artery. Yang's eyes widened in horror as he pressed his palm against his neck. But it was all in vain. Blood flowed ceaselessly through his fingers, and within mere minutes, he was dead, his eyes wide open. His bodyguards knelt in terror, paralyzed by Yi Ning's overwhelming prowess, too intimidated to resist. Zhou Xiong was also taken aback. At that moment, he realized he had underestimated Yi Ning, that he had thought of him merely as a youth skilled in medicine, unaware that he was also a decisive martial arts master. Dr. Yi, Zhou Xiong said with newfound respect, how do you plan to deal with Yang Tianlong's subordinates? If you don't mind, I can assist you. Let them go, Yi Ning replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. He couldn't be bothered to hold these individuals accountable. They were not members of the Yang family, merely hired hands who wouldn't seek revenge for Yang Tianlong. Thus, he felt no need to make things difficult for these minor players. However, before releasing them, he added, take Yang Tianlong's body away. Yes, yes. The bodyguards, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly lifted Yang's corpse and fled in terror. Once they had departed, Yi Ning addressed Zhou Xiong and Zhou Xinran once more. Thank you both for your help today. Now that the matter has been resolved, you should return home. Although Yi Ning's life had not been in jeopardy that day, he would always remember that Zhou Xiong and Zhou Xinran had come rushing over for their own safety. It was a trivial matter, but I didn't expect Dr. Yi to be a martial arts master. I was overly concerned, Zhou Xiong said with a hint of guilt that in the end, I didn't really help at all. Since that's the case, Dr. Yi, we shall take our leave. After saying this, he glanced at his trembling daughter, his brow furrowing in concern. The image of Yi Ning killing Yang Tanlong with a fruit knife was too brutal. Zhou Xinran was now hiding behind her father, having lost all her earlier bravado. The Yi Ning called out gently, "Xinran?" At the sound of his voice, Zhou Xinran jumped, instinctively grasping her father's arm, unable to meet Yi Ning's gaze. This was a perfectly natural response. Any ordinary person would instinctively shy away after witnessing such a horrific act. Please do not take offense. Dr. Y's daughter has never even seen a chicken being killed. Zhou Xiong hurriedly explained. She was simply caught off guard by the scene. That I understand, Yi Ning replied, feeling a pang of guilt. Seizing the moment when Zhou Xinran was distracted, he swiftly struck with his finger. Crack! The next second, Zhou Xinran collapsed in her father's embrace. Dr. Yi, what are you doing? Zhou Xiong exclaimed. She was in shock. If I hadn't put her out, she would likely have nightmares all night. That was careless of me. I shouldn't have killed in front of Xinran, Yi Ning admitted. Now let me provide you with a prescription. Have a servant brew a bowl of medicine for her to drink. It will help her find peace. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Zhou Xiong nodded, expressing his gratitude once more before departing the old park with his daughter and subordinates. Chapter 22. A serendipitous encounter with the campus belle the following day. As dawn broke on the horizon, Yi Ning awoke with a start. Sitting cross-legged, he exhaled a long, white mist as his eyes opened. With the release of the mist, the brilliance in his gaze intensified. The events of the previous night had underscored the significance of his own strength. Had Yang Tianlong not carried just one gun, but had armed each of his subordinates as well, Yi Ning doubted he would have made it back alive. Thus, he realized the necessity of continuous training and the pursuit of greater power. After a night of meditation, Yi Ning felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy. It's early. I might as well go for a morning run. Solely practicing my techniques won't allow me to break through my speed limits, he mused. During his evasion of the bullets, he had sensed that his body reacted a fraction slower than his consciousness. It was akin to someone tossing a coin at him. He knew precisely how to catch it, yet his body's reflexes lagged behind. Therefore, in addition to his nightly meditations, he needed to enhance his physical strength and explosive power. After donning a set of athletic attire, Yi Ning promptly set out. He did not venture far, opting to run laps around the dilapidated old park from the previous night, intending to purchase some soy milk and fried dough sticks to share with his mother afterward. Yi Ning, as he ran, a melodious voice called out from behind him. Yi Ning turned to see a slender beauty standing before him. Clad in athletic wear that, while not tight, perfectly showcased her figure. She sported a stylish ponytail due to her morning jog. Her fair, delicate skin and alluring form made her a striking sight. What's wrong? Don't recognize me. Du Ruo smiled at Yi Ning. Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback before asking, what a coincidence. Do you live nearby? Du Ruo was from the same department as Yi Ning, known as the campus belle by Yang Fan. Yang had confessed his feelings to Du Ruo, only to be rejected, and she had openly shown interest in Yi Ning. However, at that time, Yi Ning had been too naive, mistaking Yang Fan for a good friend. Aware of Du Ruo's feelings yet avoiding her. Reflecting on it now, he realized how foolish he had been. Du Ruo appeared even more enchanting after graduation. Her cheeks were flushed from the jog, and a light sheen of sweat adorned her forehead, the gentle breeze carrying a subtle fragrance. That I live in Ekinjing Long Yuan. How about you? Do you live nearby? Du Ruo countered. What a coincidence. Yi Ning replied, stunned again. I also reside in Ekinjing Long Yuan. I just moved in. That's great. Which building do you live in? Building 12. How about you? I live in the Southern Villa area. My home is Villa 9. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning awkwardly rubbed his nose and joked, I've heard that the villas over there have an average price exceeding 10 million. I always knew you were a goddess. But I didn't realize you were also wealthy. Are you regretting it now? Du Ruo teased, laughing under the sun. By the way, I heard you and Lin Ting are getting married soon. Is Ekinjing Long Yuan your wedding house? Uh, Yi Ning felt a pang of discomfort. Du Ruo's information was rather outdated. Although they were not in the same class, university campuses typically had two groups, one for the class and another for the department. A few days ago, Lin Ting had cheated on him with Yang Fan, even swindling his betrothal gifts, and this scandal had spread like wildfire. Even Wang, who was aware. Yet, Du Ruo seemed completely oblivious, mistakenly believing he was about to marry Lin Ting. What is wrong? Noticing Yi Ning's unusual expression, Du Ruo realized she might have misspoken, that I've already broken up with Lin Ting. Yi Ning clarified, offering no further explanation as he quickly changed the subject, that I think we've run enough. Shall we go get breakfast together? Sure. You're treating, Du Ruo replied without hesitation. There were several breakfast spots near the old park, and Yi Ning chose a relatively clean one. Take a seat. I'll go place the order. Okay, Du Ruo nodded, sitting on a small stool outside. The morning breeze was refreshing, and most people prefer to sit outside on small stools to enjoy their breakfast. Yi Ning ordered soy milk and fried dough sticks, and as they ate and chatted, Du Ruo suddenly suggested, by the way, there is a gathering in the department this afternoon, that if you're free. Would you like to join? I'll pass. I'm not interested, Yi Ning replied. Oh, I see. So you really don't like me, Du Ruo remarked suddenly. Why Yi Ning was taken aback. What do you mean? When have I ever disliked you? Back in school, you often avoided me. Du Ruo feigned a look of grievance as she took a bite of the youtiao, huffing, it's just like this now, preparing to finish breakfast and then part ways. As if we were strangers, right? I don't. Yi Ning was momentarily speechless. During their time at school, he had indeed avoided Du Ruo. This was because Yang Fan had feelings for her, and since Yi Ning was good friends with Yang Fan, he intentionally kept his distance upon realizing Du Ruo had a liking for him. Now, however, there was no longer any need to evade. Yang Fan might very well have moved on. If not, they would attend the department gathering together at noon. Du Ruo murmured, all right then, we'll go to the gathering together at noon. Yi Ning understood that Du Ruo was employing a tactic to provoke him. Yet he was inevitably drawn into, I'll wait for you at the community entrance at 11. Okay, it's a deal. A cunning smile graced Du Ruo's face, reminiscent of a little fox whose schemes had come to fruition. Unlike Zhou Xinran, Du Ruo had a more vibrant and proactive personality, employing various tactics to effortlessly coax Yi Ning into joining the department gathering. It wasn't that Zhou Xinran lacked intelligence. Rather, her demeanor was more gentle and shy. She could slap Lin Ting and her mother for Yi Ning, and even follow her father late at night to rescue him. Yet she hesitated to express any affection towards him. In contrast, Du Ruo's invitation was refreshingly direct. All right, I'll head home now. Having finished her meal, Du Ruo wiped her lips with a napkin and said, take your time. See you at noon. Yi Ning nodded, finishing the remaining youtiao on his plate before bringing breakfast back for his mother, and then returned to Exinjing Long Yuan, buzzing as noon approached. Yi Ning's phone rang. He initially thought it was Du Ruo calling, but then remembered that she did not have his phone number. Picking up the phone, he saw the caller ID, Zhou Xinran. Hello. Yi Ning answered the call. Xinran, is there something you need? On the other end, Zhou Xinran was silent for a few seconds before saying, last night, I was a bit startled. Perhaps my reaction was overly intense. I'm sorry, last night. After Yi Ning had used a fruit knife against Yang Tianlong's neck, Zhou Xinran had been so frightened that she hid behind Zhou Xiong, too scared to even glance at Yi Ning. When Yi Ning called her name, she had recoiled even further. However, upon waking this morning, Zhou Xinran felt less fear. After inquiring with her father, she discovered that Yi Ning had prescribed her a remedy, which allowed her to sleep soundly after taking the medicine. There is nothing to apologize for. Yi Ning felt a bit embarrassed, replying, I was too hasty and didn't consider that you were still present. I should be the one to apologize. So, do you have time at noon? Zhou Xinran cautiously extended an invitation, asking, how about I treat you to lunch? Am I really that desirable? Yi Ning awkwardly scratched his nose, saying, I can't make it at noon. There is a gathering in the department that I've already agreed to attend. I see. Then perhaps next time. All right, bye. After hanging up, Yi Ning suddenly thought of Du Ruo. If she had invited him to lunch and he mentioned the gathering, she would undoubtedly ask, "Is the gathering fun? Are there many people?" Next, Du Rual would employ her tactics to persuade him to bring her along. What am I even thinking? Yi Ning slapped his forehead. Du Rual and Zhou Xinran were not his girlfriends, so why was he comparing them? After changing into a fresh outfit, he informed his mother that he wouldn't be home for lunch, then headed to the community entrance to wait for Du Rual. After about 5 minutes, Du Rual appeared, clad in a flowing white dress. She had evidently dressed up, using a curling iron to slightly wave her hair, allowing it to cascade smoothly, with the large curls at the ends giving it a voluminous appearance. She had intentionally left her bangs airy, complementing her fair, delicate oval face, and with a touch of light makeup. She looked like a princess. "Let us go." Noticing Yi Ning lost in thought, Du Rual stifled a giggle. This boy, who had once intentionally avoided her, now looked dazed, which made Du Rual feel a hint of satisfaction. "Okay." Yi Ning nodded, quickly regaining his composure. It wasn't that he was captivated by Du Rual's appearance. Rather, he was pondering how someone with such charm and beauty as Du Rual, with a figure that was second to none, had been the one he had avoided for Lin Ting. He must have been out of his mind back then. Leaving the community, Yi Ning hailed a taxi, and he and Du Rual settled into the back seat. Do you think Lin Ting and Yang Fan will show up?" Du Rual suddenly inquired. "Huh." Yi Ning was taken aback. "That if they're here to confront you, do you need me to step in? I could temporarily play the role of your girlfriend. For a fee." Du Rual's beautiful eyes sparkled with mischief as she asked that, they want to be coming. Yi Ning replied with certainty that he knew that Du Rual had heard gossip about his situation at home and was aware of Lin Ting's infidelity. However, their classmates were undoubtedly unaware of these developments. Yang Fan was likely on the outs, and Lin Ting had been beaten up badly yesterday, that it was highly improbable they would attend the gathering. Yet, Yi Ning's classmates had no knowledge of this. In their eyes, he was merely a pitiful pawn in the hands of Lin Ting and Yang Fan. "How can you be so sure?" Du Rual asked. Intrigued. "Well, they lack any real skills, so they wouldn't attend the department gathering." Not wanting to complicate matters, Yi Ning shifted the topic, saying if it were a gathering at a bar or a nightclub, they would definitely show up. "That I see." Du Rual nodded, not pursuing the matter further. Half an hour later, at Gofeng Hotel, a 3-star establishment where a meal fit for the occasion could be had for an average of 200 yuan, Yi Ning and Du entered the private room to find everyone mostly gathered. Upon seeing Yi Ning and Du Rual arrive together, they were taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh, Yi Ning is here too. And with Du Rual, didn't Yi Ning just get dumped by Lin Ting? How is he with Du Rual now?" Du Rual was certainly more beautiful than Lin Ting, outshining her in both looks and figure. How fortunate for Yi Ning to have such luck with the ladies. The crowd buzzed with speculation. And as Yi Ning approached the table, they all adopted welcoming postures, saying, "Yi Ning, come, sit down. Du Rual, our department flower, please take a seat." "What department flower?" "If you ask me, Du Rual should be the campus belle. Indeed, that girl from the dance department wears heavy makeup every day and even pays for hype to snatch the title of campus belle. But without makeup, she'd probably be left in Du Rual's dust." As soon as Du Rual arrived, she became the object of admiration for the male students, who eagerly pulled out chairs for her, saying, "Du Rual, sit here." They weren't this enthusiastic when we arrived. This group of men were all superficial admirers. Du Rual, ignore them, sit with us. At this moment, a few girls seated on the opposite side became displeased and immediately pulled Du Rual over to their side. Du Rual sat down gracefully and pointed to the empty seat beside her, saying, "Yi Ning, you can sit here. Wow." As soon as Du Rual spoke, the way the others looked at Yi Ning changed entirely. If Yi Ning and Du Rual arriving together could be attributed to a mere coincidence at the entrance, then this invitation from Du Rual clearly indicated a favorable relationship between them. Yi Ning nodded, not overthinking it, and promptly took a seat next to Du Rual. "Rual, you too? What's this?" A girl with short hair and pink-framed glasses, sporting a doll-like face, asked with a look of curiosity. She was Du Ruo's roommate, named Jiang Yinyin. Jiang Yinyin had a close relationship with Du Ruo and was aware of her past feelings for Yining. Now, seeing the two of them together and sitting side by side, her curiosity was instantly piqued. Yes, you two wouldn't happen to... Suddenly, they caught a whiff of something sour. Was it the scent of romance? Quick, spill the beans, the other girls. Hearing Jiang Yinyin's question, couldn't help but join in. Their eyes fixated on Du Ruo, demanding an answer that Du Ruo deliberately remained silent. Turning to look at Yi Ning, Yi Ning frowned slightly. This girl was digging a hole for him again. If he were to respond, everyone, please don't misunderstand, there's nothing between me and Du Ruo. It would imply a rejection of Du Ruo and likely stir up resentment. The crowd would surely think. Who do you think you are, telling us not to misunderstand? If Du Ruo likes you, that's a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. However, failing to clarify the situation was equally problematic, as he and Du Ruo were entirely innocent, with no relationship to speak of at all. Come on, don't be shy. Is it that you're embarrassed to admit it, or are you just afraid to acknowledge it? Trying to play it cool? You really think Du Ruo would fall for someone like you? Several male classmates jeered sarcastically. Indeed, there was no relationship that Yi Ning could only follow their lead and said, I merely reside in the same community as Du Ruo. Hence we came together. Although we are not in a romantic relationship, our bond is undeniably stronger than that of mere acquaintances. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the men in the private room grew increasingly agitated. The fact that he lived in the same neighborhood as Du Ruo suggested he might have the advantage of proximity. Moreover, judging by Du Ruo's demeanor, she seemed quite fond of Yi Ning, showing no signs of aversion towards him. The dishes were getting cold, so it was best not to dwell on this matter any longer. Noticing the shift in the men's attitude towards Yi Ning, Du Ruo hastily redirected the conversation, inquiring, Zhang Chuang, I heard you've been promoted at the 2nd Municipal Hospital? Indeed. Zhang Chuang's face lit up with a smile upon being mentioned by his goddess, exuding an air of pride as he replied. To be honest, with my family's connections, my promotion was merely a matter of my father's word. However, I wanted to challenge myself, so I refrained from using those connections. Impressive, Zhang Chuang. It's no small feat to be promoted as a doctor. I can't believe you achieved it so quickly. I'm genuinely envious. Yes, my own promotion seems like a distant dream. Several classmates expressed their envy toward Zhang Chuang. Soon after, another person asked Du Ruo, what about you? I heard you've been helping out at home since graduation. Before Du Ruo could respond, the short-haired girl, Jiang Yinyin, interjected, Ruo's family owns a pharmaceutical factory that generates several billion in revenue annually. A quintessential wealthy beauty. Unlike us who have to toil our way up from being nurses. While I never heard Ruo mention that during our time at school, so Du Ruo is not only a goddess but also a genuine wealthy beauty. I'm truly envious. Zhang Xiao, another young man dressed in designer clothing, remarked, isn't your family in the pharmaceutical business as well, Zhang? You could collaborate with Du Ruo. We're already collaborating, he replied, his gaze fixated on Du Ruo. My father is friends with Du Ruo's father, and they have ongoing business dealings. Once I inherit the pharmaceutical company, I plan to work alongside Ruo. With this revelation, the atmosphere in the private room became even livelier. It was already well known that Zhang Xiao had feelings for the goddess Du Ruo. This meant that Zhang Xiao and Du Ruo were indeed a match made in heaven, and they could easily become a couple. Please don't say such things. Just as the conjectures ran rampant, Du Ruo suddenly interjected, there are many women pursuing Zhang Xiao. Why discussing this? Are you trying to push me into a predicament? I certainly do not wish to return home tonight, only to be doused with sulfuric acid by Zhang Xiao's ex-girlfriends. Zhang Xiao's full name was Zhang Xiao, and being a typical rich second-generation heir, his friends habitually referred to him as Zhang Xiao. While Du Ruo's family indeed had business ties with the Zhang family, she was acutely aware of Zhang Xiao's notorious reputation for being a playboy, switching girlfriends as casually as changing clothes. Throughout his 4 years at university, he had dated hundreds of girls, even causing a few to become pregnant, which only ceased after his father intervened with substantial compensation. faced with such a notorious libertine. Du Ruo felt no interest whatsoever, nor did she wish to be embroiled in any rumors with Zhang Xiao. Seeing Du Ruo's tone was half joking yet half serious, the group fell silent. Zhang Xiao, however, furrowed his brow, recalling how he had pursued Du Ruo during their university years, only to be rebuffed. After learning of the business relationship between the Zhang and Du families, he harbored ulterior motives, contemplating how to draw closer to Du Ruo through their business dealings. As Du Ruo was an only child, marrying her would ensure that both pharmaceutical companies would bear the Zhang name. Zhang Xiao secretly mused over this, yet noticed how Du Ruo's demeanor remained frosty towards him, while she smiled warmly at Yi Ning. Igniting his ire, Yi Ning, I heard Lin Ting dumped you, and you were even expelled from the hospital to is that true? Yi Ning's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed Zhang Xiao's hostility. That I've heard that too. Lin Ting is now with Yang Fan. By the way, where is Yang Fan? I thought I notified him that he mentioned he would come. He is probably busy getting cozy with Lin Ting. That guy's always out partying. Just like a teddy bear. Haha. Laughter erupted among the group. Although they did not directly insult Yi Ning, every word was a veiled mockery, their gazes laden with scorn. His fiancée, he had run off with a friend, taking with her a significant sum of his betrothal gifts. Their discussion was merely salt in the wound that in the past, Yi Ning would have felt mortified, wishing to disappear entirely. However, now he remained unfazed. He saw no reason to be angered by someone who had already departed from his life. Yang Fan? Yi Ning lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, speaking calmly. He has passed away from a terminal illness. And I've also received news that Yang Tianlong died last night. What? The room erupted in disbelief at Yi Ning. He merely stole your girlfriend. Surely you wouldn't curse his entire family to death. Such a lack of decorum. Typical loudmouth. If Yang Fan were here, would you dare to speak so boldly? The group continued to deride him, deeming Yi Ning arrogant and ungrateful, considering him a mere lazy frog attempting to cling to Du Ruo. Yet Du Ruo frowned, sensing that Yi Ning would not jest about such matters, and began searching local news on her phone. Within seconds, her complexion paled significantly as she exclaimed, "It's true. The local news states that Yang Tianlong of the Yang Group passed away yesterday, and his son Yang Fan is in the ICU, likely with only days left." What? It can't be true. How did Yang Tianlong die? The group was taken aback, hurriedly pulling out their phones to verify. However, the news only reported that Yang Tianlong died in an accident, lacking further details, while Yang Fan's cause of death was revealed to be a multitude of sexually transmitted diseases. Goodness, how vile. Yang Fan contracted 7 or 8 diseases? Unbelievable. I should have steered clear of that guy. Ugh, that's disgusting. Stop it, I'm getting goosebumps. The group recoiled, hastily closing their news pages and ceasing further discussion. Zhang Xiao's expression darkened as he set his phone down and glanced at Yi Ning, asking, "Yi Ning, you seem unfazed by this news that in your heart. You must be secretly wishing for Yang Fan's demise. Am I right?" Chapter 25. Provocation. The classmates directed skeptical gazes towards Yi Ning, the shocking news of Yang Fan's death weighing heavily on their minds. "I'm no saint," Yi Ning replied calmly, taking another sip of tea. "They have done wicked deeds, and heaven has taken its toll. Why should I feel sorrow?" With that, a sharp crack echoed through the room as Yi Ning's ceramic teacup shattered in his grasp. "My apologies," he said, brushing the shards from his hands with a nonchalant expression, having inadvertently exerted too much force. The classmates stared in astonishment. After the initial shock, many of the female students' eyes brightened. This was a bone china cup, not some flimsy glassware. With a thickness of about half a centimeter, it was no simple task to crush it. Instantly, Zhang Xiao and others regarded Yi Ning with increased wariness. However, several female classmates began to cast flirtatious glances at Yi Ning. Realizing that beneath his previously meek demeanor, there lay a manly side. Zhang Xiao furrowed his brows, instinctively squeezing his own teacup, discovering it was unyielding and impossible to crush. His expression shifted, reflecting a mix of emotions. "Yi Ning, Yang Fan was our classmate for 4 years. Now that he faces such a fate, your lack of concern and seemingly gleeful attitude is truly heartless." A male classmate beside Zhang Xiao could no longer contain his displeasure and spoke coldly. "Ah, I heard Yang Fan often looked out for you." Zhang Xiao smirked, as if he had found an opportunity to retaliate against Yi Ning. "That in truth, Yang Fan's so-called looking out had merely involved using his family's connections to boss Yi Ning around, offering him paltry compensation for his efforts. Throughout 4 years, Yi Ning had felt grateful to Yang Fan, which had led him to reject Du Ruo's earlier confession. It wasn't until after graduation that he discovered Yang Fan had taken the scholarship funds that rightfully belonged to Yi Chen. To their peers, Yi Ning remained the same, a poor student without any influential background, destined for a mundane life of 9-to-5 work. That is indeed a class reunion. So let us refrain from discussing Yang Fan any further, and instead indulge in more pleasant topics. Jiang Yinyin promptly intervened to alleviate Yi Ning's predicament. That Du Ruo also coldly remarked, "So, are you all planning to assist Yang Fan? Will it be financially or through effort?" The moment these words were uttered, the atmosphere at the dining table became somewhat awkward. They had no real connection with Yang Fan. Mocking Yi Ning from a moral high ground was one thing, but contributing financially or physically was out of the question. All right, let us drop the subject of Yang Fan and focus on our meal." Zhang Xiao seized the opportunity to shift the conversation, casting a fierce glare at Yi Ning, who sat beside Du Ruo. After a satisfying meal, a classmate called out, "Waiter, the bill please." Calculating the approximate cost, Jiang Yinyin began to pull out her phone to split the bill. That no need. "This meal is on me." Zhang Xiao, who had been struggling to gain favor, quickly jumped in. "Wow, Zhang Xiao is so magnanimous, truly worthy of the title." After experiencing the realities of society, both boys and girls recognized the significance of wealth. Witnessing Zhang Xiao's generosity, several girls could not help but gaze at him with admiration. Yi Ning remained expressionless. Since Zhang Xiao wanted to show off, he would save himself 100 yuan. After settling the bill, noticing that no one was inclined to leave, the waiter brought in a platter of fruit as a complimentary gesture. "Du Ruo, shall we leave?" Yi Ning, having eaten his fill, was reluctant to linger any longer. "That if you want to leave, go ahead. Why drag Du Ruo along?" Zhang Xiao snorted disdainfully and said, "Today is a reunion. And after dinner, we are going to sing. That if you are unwilling, then you may leave on your own. Yes, if you're not happy, just go. Why drag Du Ruo along? She is not your girlfriend. What business is it of yours?" Instantly, both boys and girls began to turn against Yi Ning, primarily because Zhang Xiao had just treated the meal and won over several hearts. They also pushed Du Ruo into the spotlight, with one girl intentionally stating, "Du Ruo, you wouldn't abandon so many old classmates just for Yi Ning, would you?" This statement effectively trapped Du Ruo in a corner. After all, they were all classmates. What was there to abandon? Du Ruo smiled faintly and replied, "We were unaware there would be singing. Since Zhang Xiao is treating, let us go together. Right, Yi Ning?" Sure that Yi Ning had nothing pressing to attend to, so he decided to accompany them since someone was treating. How convenient. Zhang Xiao coldly scoffed, his gaze towards Yi Ning growing increasingly displeased. How ungrateful. Just moments ago, he had said he wanted to leave. And now he was staying? Seeing Zhang Xiao cover the bill, Yi Ning immediately decided to stay, truly taking advantage of the situation. His audacity was astounding. Wang Fei and a few companions purposely mocked Yi Ning, hoping to intimidate him into retreating. This was getting interesting. Yi Ning was no longer a pushover. In response to their derision, he retorted, "Isn't it as if you all aren't here for a free meal and drinks? If someone doesn't want others to benefit at no cost, perhaps they shouldn't step forward as the benefactor. Why not just split the bill? What a delightful irony." After speaking, Yi Ning tossed 200 yuan onto the table. "Then I won't go either." To avoid being accused of freeloading, that Du Ruo also placed 200 yuan gently on the table, stating, "Yi Ning is my guest. Your deliberate targeting of him seems to be an attempt to deter me from attending." With that, Du Ruo stood up, ready to leave with Yi Ning. Wait, wait, wait! Zhang Xiao panicked, exclaiming, "Don't listen to Wang Fei and the others. I don't care about this little amount of money. ITSA reunion. What is wrong with me treating everyone? Come on. Let's go sing. Yes, we didn't mean to target you. Du Ruo, please don't be angry." Seeing Du Ruo about to leave, several of Zhang Xiao's sycophants quickly interjected. "It's our fault. We spoke thoughtlessly. Du Ruo, don't be upset. Let us all go together. It's rare for everyone to gather." Several girls also began to persuade Du Ruo, saying, "If you don't go, it will be a disappointment for everyone." All right, Du Ruo could only nod and ask, "Where to?" Chapter 26. Huanchao KV. Upon seeing Du Ruo agree, Zhang Xiao grinned widely. "I'm a golden VIP there. Feel free to indulge." Impressive. Zhang Xiao, you truly are formidable. Today, we've hit the jackpot thanks to you. Let us go. Let us set off. With that, the group hurriedly left the hotel and took 5 taxis toward Huangchao KTV. Given the number of people, they had to split into several cabs that as soon as the vehicles started moving. Wang Fei wore a mysterious smile and discreetly handed Zhang Xiao a small bottle of liquid from his pocket. "With this potion, Du Ruo will surely be at your beck and call." "Wow, you're something." Zhang Xiao grinned, quickly stowing the potion away, then frowned slightly. "I'm just worried that Yi Ning might ruin things. You saw him shatter that cup earlier. Damn, that brat." Although he didn't regard Yi Ning as a significant threat, the image of him breaking the teacup with his bare hands lingered in his mind. "So what if he can fight?" Wang Fei sneered. "With his 7 or 8 brothers, we'll get him drunk first. Don't worry, in a crowd, he'll be as helpless as a floundering fish. Besides, I know Hu Ge from Huanchao KTV. If you're really unhappy with Yi Ning, I can ask him to give him a good beating." Good. Zhang Xiao laughed excitedly. "If this works out, the rights to our new medicine will be yours." Thank you, Zhang Xiao." Wang Fei nodded eagerly. Soon, the group arrived at Huangchao KTV. Huangchao KV is a well-known establishment in Yun City, boasting an impressive scale, and its opulent decor is striking. Upon entry, one is greeted by a towering 4-meter stone cultural backdrop. And the reception desk is crafted from fine stone, engraved with the grand characters Huangchao. Truly magnificent. Wow, it's my first time at Huangchao KTV. I didn't expect such splendid decor, and the number of beautiful women is astounding. That welcoming hostess in a cheongsam, her figure, those legs. Wow. The consumption here isn't cheap. It's only thanks to Zhang Xiao that I have this opportunity. Grateful to Zhang Xiao. I'll follow him from now on. The boys incessantly flattered Zhang Xiao, who felt quite pleased with himself. Moments later, a tall woman wearing a manager's badge approached warmly. "Zhang Xiao, you've arrived." "Yes." Zhang Xiao skillfully presented his membership card. The usual arrangement. "Certainly, please follow me." The tall woman led everyone to a private room. The flickering lights and dim ambience of the room heightened the excitement of the already animated classmates. "Haha, today I'm treating. Feel free to drink and play. Don't hold back." Upon entering, servers immediately presented fruit platters, and the table was laden with beverages. Zhang Xiao, as spirits lifted as he felt he had regained some prestige. He then glanced toward Du Ruo, only to find her sitting in a corner with Yi Ning, happily engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. Damn it. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth in frustration. But he couldn't lash out. After all, Du Ruo was not his girlfriend. Being forceful would only push her further away. As music began to play, the classmates started to enjoy themselves, singing and playing dice while Zhang Xiao's gloomy gaze remained fixed on the duo of Du Ruo and Yi Ning, who were occasionally whispering to each other that he exchanged knowing glances with Wang Fei, who smirked and rose to leave. Once outside, Wang Fei immediately picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Hello. Hugo. I'm at Huanchao KTV. I need to discuss something with you." Hugo was a local thug associated with Huanchao KTV, frequently seen in bars and nightclubs, and had some prior dealings with Wang Fei. Wang Fei's plan was to orchestrate a heroic rescue scenario, primarily to beat up Yi Ning. Then Zhang Xiao could take advantage of the situation to get Du Ruo intoxicated, at which point she would be unable to resist. As for Yi Ning's fate, it was of no concern to anyone. Just as Wang Fei hung up, a panicked woman rushed down the hallway, seeing her makeup smudged and her expression frantic. Wang Fei immediately frowned and approached her, asking in a serious tone, "What happened? Is everything all right?" Wang Fei, "Someone bullied me in the restroom, so I slapped him, but now he has come looking for me." Wenwen stuttered in distress. Upon hearing that his girlfriend had been bullied, Wang Fei was immediately engulfed by a surge of anger. He looked up to see a group approaching, led by a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, clad in an impeccably tailored suit, wearing a sneer that exuded menace. Trailing behind him were several burly men in dark attire, each exuding an intimidating presence. Although Wang Fei felt a rush of blood to his head, he understood that a wise man does not seek conflict without due cause. He decisively pushed open the door to the private room to summon assistance. After speaking, Wang Fei entered the room and addressed Zhang Xiao, saying, "Zhang Xiao, my girlfriend was just bullied while she was in the restroom. The perpetrators have now come looking for trouble." The atmosphere in the room fell instantly silent. Zhang Xiao raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback, as the script did not seem to unfold in this manner. However, upon witnessing Wang Fei's furious demeanor, Zhang Xiao realized that something serious might have occurred, prompting him to spring to his feet with a cold laugh. "How amusing! Those who dare to bully us actually have the audacity to come here seeking trouble. I shall see for myself who possesses such arrogance." The classmates, fueled by the effects of alcohol, began to cheer, with several girls placing their hands on their hips in righteous indignation, while a few boys stood up, with one even brandishing a bottle of liquor, declaring, "Let us go, Zhang Xiao, let us see who has the gall to confront us." Seated nearby, Yi Ning observed the unfolding scene with a detached gaze, remaining silent. Just as the crowd's indignation reached its peak, the door to the room was suddenly kicked open, and a bald man strode in first. "You little brat, daring to lay hands on me. If I don't take you to bed today, I want to share your surname." The receding-haired man stepped inside, brazenly taunting, followed by 4 or 5 men in black suits who fanned out, with 2 of them blocking the entrance. "Bah! You should take a good look at yourself before you challenge me. Wang Fei, teach him a lesson." When one, emboldened by the earlier display of bravado, spoke directly to Wang Fei. Wang Fei, too, retorted, "My dear fellow, don't be overly arrogant. Otherwise, you might find it difficult to leave this place." Chapter 27. "Black Master, you seem to be the one in charge here," the middle-aged man sneered, pulling a chair over to sit directly across from Wang Fei. "And what of it? I must warn you, this is Hugu's territory. If you dare to stir up trouble here, you are courting death." He had already made a call, and Hugu would arrive soon, which gave Wang Fei a newfound confidence. Zhang Xiao, also smiling coldly, added, "Apologize now. Finish this bottle of wine, and we can consider this matter resolved. Otherwise, when Hugu arrives, it won't end well for you." The classmates were visibly intimidated by the earlier display of force, but upon seeing Zhang Xiao and Wang Fei maintain their composure, they felt a wave of relief wash over them. It seemed that with Zhang Xiao present, they would not suffer any harm. However, the man with the receding hairline merely laughed mockingly at the mention of Hugu's name. He clapped his hands together, the sound echoing, and grinned. "Hugu! Ah, Hugu!" He appeared to be enjoying a great joke, laughing heartily. After several seconds, he turned to a nearby burly man and said, "This kid just told me this is Hugu's territory, claiming I'm courting death?" The man in black cast a derisive glance. "What Hugu? Why don't you call him over, so we can see who is truly brave in front of my boss?" At this, both Zhang Xiao and Wang Fei's expressions shifted dramatically. Just then, the door to the private room was kicked open again, and Hugu stormed in with several subordinates, radiating hostility. "Who the hell dares to cause a ruckus in my establishment?" Before he could finish his sentence, he froze upon seeing the man with the receding hairline. "Black Master, you! What are you doing here?" The previously boastful Hugo instantly adopted a subservient demeanor, bowing slightly and inquiring cautiously. The atmosphere in the room turned oppressive. Hugo was clearly outmatched in this situation. Upon hearing the title Black Master, Zhang Xiao's expression changed drastically. Li Haizi, the Black Master. He is akin to an emperor in the underworld of Yun City. The royal city KV is his domain kneel. Li Haizi coldly uttered 2 words, and Hu Ji's legs buckled, causing him to kneel before Li Haizi in public. The subordinates who had accompanied him exchanged bewildered glances. Bowing their heads in silence, Li Haizi then turned his gaze back to Zhang Xiao and the others, sneering, "Kid, you see this? This is your so-called Hugo. Utterly useless. Who else do you know? What other connections do you have? Speak up. I'm listening." "Black Master, I have long heard of your esteemed name. I am Zhang Xiao. My father is Zhang Jinan, the head of the renowned Huichentang in this region, though we are all respectable people here. I ask for your leniency regarding today's incident." Zhang Xiao's face was pale, but he desperately invoked his father's reputation in hopes of diffusing the situation. Li Haizi's frown gradually relaxed as he smirked. "When you mentioned Zhang Jinan, I thought you were someone of significance. Huichentang, the one dealing in strength pills. Who the hell do you think you are to expect me to give you face? Does your father dare to stand here and demand the same?" Zhang Xiao's face turned ashen, realizing that Li Haizi was not inclined to relent. The other classmates were now visibly despondent. Trembling as they huddled together, Du Ruo was also frightened, cowering in a corner and contemplating how to call her family for help. Just then, a hand gently patted the back of Du Ruo's hand, and she heard Yi Ning's soft voice. "Don't be afraid. They cannot harm you, that I can take you away." But Du Ruo remained worried. This Black Master, we cannot afford to provoke him. Who cannot afford to provoke whom is yet to be determined. Yi Ning retorted with a cold smile, but he refrained from acting immediately, wanting to see Zhang Xiao's response. This fellow had targeted him from the beginning. Kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Prepare 1 million as an apology for tomorrow. And you may leave today. The stifling atmosphere was finally shattered by Li Haizi's words directed at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and immediately knelt before Li Haizi, saying, "All right, 1 million. I will have my father personally deliver it to you tomorrow." Li Haizi nodded in satisfaction, a playful smile gracing his lips. "Now, get lost." "Zhang Xiaoyu." As Zhang Xiao stood to leave, Wang Fei seized him by the arm. Zhang Xiao turned back irritably, only to find his classmates looking at him with desperate eyes, several girls weeping uncontrollably, pleading, "Zhang Xiao, please save us. We have been classmates for 4 years. We are begging you." One girl, possessing a modicum of beauty, cried out, "Please, I will do anything for you." Seeing the pitiful expressions on the girls' faces, Zhang Xiao hesitated, glancing at Du Ruo, and decided to take a gamble. "Black Master, 1 million. I have already kowtowed an apology. Tomorrow I will prepare the sum in full. Please, show us mercy and do not hold this against us." Slap. To his astonishment, Li Haizi slapped Zhang Xiao across the face, coldly retorting, "I detest bargaining. I gave you a chance to leave, and since you refuse, you shall stay." Li Haizi then commanded his subordinates, "Take all the men away, break their arms that as for the women, keep them all here. Especially that little vixen who struck me earlier. Tonight, I will show her what a real man is." He leered as he spoke, rising to search for the woman who had slapped him. His gaze swept across the faces in the room before fixing on Du Ruo, instantly captivated by her beauty. There stood a fair-skinned woman cowering in a corner, her features exquisite and her figure exceptional. The key was her youth. She appeared to be just over 20, unadorned yet more stunning than the top princesses in the KTV. Damn it, a gem. Upon seeing Du Ruo, Li Haizi felt that all the women he had encountered before paled in comparison. "You, come here." Li Haizi's eyes were filled with possessiveness as he eagerly beckoned. "No!" Du Ruo shook her head in panic, terrified by Li Haizi's gaze, instinctively gripping Yi Ning's hand. "Bring that little girl to me." Li Haizi barked as his men prepared to rush forward. They too were struck by Du Ruo's allure, and charged toward her. Bang, bang, bang. Yet as they lunged, 3 of them were sent flying back, clutching their chests as they fell to the ground. Yi Ning had kicked them away, standing protectively in front of Du Ruo, his gaze icy. So, you are the Black Master? I will give you a chance. If you do not harm my classmates today, I will not touch you. Chapter 28. Yi Ning takes action. Yi Ning, have you lost your mind? Zhang Xiao has already submitted, and you're still putting on airs. Wang Fei could not contain his anger and cursed out loud. Zhang Xiao's face was a mask of fury. This arrogant, ignorant pauper truly believed that a modicum of strength could embolden him to act defiantly before the formidable He Guo. He was courting disaster. Hey Yi, this brat has no connection to me. We are complete strangers. What was Zhang Xiao's status that even after offering a sincere apology and an additional 10 million in compensation, He Yi refused to grant him any courtesy? Now, this insolent Yi Ning dared to step forward and assert himself. A blatant invitation to ruin. Many classmates at that moment hastened to distance themselves from Yi Ning. That Du Ruo, unable to contain herself, pinched the hem of Yi Ning's clothing, her face awash with anxiety. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. You intend to retaliate against me for confronting them, right? Li Haizi wore a mocking smile, which abruptly vanished as he exclaimed, Who the hell do you think you are? Daring to challenge me, Li Haizi, attack. Beat him to a pulp. At Li Haizi's command, Hu Guo and his cohorts lunged at Yi Ning. All the students instinctively recoiled, eager to avoid the fray, save for Du Ruo, who remained steadfast behind Yi Ning, her eyes tightly shut in terror. Trembling as if unable to bear witness to the impending chaos, Yi Ning furrowed his brow. To shield Du Ruo from harm, he stepped forward to confront Hu Guo and his gang. Having spent years managing the scene at the Imperial Dynasty, Hu Guo was no novice in brawls. Witnessing Yi Ning advance rather than retreat, a menacing grin crept upon his lips. When they were still 2 meters apart, Hu Guo launched a flying kick aimed directly at Yi Ning's abdomen. Should that strike connect, Yi Ning would undoubtedly crumple to the ground, resulting in a one-sided beating. However, before Hu Ji's kick could reach its target, a shadow darted towards him with alarming speed. Yi Ning deftly seized one of the henchman's fists, and the towering, muscular thug suddenly felt an overwhelming force emanating from Yi Ning's grip. The sharp pain rendered him defenseless, and in an astonishing display of strength, Yi Ning hurled him away as if he were a mere chick. Bang! The thugs who charged forward were tossed aside like playthings, the leading ones colliding with those behind, all collapsing in a heap. Remarkably, not a single one of them managed to land a blow on Yi Ning. Meanwhile, Yi Ning remained composed, his expression unfazed. Release my classmates now, and I shall overlook today's incident. Yi Ning's expression was impassive as he calmly addressed Li Haizi. The faces of his classmates lit up with astonishment. They had not anticipated that Yi Ning possessed such prowess, single-handedly subduing the fearsome Hu Guo and his gang. Some female classmates gazed at Yi Ning with admiration, their eyes sparkling. It seemed salvation was at hand. Li Haizi furrowed his brow, narrowing his eyes at Yi Ning as he gravely inquired, Who exactly are you? And who sent you to stir trouble in my territory? I am not someone you can afford to offend. Yi Ning replied, his frown deepening. My patience is limited. Release them immediately, or I assure you, the repercussions will be unpleasant for us all. Ah! Li Haizi let out a chilling laugh, lighting a cigarette and taking a leisurely puff before continuing. You truly believe that your skills grant you free rein? Today you've chosen the wrong place. Feng Guo, take care of him. As Li Haizi spoke, his gaze fell upon a short yet sturdy young man clad in a matching black suit, who had been lingering half a step behind him since his arrival. Hearing Li Haizi's command, a glimmer of madness sparked in Feng Guo's eyes. Known as Li Haizi's most formidable enforcer, Feng Guo, with his reckless fighting style and agile physique, had previously reigned as the underground boxing champion of Yun City for 6 months before being recruited by Li Haizi as his personal bodyguard. Since taking on this role, he had not encountered an adversary of Yi Ning's caliber, which excited him. Feng Go strode towards Yi Ning, his body quivering slightly with anticipation beneath his suit. Yi Ning's brow furrowed. His patience had worn thin, and since Li Haizi refused to heed his warning, he saw no reason to hold back. As they closed the distance to about 3 meters, Feng Go sprang into action. He lunged forward with a burst of speed, unleashing a swift jab aimed directly at Yi Ning's throat. The class was caught off guard, unable to utter a sound before Feng Go's fist was upon Yi Ning. However, in the next moment, time seemed to freeze as Yi Ning caught Feng Go's fist with a single hand, halting it mere inches from his throat. Feng Go gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to drive his fist forward. But Yi Ning's grip was unyielding as a mountain. Just as Feng Go realized the futility of his efforts, a crisp crack resonated as Yi Ning unleashed his power, rendering Feng Go's fist a bloody mess. Startled, Feng Go stifled a scream of agony and immediately retaliated with a kick aimed at Yi Ning's vitals. Yet Yi Ning executed a simple front kick, intercepting him perfectly in the abdomen. Thud! Feng Go's body flew back like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the concrete wall of the private room, leaving a massive dent in its wake. He crumpled to the ground. Curling up in pain, trembling uncontrollably, unable to rise. Feng Go had become a defeated dog. Step aside. Release my classmates, or this will be your fate. Yi Ning's calm voice echoed once more, causing the burly black-clad henchman to tremble involuntarily. Feng Go was no ordinary thug. He was Li Haizi's top enforcer, and even collectively, they were no match for him. Yet Yi Ning had dispatched him with such ease. Li Haizi's expression finally turned grave. His beady eyes fixed intently on Yi Ning. The atmosphere became suffocatingly tense, as if time itself had frozen, everyone's hearts racing. Suddenly, Li Haizi broke into laughter. All right, they can leave. However, you've assaulted my men and disrupted my territory. So you cannot walk away unscathed. Yi Ning coldly chuckled and shook his head. Li Haizi had unwittingly played into his hands. Such a man, when provoked, would necessitate total subjugation, lest one remain in constant fear of retaliation. Fine, I will stay. You all should leave, Yi Ning declared, turning his gaze toward the trembling students huddled in the corner. Zhang Xiao and Wang Fei's expressions changed in an instant, and they bolted from the private room. Following their lead, the male students quickly followed suit, leaving only the female students behind. The Du Ruo finally stepped forward, linking her arm with Yi Ning's, her face etched with worry. Yi Ning, I want to stay with you. We will face this together. I will cover the compensation. A flicker of gratitude crossed Yi Ning's eyes. This was the essence of camaraderie. When faced with adversity, many would scatter, indifferent to the well-being of their savior. Yet Du Ruo alone remained, willing to confront the storm alongside him. Your presence will only distract me. Go wait outside, Yi Ning asserted firmly. This was neither the time for tender affections nor warmth. It was a moment for resolve. Du Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief. She sensed an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from Yi Ning, a stark contrast to his previously gentle and timid demeanor. Yet, she found him even more captivating in this moment. All right, I will wait for you outside. Duru nodded obediently, glancing back thrice as she exited the room. Once the students had departed, Li Haizi signaled, and several burly men in black promptly moved to block Yi Ning's exit. Yi Ning scoffed and shook his head, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Li Haizi. Do you truly believe these pathetic thugs can stop me? With that, Yi Ning boldly approached Li Haizi, taking a seat opposite him, showing no intention of leaving. Li Haizi's expression hardened. Yi Ning's demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Earlier, he had tempered his actions due to the presence of his classmates. Now, however, Yi Ning was ready to unleash his full potential. Li Haizi inhaled deeply, his face etched with trepidation. Initially intending to utter some superficial pleasantries, he found himself at a loss for words under the weight of Yi Ning's intimidating presence. Instinctively, he reached for his waist, drawing a dark, ominous handgun. The weapon aimed squarely at Yi Ning. Li Haizi finally felt a semblance of confidence as he gravely proclaimed, "Listen here, I'm giving you a chance. Join me, and I'll pay you 100,000 a month. It's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Otherwise, no matter how skilled you are, can you dodge a bullet? Feel free to give it a try." Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, his gaze unwavering as he locked onto Li Haizi. A cold smirk gracing his lips to Li Haizi's hands trembled uncontrollably, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. The gun in his grip no longer offered him absolute security. "Ah!" Li Haizi bellowed, seemingly rallying his courage. Then, with a thunderous bang, a flash of fire erupted as the bullet discharged. Yet, in the split second before the bullet left the chamber, Yi Ning had already sidestepped. Seizing Li Haizi's wrist with lightning speed, that a sharp crack echoed as Li Haizi's wrist was reduced to a bloody pulp. Bone shattered. The gun clattered to the ground. "I warned you. I am not someone you can afford to offend." Yi Ning's gaze was icy as he addressed Li Haizi, his voice low and menacing, "that if you dare to defy me in the future, the next time I come for you, it will be your last." Having spoken, Yi Ning turned and departed, reaching the entrance of the private room, where several bodyguards in black instinctively stepped aside to let him through. Just as Yi Ning was about to leave, a hoarse call from behind broke the silence. Li Haizi, in agony, was calling out to him. Yi Ning furrowed his brows and glanced back at Li Haizi, whose body trembled violently from the excruciating pain. Squinting as he asked, "Is there anything else?" Meeting Yi Ning's gaze, Li Haizi felt a chill run down his spine. He had no doubt that if he dared to act out again, Yi Ning would not hesitate to end his life in the blink of an eye. Thud! Ultimately, to the astonishment of everyone present, Li Haizi crumpled to his knees before Yi Ning. "Esteemed master, you must be a martial arts grandmaster." He knelt on the ground, lowering his head and declaring loudly, "I, Li Haizi, have wandered the world for many years, but have never encountered such a remarkable figure. You are undoubtedly a martial arts grandmaster. Today, I am blind to your greatness. Please do not hold it against me. If you do not mind, I, Li Haizi, wish to serve you faithfully. Grant me this opportunity." Thud! The mad dog also dropped to his knees before Yi Ning, eagerly echoing, "Please, esteemed master, allow me this chance to serve you." Brother Hu and several imposing figures, who had been rooted in place, were utterly dumbfounded by this spectacle. Brother Hu and his companions were the first to kneel, and the burly men soon followed suit. Bowing their heads in apology, Yi Ning regarded Li Haizi and the others with a peculiar expression. He merely intended to subdue these ruffians to prevent future troubles, yet unexpectedly found himself gaining a subordinate. "Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Rise," Yi Ning spoke calmly. Only then did Li Haizi and the others stand up. "Thank you for sparing my life, young master," Li Haizi said, still trembling with fear. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face, though the corners of his mouth twitched in pain. Observing this, Yi Ning asked Li Haizi for a pen and a business card, swiftly scribbling down 2 prescriptions on the back and tossing them to Li Haizi. Instructing, "Follow the directions to procure the medicine. Boil 3 bowls of water down to 1. Take it morning and evening, and within a week, your injuries will heal. Regular use will be beneficial. Thank you." "Young master, thank you." Li Haizi nodded eagerly, his eyes gleaming with delight, while the mad dog beside him sparkled with excitement. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yi Ning departed. As he exited the private room, Li Haizi and the mad dog exchanged glances, both recognizing the exhilaration reflected in each other's eyes, that Li Haizi's admiration for Yi Ning was genuine, fueled further by the realization of his formidable strength. Fearless even in the face of firearms, he was akin to a celestial being. Following Yi Ning would undoubtedly elevate his own prospects. The mad dog felt similarly. Years ago, he had encountered an elderly Taoist priest with snow-white hair, who had casually given him a pill that led to his current success. Thus, he placed even greater value on Yi Ning's prescriptions. Upon leaving the royal KTV, Yi Ning was met at the entrance by the anxious figure of Du. "Are you, Yi Ning? Are you all right?" Du Rua rushed towards him. Concern etched across her face. "Ha, do I look like someone in trouble?" Yi Ning replied with a faint smile, his demeanor light and carefree. "You heartless scoundrel. I was worried sick, and you still have the audacity to jest." Du Rua shot him a reproachful glance, pouting as if Yi Ning were indeed a faithless cad, attracting curious glances from passers-by, who regarded the pair with bemusement. That moment, a Porsche sped towards the Royal KTV, screeching to a halt just in front of the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man in a white suit with a square face, accompanied by a young man in sunglasses and a floral shirt, who hurriedly approached Du Rua. "Rua, are you all right?" The square-faced middle-aged man was none other than Du Rua's father, Du Zheng, the president of Du Pharmaceutical. The young man in the floral shirt was Du Rua's brother. Du Mingyan, did I end her moment of panic? Du Rua had called upon them for help, prompting their swift arrival. "That I'm fine now." Du Rua reassured them with a smile, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. "What nonsense. Rua, you are becoming increasingly reckless. What is a young lady like you doing in such a place? Come home with me at once." Once his worry subsided, Du Zheng cast a disapproving glance at Yi Ning and spoke in a grave tone. Clearly, he harbored a poor first impression of Yi Ning. After all, why would his daughter be in such a place if not for something dubious? "Dad, we came to the Royal KV for a class reunion. If it weren't for Yi Ning, I might have been in danger," Du Rua quickly explained, sensing her father and brother's misunderstanding. Enough. Get in the car. We are going home. Mother is so worried about you that she is kneeling and chanting prayers for your safety. Hurry back so she can rest easy," Du Mingyuan interjected. Ultimately, Du Rua could only nod in resignation, offering Yi Ning an apologetic smile as she left with Du Zheng and Du Mingyuan. Throughout, neither of them cast a single glance at Yi Ning. He took no offense. Upon returning home, he found the living room still lit, revealing that Zheng Huilan had been unable to sleep and had waited for him. "Mom, it's getting late. You should go to bed," Yi Ning said apologetically as he entered. Zheng Huilan nodded, rising to return to her room, but suddenly paused, pointing to two beautifully packaged red boxes on the table. "Xiao Ning, these are from Director Liu. I didn't want them, but he insisted I take them. He also mentioned offering you a position at the hospital, turning you into a full-time doctor with benefits, and even a housing allowance." Yi Ning was taken aback regarding the two boxes of a jiao on the coffee table. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Mom, it's all right. I understand that I'll return them personally another day." "Xiao Ning, Mom, you should go rest. Your health is important, and you still haven't fully recovered." Yi Ning spoke with a feigned sternness. Zheng Huilan finally swallowed the rest of her words and obediently retreated to her room. With a sigh, Yi Ning understood his mother's concerns. Having just graduated from university, it was unwise for him to remain idle. After much contemplation, he resolved to open a clinic. In truth, he had long harbored the idea of establishing a medical practice. The bureaucracy of the hospital had become unbearable. The effort he had once invested in the hospital was now met with disillusionment. Had it not been for his newfound abilities, he would have been expelled from the hospital and ruined by Yang Fan. To gain freedom while healing others, opening a clinic was his sole path. With ample funds at his disposal, he was determined to act. The following day, Yi Ning went straight to the hospital, making his way to Liu Yongbin's office. At that hour, Liu Yongbin had yet to arrive. Only his assistant was busy tidying up while Yi Ning approached, placing the two boxes of a jiao on the desk and stating, "Please tell Dr. Liu that Yi Ning appreciates his kindness." The assistant was about to say something, but Yi Ning had already left. Afterward, he headed directly to Old West Street. Old West Street was an old pedestrian thoroughfare in Yun City, bustling with shops and foot traffic, making it an ideal location for a clinic. After about half an hour of searching, he finally found a suitable storefront. The space had once been an ice skating rink, spacious and facing south. It was now vacant and available for rent. The landlord, a warm and hospitable middle-aged man, was eager to rent out the large space, which was difficult to fill in this area, and thus he was quite attentive to Yi Ning. A young customer, $5,000 a month. paid annually at $50,000 a year. Utilities are self-managed. The price was reasonable, and Yi Ning promptly agreed to rent it. After securing the lease, Yi Ning stood amidst the long-abandoned skating rink, feeling a surge of ambition. Just days prior, he had been a penniless recent graduate, struggling with employment and his mother's severe illness. Now he possessed a sizable establishment of his own. The next pressing matter was the renovation. Half an hour later, Zhou Xinran and Wang Hu arrived at the skating rink. Zhou Xinran had called in advance, eager to assist with the renovations upon hearing about Yi Ning's plans. She arrived with several trucks full of workers, who immediately set to work with zeal. Wang Hu, on the other hand, was summoned by Yi Ning. Whenever business was mentioned, Yi Ning thought of this brother, Wang Hu, who toiled tirelessly at his fruit stand, yet earned barely enough to scrape by. Thus, Yi Ning had invited him to join. As they stood there, each holding a bottle of cola, they chatted while sipping. "Brother, thank you for your kindness. Once your clinic opens, I'll gladly watch over it. Keep the door clean. I'll work hard for you." Wang Hu expressed his gratitude with a smile that Yi Ning was taken aback. Given Wang Hu's character, he would typically hesitate to abandon his small fruit stand. Yet now, he was willing to help without reservation, especially since Wang Hu had seemed distracted since their meeting, his phone ringing incessantly without a response, leaving Yi Ning perplexed. "Who's he? What is going on?" "I invited you here to share in the fortune," Yi Ning said, then tentatively inquired, "By the way, how are things going with your divorce from Su Xiaofang?" Indeed, upon the mention of divorce, Wang Hu's expression darkened, and he remarked, "I will leave with nothing. I have no choice but to accept my misfortune. It is she who has been unfaithful. Why must you be the one to leave with nothing?" Yi Ning's brows furrowed deeply as she asked in a solemn tone. "Enough, Yi Ning, this is my family matter. Please refrain from probing further," Wang Hu replied, pressing his lips together. After a brief pause, he added, "Yi Ning, there is something I would like to ask of you." "What is it?" "Could you possibly lend me 20,000 yuan? My younger sister's school fees are due, and I have yet to secure the funds." Wang Hu's voice faltered, his gaze averted from Yi Ning's. Yi Ning's eyes narrowed as she asked sternly, "Did you not see the 300,000 yuan in cash and the note I left for you when I departed last time?" "What? 300,000? Wang Hu's face registered shock, clearly unaware of the 300,000. Yi Ning slapped her thigh in realization. Indeed, she had overlooked this matter. How could she have left behind an entire sum of 300,000 in a moment of urgency? Wang Hu was not so oblivious as to forget such a significant amount. Where could that money possibly have gone? Could it be that the vile Su Xiaofang had pilfered it? The only other person with the key to Wang Hu's home, aside from him, was Su Xiaofang, making it highly likely that she was involved. Just then, Wang Hu's phone rang again, its urgent tone eliciting irritation as he reached for it to hang up at Yi Ning. Quick to notice, caught sight of Su Xiaofang's name on the caller ID and declared, "Don't hang up. Answer the call." Chapter 31. Threats. Wang Hu hesitated, but upon meeting Yi Ning's resolute gaze, he sighed and answered the phone. "I am at the old skating rink on Laoshi Street. If you have something to say, say it." Wang Hu seemed unwilling to engage in conversation with Su Xiaofang over the phone, and after a brief exchange, he ended the call. 10 minutes later, a Honda pulled up at the skating rink entrance. Su Xiaofang alighted from the vehicle in a furious manner, followed closely by Zhang Kongyan and several youths with brightly dyed hair. "Wang Hu, are you going to sign or not?" Su Xiaofang's voice boomed even before she entered, her entourage marching in, cursing. "How can you be so pathetic in a divorce? Truly a spineless wretch." Upon spotting Yi Ning standing beside Wang Hu, Su Xiaofang appeared momentarily taken aback. Her gaze flickering to Yi Ning astutely noted this detail, concluding that Wang Hu was indeed unaware of the whereabouts of the 300,000, and that this matter was undeniably linked to this woman. "You again, Yi Ning. What is it?" "Wang Hu is pathetic, and now you've brought a helper to negotiate with me," Su Xiaofang snapped. "Wang Hu, sign the papers now, and we can finalize the divorce. If you refuse, I will not let this go." "Su Xiaofang, do not push your luck. I have already given you the house, but the fruit store is mine. You shall not take it. Wang Hu's chest heaved with anger as he shouted. If you don't give me the store, then you owe me 300,000. 300,000. Su Xiaofang's voice escalated sharply, her tone shrill. The fruit store is profitable. Why should I give you anything? Unless you give me another 300,000, I want nothing to do with that wretched fruit store. That store was built with my parents' hard-earned savings. Wang Hu's eyes glistened with anger, his voice hoarse as he declared. You will not take the store. I swear, even if it costs me my life, I will not let this promiscuous woman have it. At the mention of promiscuous, Su Xiaofang's fury intensified, and she opened her mouth to unleash a tirade. Yi Ning interjected abruptly, cutting through her words. Su Xiaofang, I ask you, the day I left, I entrusted my brother with 300,000 in cash and a note. Did you see that money? No, Su Xiaofang tilted her head defiantly. I didn't see anything. Why would you be so generous, lending 300,000? What are you pretending to be? Upon hearing this, Wang Hu immediately grasped the implication. Yi Ning had indeed returned the money, and even provided him with 300,000. Yet, that sum had mysteriously vanished. When he had awakened from his drunken stupor, there were no signs of a break-in, and the door was intact. The only thing missing was the household registration book, which Su Xiaofang had taken. That money had undoubtedly been taken by Su Xiaofang. Su Xiaofang, you also took Yi Ning's money. You must return it to Yi Ning immediately. Wang Hu urged hastily. Zhang Kongyan, having pulled Su Xiaofang back, stepped forward with a mocking grin, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized both Yi Ning and Wang Hu. That Su Xiaofang has stated she did not take it. Do you have any evidence? Without proof, what can you do if she did take it? That money is marital property. You agreed to leave with nothing, so sign the contract and transfer the fruit store to Su Xiaofang. If you comply, I won't make things difficult for you today. Zhang Kongyan smiled smugly at Wang Hu and Yi Ning. Otherwise, this matter will not end here. I'll not only deal with you, but also with your families. Wang Hu, your younger sister at the vocational school, is quite a looker. Zhang Kongyan's expression twisted with amusement as he stroked his chin. Wang Hu, you should consider what might happen to your sister if you fail to come up with the money. His gaze was menacing, clearly prepared to resort to underhanded tactics. Wang Hu's eyes burned with fury, trembling with rage. Zhang Kongyan, do not lay a finger on my sister, he roared, charging directly at Zhang Kongyan. The youths accompanying Zhang Kongyan were swift to intervene, blocking Wang Hu's path. However, driven by rage, Wang Hu was too quick, and in a moment of carelessness, he pushed past them, reaching Zhang Kongyan. Startled, Zhang Kongyan was met with a powerful fist to the face. Bang! The brutal blow landed squarely on Zhang Kongyan's visage. You bastard! How dare you hit me? Zhang Kongyan cursed vehemently, raising his foot to kick Wang Hu, who was restrained by several youths. Yet before his foot could connect, he was met with a sharp slap from Yi Ning, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. How dare you lay a hand on me? Get them! Finish them off! Zhang Kongyan shouted furiously as he scrambled to his feet. However, he received no response. Yi Ning had already positioned herself to restrain the enraged Wang Hu. His subordinates had been subdued by a group of workers in uniforms, leaving them no opportunity to retaliate. Yi Ning, do not stand in my way. Let me deal with this scoundrel. Wang Hu continued to rage, his eyes blazing with fury directed at Zhang Kongyan. Calm down, Wang Hu. Do not let your emotions get the better of you. I will handle this matter and ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Yi Ning reassured the agitated Wang Hu that I end their youth. He and Wang Hu had been the best of friends. Wang Hu was a gentle soul, often too kind-hearted to stand up for himself. Yet when pushed to the brink, the consequences of a good man's fury could be unimaginable. If Yi Ning allowed Wang Hu to act on his rage now, he would surely inflict serious harm on Zhang Kongyan, and the situation would become quite complicated. He could not bear to see his dear friend fall into such a predicament. Home to Renovation Company. Zhang Kongyan squinted at the logo on the workers' uniforms, sneering as he fixed his gaze on Yi Ning. Kid, this has nothing to do with you. Does it? You seem quite fond of meddling. Wang Hu is my brother. His affairs are my affairs, that Yi Ning replied calmly, his gaze unwavering as he met Zhang Kanyan's. This man had betrayed Wang Hu and now sought to confront him along with that shameless woman. These scoundrels were taking advantage of the situation. While Su Xiaofang was indeed despicable, her audacity stemmed largely from Zhang Kanyan's influence. Then why don't you tell me how you intend to intervene? Zhang Kanyan narrowed his eyes, fixing a piercing stare on Yi Ning as he inquired. Yi Ning scoffed lightly, turning his attention to Su Xiaofang, who cowered behind Zhang Kanyan. The reason for your divorce lies in your infidelity. It is you who should be leaving with nothing. And I ask you once more, did you take that 300,000 or not? And if I did, what does it matter if you already gave it away? Why would you want it back? Su Xiaofang retorted, her bravado faltering as she struggled to maintain her composure under Yi Ning's unwavering gaze. Chapter 32. Standing up for justice. Very well. Your admission suffices. Yi Ning smirked, glancing at Wang Hu, who stood behind him, visibly agitated and struggling to find his voice. He sighed internally, realizing his brother was far too naive. That Su Xiaofang was adamant that the money was marital property and should be split equally. While the determination of whether that money was indeed marital property remained uncertain, her infidelity should not grant her the right to deplete Wang Hu's assets. How could her attorney possibly be so formidable? Yes, we need a lawyer, Wang Hu suddenly realized, an epiphany striking him. He needed to hire a lawyer to contest the divorce that Su Xiaofang was attempting to force him to leave with nothing, despite being the one who had strayed from their marriage. Furthermore, when Wang Hu discovered that Yi Ning's 30,000 had been embezzled by that woman, Su Xiaofang, he could no longer endure it. He resolved to wield the weapon of the law. Yes, it was imperative to use legal means to protect himself. Wang Hu was aware of Zhang Kanyan's connections and believed that pursuing a lawsuit was the most prudent course of action. However, upon hearing Yi Ning's words, the cold smile on Zhang Kanyan's face grew ever more pronounced, shaking his head repeatedly. Kid, some matters cannot be resolved through legal channels. Zhang Kanyan sneered. Did I warn you one last time? Sign the document immediately, that if you dare to touch me today, it'll cost you $1 million for this punch. I advise you to obediently hand over the money. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. As he spoke, Zhang Kanyan regarded Wang Hu with a knowing smirk, adding, if you refuse to pay, I'll just go after your sister and your family. Think it over. And you should know Li Haizi is my brother-in-law. Dealing with you is merely a matter of my word. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu's expression changed drastically. That Li Haizi was not someone an ordinary person like him could provoke. While he himself was unafraid, the mention of his family, especially his sister Wang Yanai, sapped all his courage. To Yi Ning, let me handle this. Zhou Xinran, who had remained silent, could no longer contain her fury and interjected. Are you asking me to deal with them? Zhang Kanyan and his companions were unfamiliar with Zhou Xinran, but the moment she revealed her identity as the young lady of the Zhou family, they would undoubtedly think twice before acting recklessly. However, Yi Ning merely smiled playfully and pointed at Zhang Kanyan, stating coldly, Li Haizi, is it? Call him here. If Zhang Kanyan had invoked a different ally, Yi Ning might have had to resort to force. But Li Haizi? That was inviting trouble upon himself. Well, you have quite the bravado. Zhang Kanyan tilted his neck defiantly, growling, I'll make it clear today. If you intend to play tough, I won't stop you. But if you don't eliminate me today, I assure you, you'll regret it. I'll call my brother-in-law right now. With that, he prepared to leave. That I'll sign. I'll give you whatever you want, Wang Hu hurriedly exclaimed. Zhang Kanyan, now you've decided to back down. Zhang Kanyan coldly interrupted Wang Hu, sneering, too late. Don't plead with him. Yi Ning pulled Wang Hu close and said, let us wait quietly. Clearly, this matter cannot be resolved peacefully. I intend to wait for Li Haizi to arrive and completely dishearten Zhang Kanyan. Zhang Kanyan snorted coldly and began dialing a number. Brother-in-law, I've been bullied. Yes, it's just an insignificant kid here. Bring a few people. I want to smash his clinic. Within 5 minutes of the call, The screeching of tires echoed at the ice rink entrance point. Two black vans came to a halt outside. Who dares to bully? The doors swung open, and Lee Heisey and his entourage stormed in. Before he could finish his words, he froze. Master Yi? You're here too. Lee Heisey rushed towards Yi Ning with utmost respect, nodding and bowing, raising his hands in greeting. Master Yi, behind him, several men, known as the Mad Dogs, also bowed deeply to Yi Ning. The miraculous efficacy of the medicinal prescription Yi Ning had left the previous day had astounded them. After using the medicine, Lee Heisey not only found his injuries healed, but also felt a significant boost in his physical prowess, his combat effectiveness soaring. The Mad Dog even sensed that the bottleneck he had recently encountered had begun to show signs of breaking through, with a faint internal energy stirring within him. Yi Ning calmly nodded, gesturing toward Zhang Kanyan not far away, saying, "Is this your brother-in-law? He said he wanted you to cripple me and smash my clinic." At that moment, Zhang Kanyan was utterly dumbfounded. Li Heisey, his brother-in-law, was displaying such deference before Yi Ning. Who exactly was Yi Ning? Hearing Yi Ning's words, Lee Heisey's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees before Yi Ning, exclaiming, "Master Yi, I was wrong. I understand my mistake. This matter has nothing to do with me. He is just my brother-in-law, merely a distant cousin. Damn it, Mad Dog, take care of him." Yes, the Mad Dog sprang into action, swiftly knocking Zhang Kanyan to the ground with a kick. With a swift motion, he sliced through one of Zhang Kanyan's tendons with a knife. The once defiant Zhang Kanyan, now reduced to a blubbering mess, cried out, "Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I didn't know him or why he was your friend. I apologize, I'll pay. How much do you want, Master Yi?" Zhang Kanyan babbled incoherently. "Master Yi, I beg you, please let me go." Yi Ning cast a cold glance at the kneeling Zhang Kanyan and addressed Lee Heisey, saying, "You handle this matter. I don't wish to see this person again." "Understood." Lee Heisey's gaze sharpened as he turned to his subordinates, commanding, "Take these men away." Immediately, Lee Heisey's men apprehended Zhang Kanyan and the colorful youths he had brought with him. Li Heisey was thorough in his approach, recognizing that Yi Ning did not wish to see these individuals again, and promptly ordered his men to leave, assuring that they would cripple them to prevent any further harassment towards Yi Ning. Afterwards, Lee Heisey's gaze shifted to Su Xiaofang, seeking Yi Ning's approval. "Master Yi, who's he? Handle the situation as you see fit, that I want to interfere with your family matters. However, if anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to seek me out, and I will ensure justice is served." Yi Ning cast a disdainful glance at the fickle woman beside him and remarked to Wang Hu, "Good." Wang Hu gritted his teeth, tears brimming in his eyes, and with a choked voice said, "If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Chapter 33. Group Photo 50. Wang Hu, I still have feelings for you, that we were once so happy together. Let us go home. Shall we? Su Xiaofang pleaded desperately from her position on the ground. She had never anticipated that a mere Yi Ning could command Lee Heisey's respect, that if that were the case, wouldn't he, being Yi Ning's friend, elevate her status as well? Home. You still have the audacity to mention home. Wang Hu glared at Su Xiaofang, his voice low and filled with fury, "And we're getting divorced tomorrow. Let us part ways cleanly and go our separate ways." Wang Hu, how can you treat me this way? How can you be so heartless? Get lost. Su Xiaofang attempted to play the victim, but Wang Hu's cold shouts silenced her. Enraged, Wang Hu raised his fist, ready to strike, prompting Su Xiaofang to flee in terror. Li Heisey smiled at Yi Ning, clasping his hands in respect, and said, "Master Yi, rest assured, I will handle this matter and ensure it is resolved appropriately." "Very well, go ahead." Yi Ning nodded slightly. Li Heisey wasted no time and left immediately. The construction workers resumed their work, and Wang Hu expressed his gratitude to Yi Ning in a hushed tone. Yi Ning playfully punched him on the chest and laughed. "Brother, no need for such formalities." Wang Hu's eyes were filled with gratitude as he earnestly replied, "Good brother." Yi Ning smiled and nodded. After the crowd dispersed, Zhou Xinran lingered beside Yi Ning, her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. Yi Ning rubbed his nose and glanced at Zhou Xinran, asking, "What is the matter? Do I have something on my face? Yi Ning, how do you even know someone like Li Haizi? You must be careful not to get taken advantage of," Zhou Xinran exclaimed, evidently concerned for him. "What kind of person is Li Haizi?" Yi Ning raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile. "Nothing." Zhou Xinran pouted, saying, "Once your clinic opens, make sure I'm your first patient." "Ha ha!" Yi Ning chuckled. "Who wishes to be a patient? I hope my medicine cabinet gathers dust because you never fall ill." Zhou Xinran's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I'm not afraid. If I do get sick, you can cure me." The Zhou family's renovation team was quite professional. After a day of work, the entire ice rink had undergone a remarkable transformation. Next, they would clear away the debris and begin renovating the clinic with new materials. At this pace, it was anticipated that the work would be completed in about a week. The following day, Yi Ning visited a 4S dealership in Yun City, intending to purchase a vehicle for convenience. With the clinic's opening imminent, having a car for transportation would be very beneficial. Coincidentally, the dealership was hosting a car exhibition, attracting a considerable crowd. Not all of these visitors were there to buy cars. Many were drawn in by the beautiful models standing beside each vehicle. Numerous people approached to take photos and pose for pictures, creating a lively atmosphere as Yi Ning walked through the dealership. His gaze swept over the vehicles on either side, displaying little interest in the models. He was simply there to examine the cars, whether it be Du Ruo or Zhou Xinran. Both are undeniably stunning beauties. Having spent considerable time in their company, Yi Ning's resistance to beauty has significantly heightened. After strolling around the auto show, his gaze was ultimately captured by a magnificent Land Rover, with a price tag of $2 million. This top-tier vehicle exuded a commanding presence that greatly appealed to Yi Ning. Approaching the vehicle, he caught sight of a car model clad in a V-neck attire, her makeup impeccably done in a courteous manner. He inquired, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the sales personnel?" The car model, towering at over 1.7 meters, appeared even taller with her high heels, her deep neckline revealing an enticing décolletage, while her long, fair legs were elegantly displayed beneath her thigh-high slit gown as she posed. Upon hearing Yi Ning's question, she glanced at him dismissively, her entire outfit costing less than $200. And with an air of impatience replied, "Photos are free, but a group photo will cost $50, adding me on WeChat." "Forget it. You're not my type." Yi Ning was taken aback, forcing a wry smile as he replied, "My apologies, miss, that I'm here to purchase a vehicle. Please step aside, I have business to attend to." The model seemed to ignore his words, mechanically responding without a hint of emotion, then turned her gaze elsewhere. Yi Ning furrowed his brow slightly, scanning the vicinity until he spotted a staff member in a white shirt with a name tag, beaming as he explained the features of a car to a customer. To Yi Ning's surprise, the customer was none other than Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao's eyes met Yi Ning's, and after a moment of astonishment, a smirk spread across his face as he approached. "Well, if it isn't Yi Ning, what a surprise to see you here," Zhang Xiao remarked with a teasing smile, striding towards him. "So, Yi Ning, are you here to look at cars?" he inquired jovially. "Yes," Yi Ning replied tersely, taken aback by the unexpected encounter while trying to buy a car. "You here to buy a car?" Zhang Xiao's voice escalated. Remembering the humiliation he felt at the Royal KTV where he had lost face, while Yi Ning shown that he harbored resentment towards Yi Ning, attributing all his frustrations to him, especially since Du Ruo had shielded Yi Ning during that incident. Zhang Xiao scoffed, "Yi Ning, you must be joking. You're here to buy a car. Not long ago, your mother was gravely ill and you were scrambling for money. Did I seem to recall you just got discharged from the hospital? What is this? Now that you've cobbled together some funds from your mother's illness, you come here to show off?" Hearing Zhang Xiao's words, many nearby turned their attention to Yi Ning, whispering and pointing at him. Yi Ning's brow furrowed deeply as he replied coldly, "Zhang Xiao, what business is it of yours if I'm here to buy a car? Don't make things uncomfortable for yourself. We're all classmates. Aren't I just showing concern for you?" Zhang Xiao feigned innocence, still sporting a mocking grin that if you can't afford it, don't pretend to be something you're not. Trying to impress girls with that look won't work. Zhang Xiao continued, turning his gaze towards the car model in front of the Land Rover, cheerfully asking, "Hey there, would you like to add me on WeChat?" "Sure." The model's eyes sparkled, recognizing the potential of Zhang Xiao's affluent background, that if she could establish a connection, it could be quite lucrative. The model eagerly added Zhang Xiao on WeChat, and they posed for a photo together. After this display, Zhang Xiao looked back at Yi Ning with disdain, smirking, "I must say, Yi Ning, if you're trying to impress girls, at least wear something presentable. If you can't afford it, let me know. I'll cover your expenses. Dressing so shabbily in a place like this is laughable. Impress girls?" Yi Ning's brow furrowed deeply, that he had no intention of stooping to Zhang Xiao's level. But the latter's condescending remarks ignited a spark of anger within him, that "I'm not here for frivolity. I came to buy a car," Yi Ning replied, his expression darkening as he regarded the smugness radiating from Zhang Xiao. "Buying a car?" Zhang Xiao exclaimed incredulously. "You? That's hilarious." The model beside him covered her mouth, laughing uncontrollably. "Huh, just a loser trying to impress me, and he can't even afford $50 for a photo. Now he claims he is here to buy a car?" Encouraged by the model's laughter, Zhang Xiao became bolder, addressing the nearby Manager Chun. "Manager Chun, this guy is nothing but a pitiful loser who can't afford a car. Why let him linger here? Is it to embarrass yourselves?" Manager Chun, appearing to be in his 40s with gold-rimmed glasses and a genteel demeanor, responded with a slight smile, "Zhang Xiao, we're here to conduct business. All customers are welcome. Especially in an auto show, many are not here solely to buy a car." "But he is ruining my experience," Zhang Xiao interjected, his expression darkening. "Manager Chun, I'm a paying customer, and I just bought a car today." Zhang Xiao produced a car key from his pocket, waving it in front of Yi Ning. "Look, Yi Ning, you think you can afford a car? What a joke." The car model, noticing the key, leaned closer to Zhang Xiao. "Sir, what do you think of this Land Rover? A top-tier model like this suits your status perfectly." "Not in a rush. I already bought one today. This one can wait." Zhang Xiao grinned, taking advantage of the moment. Manager Chun, eager to please Zhang Xiao, cast a disapproving look at Yi Ning. "Sir, you've disrupted our customer's experience. Please leave immediately." "Why should I leave? Just because he is a customer doesn't mean I'm not one too. And who said I can't afford a car?" Yi Ning retorted, unyielding. By now, a crowd had gathered, whispering and laughing amongst themselves, which further embarrassed Manager Chun, who awkwardly smiled. Zhang Xiao, however, smirked. "Yi Ning, you're unfairly accusing the dealership. They're not judging by appearance but by wealth." Zhang Xiao sneered. "I spent over 500,000 here today, so I'm a legitimate customer. You, on the other hand, don't belong in a place like this. What is it going to be? Leave or continue embarrassing yourself?" The crowd erupted in laughter at Zhang Xiao's taunts. Yi Ning, however, remained silent, pulling out his bank card and gesturing towards the 2 million Land Rover. "I'll buy that car. Are you selling it or not?" Zhang Xiao and his companions were momentarily stunned. "You buying it? Do you really have that much money? What a laugh! How could someone so poor dress so shabbily?" The model burst into laughter, turning to Manager Chun. "Manager Chun, what are you waiting for? He is ready to swipe his card. Hurry and see if he can afford it." Zhang Xiao, still laughing, declared, "If you can buy that Land Rover today, I'll leave here on my knees, but if you can't, then it's my turn to leave." Without hesitation, Yi Ning replied, "Deal." Manager Chun, skeptical, took Yi Ning's card, clearly unconvinced. 2 million was no small sum. Even Zhang Xiao, who appeared affluent, had only bought a car worth 50-something thousand. He doubted Yi Ning could afford a $200,000 Land Rover. Just as Manager Chun was about to process the payment, Yi Ning suddenly spoke up. "What is wrong? Afraid? Feeling guilty? If you're broke, don't pretend to be something you're not." Yi Ning scanned the crowd, then pointed to a young saleswoman who hadn't mocked him, remarking, "If this car sells, credit her with the sale." Selling a car certainly came with a commission, and a $200,000 Land Rover would yield a substantial profit. Although Yi Ning didn't care about the commission, it was gratifying to irk Manager Chun and the model. Manager Chun, dismissive, swiped the card. The successful payment notification echoed, leaving Zhang Xiao, Manager Chun, and the model in stunned silence. UVE successfully completed the payment. "You can pick up your car now," Manager Chun managed to say, his expression frozen. Zhang Xiao, dumbfounded, exclaimed, "This is impossible. Yi Ning, you, the loser who was begging for money for your dying mother. How could you?" "Get out," Yi Ning coldly stated, his voice firm. Zhang Xiao's face flushed crimson, especially with the crowd of onlookers beginning to point fingers and murmur amongst themselves. He felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Zhang Xiao, his face darkened with rage, glared at Yi Ning and said in a low voice, "All right, Yi Ning, I will remember this incident today. You'd better wait for me." With that, Zhang Xiao could no longer bear to stay and turned to leave. "Wait!" Yi Ning frowned and halted Zhang Xiao's steps. "You were so arrogant just now. Now that you've lost, you think you can just walk away." He stepped forward, placing a hand on Zhang Xiao's shoulder, and smiled. "Zhang Xiao, what you just said was to roll out, not to walk out. I am leaving this place right now. What can you do about it?" Zhang Xiao let out a cold laugh and lifted his foot to leave. But as soon as he took a step, a wave of weakness surged through his legs, rendering them as if they had lost all sensation, and he collapsed to his knees before Yi Ning with a thud. His face flushed crimson. Zhang Xiao gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, yet his legs remained unresponsive, devoid of any strength to Yi Ning. "What is happening? What have you done to me?" He glared at Yi Ning, his voice filled with fury and disbelief. "If you leave now, there might still be hope for your legs." Yi Ning replied calmly that he had merely infused his own energy into Zhang Xiao's body, temporarily sealing his acupoints that if Zhang Xiao were to roll out through the commotion, he could naturally dispel the energy on his own. However, Zhang Xiao spat viciously and sneered, "Yi Ning, who do you think you are? Do you really believe I would trust you?" After saying this, he made another futile attempt to rise. But once again, he failed. Ultimately, amidst the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Xiao crawled out of the car dealership on all fours, moving so quickly that it seemed he wished to burrow into the ground. Yi Ning's words were taken lightly by everyone present. Just then, Manager Chun, wearing a beaming expression, hurried over with a contract in hand. "Boss, please sign this contract. Here are the car keys and the comprehensive insurance service card." Manager Chun bowed slightly, his face aglow with enthusiasm as he rapidly briefed Yi Ning that as Yi Ning casually picked up the contract, a soft warmth brushed against his wrist, and he noticed that the car model, who had previously dismissed him, had now pressed herself against him. With both hands gripping his arm, her chest pushed against him, causing an awkward shape to form. "Boss!" The alluring car model teased Yi Ning with her ample assets while whispering seductively into his ear. "You'll have to wait a while to pick up the car. Let me accompany you to the lounge for a bit, or if you prefer, we could take a test drive." Yi Ning snorted coldly, withdrawing his arm from her grasp, but he then glanced at the smiling Manager Chun and stated, "I have mentioned before that the commission belongs to this young lady. Either have her come to sign with me, or refund me. I am not purchasing." Instantly, the smiles on both Chun and the car model's faces froze at that moment. The salesperson who had just processed the payment approached briskly, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man was Lin Jun, the general manager of the 4S dealership, who had rushed over upon hearing about a sudden 2 million yuan transaction. "This gentleman is the one who just purchased the Range Rover for 2 million. Correct?" Lin Jun inquired with a beaming smile as he looked towards Manager Chun. After Chun nodded, Lin Jun turned his attentions to Yi Ning, extending his hands in greeting, his demeanor exceedingly cordial. "You, sir, are truly remarkable. Such youth and ambition. To spend so lavishly at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly boundless. In this day and age, few people purchase luxury cars outright. Many opted for loans." Lin Jun was exceedingly courteous and attentive. Given that those like Yi Ning, who could spend 2 million in cash, were rare, Yi Ning, However, merely chuckled and replied, "The money has been paid, but the purchase contract has yet to be signed, and I am not well acquainted with this Range Rover. I would like this young lady to explain it to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Jun was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at manager Chin. Wasn't this the salesperson's responsibility? Allow me, boss. Let us take the car for a spin. I assure you will be satisfied." Manager Chen hurriedly interjected, only to be cut off by Yi Ning. "Manager Chen, I must say that this is the first time in my life I have heard of paying before receiving service. If I had not paid, would some people have attempted to expel me?" Upon hearing this, Manager Chen turned pale. Lin Jun's expression grew stern as he understood the situation. Yi Ning continued, "These two have severely impacted my mood. You must provide me with a satisfactory explanation today." As soon as Yi Ning's words left his mouth, both the beautiful car model and Manager Chen's expressions shifted dramatically. The car model even fell to her knees before Yi Ning. Her eyes reddened as she pleaded, "Boss, I was wrong. I underestimated you. Please, do not hold it against me. Grant me this chance, and I promise I will never dare again," according to the car show contract. If the Range Rover was sold today, she would earn a 5% commission, amounting to a staggering 100,000 yuan. However, if Yi Ning was dissatisfied, she would receive nothing and could potentially lose her job, facing penalties for breach of contract. "Manager Chun, you may go to finance and collect your paycheck right now," Lin Jun said coldly, causing the frightened Manager Chen to weaken at the knees, unable to plead for mercy before being taken away. As for the car model, Lin Jun merely shot her a fierce glare, prompting her to tremble and shrink away. He then respectfully addressed Yi Ning, "Boss, shall we discuss the car inside? I will introduce you to its features, and you can take it for a test drive. As for the commission, I will ensure that young lady receives it." Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction and followed Lin Jun to the car for a test drive. Meanwhile, the young salesperson stood in a daze, astonished that a 2 million yuan deal had seemingly fallen from the sky into her lap. The Range Rover was powerful and comfortable, and Yi Ning was pleased with both its interior and exterior. Lin Jun was professional, thoroughly detailing the various advantages and features of the Range Rover, and subsequently informing Yi Ning of the after-sales considerations. After a brief half-hour, Yi Ning nodded in satisfaction and directly signed a contract with Lin Jun. Securing the Range Rover, Mr. Yi, the manager has been dismissed and will not be rehired in the future, Lin Jun said with a smile as they parted ways. However, the young car model is still standing over there. Yi Ning paused, catching sight of the young model, who stood by the driving range, her eyes red and tear-streaked. "Mr. Yi, to be frank, she stands to earn a 10,000 yuan commission from this sale. Do you think she wouldn't want to curry favor with you?" Lin Jun said with a knowing smile. "This young lady is quite exceptional, an attractive face and a stunning figure, and she's new here. If you want her, it's just a word away. Manager Lin, your service is truly commendable." Yi Ning finally understood why the young model had been so eager to please him, but he had no interest in such women. "All right, Mr. Yi, you can take the Range Rover home today. I will handle the necessary paperwork and personally deliver it to you within 3 days. Just leave your address." As Lin Jun exited the car in front of the driving range, he winked at the young model and walked away. Seeing this, the young model finally felt relieved and approached Yi Ning, bowing in gratitude. "Boss, thank you for your kindness. I truly appreciate it," as she spoke. Tears continued to fall, and she moved to enter the car. "Enough," Yi Ning interrupted, halting her actions. "I am not a man who indulges frivolously. Let today's events be forgotten, and may you conduct yourself wisely in the future." With that, he pressed the gas pedal and drove away. The young model stared in shock as the Range Rover sped off, unable to contain her frustration as she stomped her foot and pouted. "Am I really that easygoing?" Upon returning home, Yi Ning parked the car beneath the apartment complex, just as Zheng Huilan was returning from grocery shopping. Upon seeing Yi Ning's new car, she couldn't help but bombard him with questions. Her face etched with concern that Yi Ning did not intend to conceal anything from his mother. He directly shared his plans to open a clinic, explaining the source of the funds as being for treating old Joe, who had provided the medical fees. There was no need to hide these matters. Zheng Huilan was aware that their current residence belonged to the Zhou family, but she could not help but express her worries. We are becoming ever more indebted to the Zhou family. You must be sure to repay them properly in the future. Chapter 36. The delinquent Wang Ni Yining nodded, saying little more. Zheng Huilan believed in him and wished to accompany him to the clinic. However, Yining naturally refused, as the clinic was still undergoing renovations, plagued with dust and noise, and he would never let his mother suffer through that. Yet, to ease her concerns, he promised, "Mom, the clinic is still being renovated, don't worry. In a few days, I'll take you to see it." All right then. Upon hearing this, Zheng Huilan could only nod in agreement. In the following days, Yining drove to the clinic each morning to supervise the renovations. After nearly 10 days, the clinic was finally nearing completion. Indeed, the renovation of a typical storefront cannot be accomplished so swiftly. Under the directive of Zhou Xinran, several seasoned renovation experts were specially summoned. The service provided by the renovation team hired by Zhou Xinran was exemplary. The consultation rooms, patient wards, pharmacy, lounge, and office were all impeccably arranged. What was once a mere ice skating rink covering hundreds of square meters has now been transformed into an extraordinarily grand medical establishment. Boss Yi, we've tidied up everything before your departure. You can open for business tomorrow. Old Wu, the foreman from the renovation company, cheerfully reported to Yining while updating him on the progress. Thank you very much. Yining expressed his gratitude, feeling a surge of ambition upon gazing at the elegantly decorated medical facility. Master Wu, please inform me of the expenses. We shall settle accounts fairly. Boss, aren't you making things difficult for me? Miss Zhou has already made the payment. Old Wu maintained his cheerful demeanor, appearing quite agreeable. Upon hearing this, Yining could only manage a wry smile and shake his head, acknowledging that this favor was now a debt he could not escape. As the renovations neared completion, Yining dialed Wang Hu. With such a vast medical establishment, it was evident that Yining alone would not suffice. Even with Wang Hu's assistance, it would be inadequate. That a rough estimation indicated that while he attended to consultations, Wang Hu would handle finances, and at least 2 nurses would be required. Should business thrive, further recruitment would be necessary. Yining first inquired about Wang Hu's divorce, to which Wang Hu spoke candidly. Today, he had regained his former composure, his speech flowing easily and naturally. The divorce proceedings had evidently gone smoothly. Wang Hu retained the house and the fruit shop, while Su Xiaofang was too intimidated to voice any objections, allowing Wang Hu to set the terms. Ultimately, Wang Hu's compassion led him to provide Su Xiaofang with a sum of 100,000 yuan upon their divorce, thus solidifying their separation, while Yining unconditionally supported his good friend's decision. He made a call to summon Wang Hu directly to the medical establishment, ordering some delicacies and purchasing 2 bottles of erguo, preparing to share a few drinks with him. During their conversation, the topic of hiring nurses arose, and Yining immediately thought of Wang Hu's sister, Wang Ni, who was currently studying at a nursing school. Before attending university, Yining, Wang Hu, and Wang Ni often spent time together, sharing an extraordinarily close bond. Back then, Wang Ni was unafraid of anything, possessing a cherubic face, yet exhibiting a character more akin to that of a boy, being generous and forthright. Yining could hardly envision Wang Ni donning a nurse's uniform. Wang Hu, by now your sister should be nearing graduation, right? If she has no classes, it would be perfect for her to come over and intern at my medical facility, Yining remarked, picking up a piece of pork. Rest assured regarding compensation. She will receive the standard salary of a hospital nurse, starting at 6,000, with overtime pay and all the necessary benefits included. Forget it. Wang Hu abruptly interrupted, saying, that girl is becoming increasingly unruly. I can't even keep her in line, I wouldn't want her to tarnish your business. Yining paused, recognizing Wang Hu's frustration with Wang Ni, yet he remained resolute in his intentions. Having shared many childhood adventures, Yining had long considered Wang Ni as his own sister. Despite her rebellious nature, Wang Ni was kind-hearted and distinguished right from wrong. Leave this to me. Just give me Wang Ni's number, and I will reach out to her, Yi Ning stated decisively. Wang, who hesitated momentarily, but eventually sighed heavily and provided Wang Ni's contact details that Yi Ning promptly dialed Wang Ni's number. Who is this? Upon the call connecting, a cacophony of noise erupted, accompanied by Wang Ni's loud inquiry. "It's me, Yi Ning. Where are you?" Yi Ning responded directly, "Yi Ning go." Wang Ni's voice was laced with excitement as she quickly replied, "I am at the Night Fire Disco. You should come. It's been ages since we last met, and I was just hoping to grab a couple of drinks with you." Yi Ning hung up, casting a peculiar glance at Wang Yi Ning. "Don't concern yourself with her. Let us enjoy our drinks," Wang, who grumbled, downing a glass of liquor in frustration, lamenting, "This girl is becoming increasingly outrageous. I can no longer manage her. Let her be. All right, I'll go check on her," Yi Ning declared, rising to leave. Wang and I was Wang Hu's younger sister. Though Wang Hu spoke dismissively, he secretly wished for his sister to associate with Yi Ning. Watching Yi Ning depart, Wang Hu sighed heavily, lifting his glass for a solitary drink. Half an hour later, Yi Ning arrived at the Night Fire Disco. The moment he stepped into the corridor, the blaring music and flashing lights made him feel uncomfortable. The crowd within the disco was wildly energetic. He was not fond of such an atmosphere. Eventually, he spotted Wang and I in a booth. "Wang and I," Yi Ning called out at a girl with rainbow-colored hair, large earrings, a cherubic face, and a fitted polo shirt turned around. Upon seeing Yi Ning, her face instantly lit up with a smile. "Yi Ning go. You made it. Come, sit with me," Wang and I exclaimed, eagerly wrapping her arm around Yi Ning's and pulling him toward the booth. "I want to sit. Come outside with me first." Yi Ning remained rooted in place, frowning as he spoke. He then grasped Wang Ni's wrist, leading her outside. Wang and I feigned a token resistance before obediently following Yi Ning out of the private room. Throughout their childhood, Wang and I had always been rebellious, whether in front of her brother or her parents. However, she was remarkably compliant in Yi Ning's presence, as he was academically inclined, wise, and always patient in listening to her thoughts. Once outside the disco, Wang and I appeared like a child caught misbehaving, her head bowed, unwilling to meet Yi Ning's gaze. Observing her dejected demeanor, Yi Ning refrained from scolding her, ultimately sighing and saying, "From now on, avoid places like this. That I've opened a medical facility. You'll start working there tomorrow." "But I'm still in school." "You still remember you're in school? Is this where you come to play around instead of studying?" Yi Ning frowned. "That you're in nursing school. Do you think you can become a nurse after graduating looking like this? Manicures, dyed hair, earrings, heavy makeup. Tell me which hospital would hire you." Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, Wang and I pouted and fell silent, staring at her fingers, lost in thought. "Hey, who is this kid? What a cocky attitude." At that moment, a few unruly young men sauntered out from the disco, the leader among them approaching with a scrutinizing gaze directed at Yi Ning. "Xiao and I, what is going on? Why are you leaving so early today?" The foremost young man inquired, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Yi Ning slightly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss in the young man's demeanor. "Fei Ge, this is my brother," Wang and I replied with a smile, showing no signs of intimidation. "There's a special situation today. We can gather any day, but I must excuse myself today." "That won't do. Today is my birthday, and you cannot miss it," Li Fei interjected, stepping in front of Yi Ning and Wang and I, blocking their path. He had meticulously planned this gathering and would not easily let Wang and I leave. With a smile plastered on his face, Li Fei continued, "Besides, there are so many friends waiting for you inside. You can't just leave without saying a word." Wang Ni's eyebrows knitted together as she prepared to respond. But Li Fei's gaze shifted to Yi Ning, and he directly extended an invitation. "Brother, since you're Wang Ni's brother, you're also our friend. We're all young people here. Why not join us inside for a drink?" Upon hearing this proposal, Wang Ni's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Yi Ning, clearly eager for him to join them. With no other choice, Yi Ning reluctantly nodded, saying, "All right then, I'll join you for a couple of drinks." Li Fei and his companions exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces as they ushered Yi Ning and Wang Ni back into the bar. Wang Ni was delighted, linking her arm through Yi Ning's and refusing to let go even after they were seated. The atmosphere at the table grew subtly tense as Yi Ning observed that while these individuals appeared warm and welcoming, their furtive glances toward him betrayed a more sinister intent. To his surprise, he spotted the car model he had encountered at the 4S dealership among the group. Upon meeting his gaze, a flicker of shock crossed her face, but she quickly turned away, feigning ignorance, and Yi Ning chose not to acknowledge the encounter. "This brother, you don't seem much older than I am. We all of the same generation. Today is my birthday, so I'd like to toast you," Li Fei said, his eyes flashing with irritation that he quickly masked, feigning friendliness as he raised his glass toward Yi Ning. Since he was already there, Yi Ning did not put on airs and lifted his glass to drink with them. However, Li Fei signaled to his companions, who each took turns raising their glasses in Yi Ning's direction. Having inherited the legacy of the medical sage, Yi Ning found the amount of alcohol trivial. He merely smiled and said, "All right then, let us drink a few together." This was amusing. The group exchanged knowing glances, beginning to take turns toasting Yi Ning. After several rounds, Yi Ning had consumed nearly 2 bottles of liquor. "All right, you guys should not go overboard." Wang and I could no longer tolerate the situation. She furrowed her brows and pushed aside the wine glass that a young man had just raised in toast, exclaiming, "This is my brother. You all should take it easy." "Oh dear, feeling a bit protective, are we?" Li Fei replied with a sarcastic tone. "Who knows if he has a biological brother or a foster one? Tell us, my friend, what exactly is your relationship with Wang and I? Can you satisfy our curiosity?" Yi Ning set down his glass, letting his gaze sweep over the faces before him, and chuckled. "I have known Wang Ni's brother since childhood. Wang Ni is my brother's sister, so naturally, she is also my sister. Therefore," Yi Ning fixed his gaze on Li Fei and stated bluntly, "if any of you harbor ill intentions, I suggest you keep them to yourselves." Li Fei's expression stiffened. Yi Ning's gaze instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Wang Ni's face lit up with a smile as she clung tightly to Yi Ning's arm, even resting her head against it. "We all classmates here. What ill intentions could we possibly have?" A rotund man chuckled, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. "All right, I've made my rounds and I've had my drink. Let us call it a night. You all take your time. This round is on me." With that, Yi Ning showed no desire to linger and prepared to leave. However, the atmosphere at the booth grew tense once more, as it was evident that none of them wanted Wang and I to simply walk away. "If you wish to leave, do so on your own," Yi Ning remarked dismissively, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Wang and I has no intention of leaving." Just as Li Fei was about to speak, he was silenced by a gesture from the previously jovial man, who exchanged glances with a nearby girl, the very model from earlier. She hesitated but ultimately nodded. "Ninggu, you can't just leave tonight. We haven't even shared a drink yet." As she spoke, the model rose and sat beside Yi Ning, nearly pressing her entire form against him, her face adorned with a playful smile. Leaning in close to Yi Ning's ear, she whispered softly, "Considering our history, I would like to properly thank you for what happened last time." "Xiaolon, what do you mean by that? This is my brother." Wang and I immediately pouted, glaring disapprovingly at Xiaolon. "Xiao and I, you've said it yourself. He is your brother, not your boyfriend, so why not let him pursue you?" Xiaolon teased, her smile mischievous as she gazed at Yi Ning. "Ninggu, I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like a place to rest. Would you accompany me?" A playful smile graced Yi Ning's face as he replied nonchalantly, "Sure, let us go." Xiaolon was taken aback by his response. Previously, when she had pursued him, he had rejected her. Yet this time he acquiesced. Under Wang Ni's visibly upset expression, Xiaolon brightly took Yi Ning's hand and led him away from the booth that Yi Ning followed Xiaolon, who guided him to a small resting room. The space was modest, measuring only about 7 or 8 square meters, simply furnished with a double bed, a bathroom, and a basic wardrobe that I Yin City. When it comes to nightlife venues, the Huangshao Kitty is undoubtedly the pinnacle of grandeur. While the Yehui Bar is infamous for its chaotic atmosphere, rumor has it that many rooms in the nightlife scene allow for direct transactions with escort services that Wei Ning had never frequented such establishments before. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Ninggu, would you like to take a shower first, or shall we do it together? Xiaolon gazed at him with sultry eyes, her voice gentle. Wei Ning merely regarded her coldly and asked in a low voice, "Was it that fat man who sent you to seduce me?" Xiaolon was momentarily taken aback, then pouted, "Well, you're just falling into their trap. Isn't this simply a case of willing participants? Why maintain a facade of anger at this point?" "Umph." Yi Ning scoffed, stating directly, "Tell me, what are those people after, and why are they fixated on Wang and I? Moreover, you seem to heed their words rather readily. They must be quite formidable, no?" Chapter 38. Unraveling the truth, a flicker of struggle crossed Xiaolan's eyes as she finally bit her lip and confessed, "Yi boss, you are a good person. You should leave quickly. Wang and I's situation is beyond your control. Many matters cannot simply be resolved with money." "Oh, you've piqued my curiosity," Yi Ning replied with a cold smirk, narrowing his eyes at her. "Speak freely. If it's beyond my capacity to intervene, I won Team Medal." This Xiaolon hesitated, her eyes betraying her inner conflict, but she ultimately bit her lip and said, "Let me tell you, Li Fei and his gang are involved in loan sharking, and they have powerful backing. They've harmed many female students at the nursing school, some of whom were coerced into selling their bodies for profit, that a few girls who refused were dragged away by several men. To worse fates, there have even been fatalities, and gradually, no one dared to confront Li Fei's group anymore. This time, they set a trap specifically to drag Wang and I into their schemes. That is all I know. Yi boss, I never intended to harm anyone. I am, too, being coerced." "Huh." At Xiaolon's revelations, Yi Ning's cold laughter concealed a burgeoning rage within him. Thankfully, he had come today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "Is there no authority in your school to oversee such matters?" Yi Ning narrowed his eyes and spoke in a deep voice. "Who would intervene?" "A teacher once tried to protect a student, only to be hit by a car on the way home." Xiaolon bit her lip, her face a mask of sorrow. "Li Fei is under Zhao Lang's command. I've heard Zhao Lang has connections with the Yehui Bar. And as you can see, those who run such establishments are not ordinary folk." Her last remark was laden with implication, and Xiaolon bit her lip, her expression filled with regret that Wei Ning shot her a glance. Recognizing that pity often accompanies contempt, this woman, who was once Wang Ni's close friend, had seemingly betrayed her. What plans did they have to ensnare Wang and I? Suppressing his fury with a deep breath, Yi Ning inquired, "So, they intend to film a video and then force her to work here?" Before Xiaolon could finish her sentence, Yi Ning abruptly stood and exited the room, heading straight for the booth. "Ninggu, wait for me." Xiaolon hurriedly followed, grasping his arm in a desperate plea, her eyes reddening. "You should leave. You can't meddle in this. They are capable of anything. Where is Wang and I?" Upon returning to the booth, Yi Ning noticed Wang and I had vanished. His heart sank with regret as he asked in a low voice. His gaze darted across the booth, realizing Li Fei was also missing, intensifying his anxiety. "Ah, back so soon?" The jovial fat man from earlier maintained his cheerful demeanor, standing up to face Yi Ning with a smile. "Wang and I has already left. She didn't inform you?" Without a word, Yi Ning struck the fat man across the face, the sound of the slap echoing loudly, leaving a crimson imprint where there had just been mirth. The raucous noise drew the attention of several men clad in black nearby, who approached with wary expressions. "How dare you hit me? You're asking for trouble." The fat man's eyes bulged in disbelief, but before he could complete his threat, Yi Ning's hand clamped around his throat. The youths nearby, startled and unprepared, watched in shock as Yi Ning effortlessly lifted the nearly 300-pound man with one hand. The fat man grasped at Yi Ning's wrist, gasping desperately as his face turned crimson from the lack of air. Yet, Yi Ning's grip was unyielding, akin to a vice. Just as the fat man seemed on the verge of suffocation, Yi Ning abruptly released him. With a thud, the hefty body crashed onto the coffee table. And Yi Ning, his gaze cold and unyielding, demanded, "Where is Wang and I?" The fat man, propping himself up with one hand, gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on Yi Ning, but remaining silent. "Do you wish to die?" Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, his cold laughter echoing ominously, "That if you do not reveal Wang Ni's whereabouts now, I will make you regret it." With that, he picked up a fruit knife and pressed it against the fat man's neck. She's in room 205. Just as Yi Ning was about to reach for the door, the fat man finally broke under the pressure and shouted, "Lead the way!" Yi Ning kicked the fat man, who scrambled to his feet and hurried ahead. As they exited the booth, they were confronted by a group of black-clad security personnel, led by a stern-faced man who raised his hand to block their path. "Apologies, but fighting is not permitted in Yehuabar. Please vacate the premises." Before the security guard could finish his statement, Yi Ning's hand flew out, delivering a slap that sent the towering guard crashing backwards, toppling over 2 rows of booths before hitting the ground with a crash. Instantly, the bar's lights flicked on. The commotion here startled the entire bar. The raucous music abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned in this direction. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." Yi Ning's voice, laced with suppressed fury, resonated that if he delayed any longer, Wang and I would be finished. At a few security guards, intimidated by Yi Ning's imposing presence, dared not utter a sound and hastily cleared a path. The previous scene was indeed shocking. Such a robust security chief had been sent flying by a single slap from Yi Ning. This was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. The terrifying spectacle left them momentarily stunned, and instinctively, no one dared to defy Yi Ning's command. The portly man's mood instantly turned tense again as he trembled and led the way ahead. In a secluded corner of the bar, a girl clad in a strapless top and hot pants, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and sunglasses, furrowed her brow deeply, her face reflecting a grave concern. "Shui team, what should we do? Will such a ruckus affect our operation today? The suspect is already on high alert." A frantic voice echoed in her earpiece that it's time to close in and apprehend them. Finally, the girl clenched her teeth and spoke. The trembling, portly man eventually brought Yi Ning to the door of room 314. It's right inside. He cast a furtive glance at Yi Ning, his eyes evasive. With a cold snort, Yi Ning wasted no time and kicked the door open. Inside, Wang and I, covered in bruises, cowered in a corner, shivering with a fruit knife clutched in her hand, pointing it at the 2 men across from her. One was Li Fei, wielding a camera with a fierce glare directed at Wang and I. The other was a disheveled middle-aged man, dressed in a white shirt with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. A bloody wound oozing on his face, exuding a menacing aura. He held a chair in one hand, stained with blood, and one of its legs was already broken. Chapter 39. Thunderous fury upon witnessing this scene. Yi Ning's eyes blazed with rage. He stepped forward and suddenly found himself face to face with Li Fei and the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man barely managed to utter a word before Yi Ning seized him by the throat and slammed him against the wall. With a resounding thud, the fury-fueled impact embedded much of the man's body into the wall, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. Yi Ning's grip remained unyielding around his neck. In an instant, the middle-aged man's eyes rolled back, gasping for breath. Li Fei, terrified, dropped his camera and fled toward the door, while Yi Ning released the nearly unconscious middle-aged man and swiftly yanked Li Fei back, sending him crashing into the wall with a kick. His scream echoing in the air as he collapsed beside the middle-aged man. Both men knelt on the ground, gasping for air like dying dogs. Yi Ning furrowed his brow. Had it been a concrete wall, they would surely have met their end. It was the thick, soft soundproofing material that saved them. "Brother, I knew you would come to save me." Wang and I rushed forward and embraced Yi Ning, weeping uncontrollably. It's all right. Yi Ning consoled her gently, stroking her hair. "You go outside first. I'll handle the rest." "Who are you?" daring to cause a ruckus here. Are you tired of living? At that moment, a languid voice echoed, and a young man in a white suit sauntered into the room. Meanwhile, the portly man and several youths who had come to watch, along with Xiaolan, were all restrained outside. The entrance was completely surrounded by a throng of black-clad security personnel, numbering well over 100. It looks like you're the mastermind behind this. Yi Ning's voice was devoid of emotion as he regarded the young man with the indifference reserved for a corpse. These individuals were merely accomplices. However, Yi Ning needed to settle accounts with Li Fei and the middle-aged man first. "Zhou Li, save me." The middle-aged man's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope upon seeing the young man. His hoarse voice pleading, "Kill him! Kill this brat!" Zhou Li nodded slightly, a cold smile creeping across his face. "Kid, I've heard you have some skills, but your mistake lies in being too ostentatious, too contemptuous of others. The tall tree attracts the wind. Remember, there is always someone better than you that you've honed your martial arts with great difficulty, yet it's a pity to waste it here. Say." Zhou Li's gaze was playful as he observed Yi Ning, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Such skills wasted here is truly a shame. Join me, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury." Slap. Before Zhou Li could finish, Yi Ning swiftly backhanded him across the face. With a sharp crack, Zhou Li's body toppled backward, his neck bending at an unnatural angle, his spine snapping as he fell silent. The room grew so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Then, Yi Ning's gaze shifted to a bespectacled youth standing by the door. Gulp. The bespectacled youth swallowed hard, utterly dumbfounded. Unable to utter a word, he had just rushed in with the security guards, but upon meeting Yi Ning's gaze, he froze, speechless. "Dare to harm my sister, and even if the King of Heaven were to come, he couldn't save you." Yi Ning's voice remained calm, yet his eyes blazed with fury. "No, brother, you can't kill me. I'm the uncle of the Night Fire Bar's owner. If you kill me, he won't let you off." The youth trembled as he spoke. "Pa." Wang and I spat, glaring fiercely at the middle-aged man. "Zhao Lang, you're a scum who deserves to die." Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, realizing that this bespectacled youth was Zhao Lang, Li Fei's backer. Knowing this, he had no intention of showing mercy. Just as he prepared to strike, a crisp voice rang out in the corridor. "Stand aside, hands up, clear the way, police on duty." As the voice resounded, a group burst into the room, led by the beautiful officer Chen Shui. Chen Shui and her team were escorting a well-dressed middle-aged man. The man, clad in an expensive tailored suit, was none other than Tang Tian, the owner of the bar. Seeing Tang Tian being apprehended by the police, the crowd was taken aback and instinctively parted to make way. Upon entering the room, their gazes immediately fell upon Zhou Li's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, surprise flickering across their faces. "What happened here?" Upon spotting Zhou Li's lifeless form, Tang Tian's expression darkened. Realizing the commotion had escalated beyond his expectations, "That I did it," Yi Ning replied calmly, fixing his gaze on Tang Tian. "These people are your subordinates, right?" "Ha, I was planning to give you a beating, you." Tang Tian, upon hearing Yi Ning's words, was enraged to the point of laughter. "Try laying a finger on me, police. Did you hear that? This brat was causing a ruckus in my bar." As for Tang Tian himself, he was unconcerned. It was merely a visit to the police station for some tea. They had no evidence against him, and he would ultimately be released. Yes, he attacked us. We want to file a report." Zhao Lang suddenly perked up, shouting, "You're done for. Once you're inside, we'll deal with you slowly." Zhao Lang's gaze shifted toward Wang Ai beside Yi Ning. Yi Ning narrowed his eyes, about to erupt with anger. But Wang and I grabbed his sleeve. "Ninggu, please don't. It's not worth fighting over someone like him. Even if you kill him, it would only be a simple resolution, and he would benefit from it. Don't worry. He won't get out for the rest of his life. That I've already submitted all the evidence I gathered over the past few days to the police. He can't escape. Not in this lifetime, Wang and I." "What are you saying?" Zhao Lang exclaimed in a frenzy upon hearing her words. "You didn't see this coming, did you?" Wang and I sneered at Zhao Lang that I also reported to the police today, and the girls from school will come forward to identify you. In an instant, it was as if all the strength had been drained from Zhao Lang, who collapsed to the ground, and he crawled to Tang Tian's feet. Pleading, Tang Tian, please save me. You were the one who encouraged me. Shut up. Tang Tian snorted coldly, retorting, your actions have nothing to do with me. Officer Chun, regardless of the circumstances, this brat caused a ruckus in my bar and openly threatened me. You must give me an explanation. Chapter 40. Handing down justice, Tang boss. This young man is our associate. Chen Shui interjected sharply, casting a glance at Yi Ning. Your subordinates openly assaulted members of the police force. I will settle this score with you later. Having served as a police officer for several years, Chen Shui was quite astute. She understood that Yi Ning was helping Wang and I, and thus offered a single sentence to exonerate him. After all, such matters would not be traced back to Tang Tian. Even if Yi Ning were not a police officer, he was Chen Shui's informant, and that was sufficient. Tang Tian, his face filled with indignation, voiced his discontent. Officer Chun, you must think carefully. So many pairs of eyes have witnessed this rascal. Enough. Chen Shui scoffed. Tang Tian, you should focus on your own safety. Take them away. Upon her command, 2 officers stepped forward, seizing the limp Zhao Lang and Li Fei, who resembled a dead dog on the ground, and pushed through the crowd, intent on leaving. Observing this scene, Yi Ning breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this matter was coming to a conclusion. Wait, I have something to say. However, Tang Tian suddenly halted and spoke. The officers holding him frowned, attempting to forcibly drag him away, but Tang Tian's feet seemed rooted to the ground, refusing to budge. Meanwhile, a group of black-clad bodyguards outside turned their attention towards them, effectively sealing the room's exit once more. Speak, Chen Shui said with a furrowed brow and a serious tone. Tang Tian, upon hearing this, flashed a smile and suddenly turned to Yi Ning, saying, Kid, you're quite impressive. Wait for me. I'll be out to find you in no more than 24 hours. Wang and I visibly trembled, becoming increasingly anxious. The evidence that it could only detain Zhao Lang and his associates. But it did not implicate Tang Tian in any crimes that Yi Ning appeared innocent. Chen Shui's delicate face reflected her dilemma. The officers needed evidence to act. They had conducted numerous undercover investigations, hoping to uproot this malignant tumor. However, Tang Tian's methods were quite sophisticated. All the rooms in the night fire bar were officially designated as lounges, and the practices of companionship were clearly delineated from the bar's operations, despite multiple investigations. They could only impose fines and temporary closures, which posed no substantial threat. These charges were mere trifles to Tang Tian. The bar could reopen within 3 days, and this was not the first time he had been taken for questioning. Almost every time, he ended up released without charges. Even without Chen Shui's words, Yi Ning had come to a clear understanding. Since the officers cannot punish you, I shall take matters into my own hands. Yi Ning calmly regarded Tang Tian and spoke softly. Stay calm, Chen Shui exclaimed, warning him that in a flash. Yi Ning raised his hand, and a silver needle shot out, piercing Tang Tian's Zhongwan point, exiting through his back and embedding itself in the wall, vanishing from sight. Tang Tian remained impassive, his expression unchanged, seemingly unaffected. However, his unique skills would not prevail this night, and even if forensic examination revealed death due to internal bleeding, no concrete evidence could be found. The medical sage could revive the dead, but killing was 100 or 1,000 times simpler. Everyone was momentarily stunned, observing Yi Ning's lack of movement, initially believing it to be just a boastful remark from a young man. All right, we're leaving. Yi Ning affectionately ruffled Wang Ni's hair, smiling. Tang Tian scoffed, but inwardly resolved to settle the score with Yi Ning once he was free. Chen Shui also sighed in relief, not dwelling on the matter further. The group escorted Zhao Lang and Tang Tian from the night fire bar. As they departed, Chen Shui looked at Wang and I with an apologetic gaze, saying, I'm truly sorry, little sister, that in truth we had been monitoring this place long before you called the police. hoping to catch Tang Tian in the act, that I regret that you were harmed. This is our negligence. If it weren't for Yi Ning's intervention. Chen Shui's eyes were filled with guilt. It's all right. I have my brother, and he is quite formidable. Wang Yan'ai pouted, linking her arm with Yi Ning's, her face beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling like stars. Chen Shui felt a mix of awkwardness and relief. And although she did not take Yi Ning back for questioning, she requested his contact information before politely bidding farewell. Yi Ning and Wang Yan'ai made their way to the parking lot. Approaching a Land Rover, Wang Ni's eyes lit up upon seeing the vehicle, and she excitedly rushed forward. Wow! A Land Rover! Ninggu, you've really made it big, she exclaimed, joyfully patting the vehicle. What do you mean by making it big? I am a legitimate businessman now. You must refrain from associating with any dubious characters. Yi Ning chuckled, shaking his head. Understood, from now on, I shall follow your lead. Wang and I grinned, bowing playfully, her spirits high, though the bruises on her face and arms remained. She exuded a newfound brightness, showing no signs of lamenting her injuries. As they conversed, Yi Ning suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on a direction, and spoke in a low voice. Who is there? You have been following us all along. Come out. Wang and I immediately turned to look in the direction Yi Ning indicated, her vigilance heightened, that a figure timidly emerged from the shadows. It was Xiaolon. She appeared hesitant, her eyes flickering as if she could not meet Wang Ni's gaze. Xiaolon, about today. I am sorry. I was wrong. You've always taken care of me, and I shouldn't have. It's all right, it's all in the past. Wang and I beamed, stepping forward to link her arm with Xiaolan's, cheerfully proclaiming, I know you were just caught in the middle. Come, from now on, let us stick together with Ninggu. We'll go to work together tomorrow. Wang and I, with Xiaolon in tow, skipped towards the Land Rover. Yi Ning raised an eyebrow. Wang and I was not only astute, but also quite perceptive. She had already figured out that today's incident involving Li Fei and the others was a trap. And she likely knew who was behind it all. How could she not recognize that in this scheme, Xiaolon was merely a pawn? Yet, she chose to forgive Xiaolon without hesitation. Ninggu, look at the quality of our medical school's beauties. If you like, I can bring a few more exquisite ladies tomorrow, but we must agree on one thing. I want to lead. I'll be the boss. They cannot compete for my favor, Wang and I said with a grin. Looking at Yi Ning, Yi Ning's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Her words seemed to carry an undertone that was less than serious. After driving Wang and I and Xiaolon back to the medical school dormitory, Yi Ning, feeling concerned, called Li Haizi to arrange for someone to protect Wang Ni's safety before quietly departing. As for Xiaolon, joining Wang and I at the clinic. Yi Ning readily agreed, confident in his medical skills. Once the clinic opened, he knew they would be quite busy. Chapter 41. Opening day. The following day marked the grand opening of the clinic. Early in the morning, Yi Ning was roused from his slumber by Zheng Huilan, who pulled him out of bed. Mom, the clinic doesn't open until 8 this morning. Why are you waking me up so early? Yi Ning complained, feeling fatigued from the previous day's lack of rest and practice. That you're the director now. How can you not arrive early at your own clinic? Zheng Huilan shot him a look. Speaking earnestly, hurry up. The opening ceremony is at 8, but there's much to prepare beforehand. Yi Ning, feeling somewhat exasperated, finally got out of bed to find that Zheng Huilan had already prepared breakfast. Bustling about energetically, the clinic's opening seemed to rejuvenate her spirit, which pleased Yi Ning greatly. Before 7, the mother and son set out, with Yi Ning driving the Land Rover straight to the clinic. The clinic was spacious and elegantly decorated, with the name Hui Chun Tang elegantly inscribed on a black plaque. Wang, who had already arrived, busily preparing and even planning to set off firecrackers for a celebratory atmosphere. Yi Ning, Annie, you're here. Wang Hu greeted them with a beaming smile. Little Hu, I feel at ease knowing you're keeping an eye on the clinic. Zheng Huilan replied cheerfully, chatting amiably with Wang Hu as they admired the well-appointed clinic. Yi Ning, trailing behind his mother, could only smile awkwardly. After 8 o'clock, people began arriving at Hui Chun Tang, with Wang and I and Xiaolon being among the first. Both donned nurse uniforms, ready for duty. The presence of two beautiful nurses instantly enlivened the clinic that as the opening ceremony and ribbon-cutting approached at 9. Zheng Huilong grew increasingly anxious. Wai Ning, how many guests did you invite? Will the Zhou family be attending? She fretted, believing that an absence of atmosphere would bring bad luck. Just then, a series of luxury cars pulled up in front of Hui Chuntang. Zhou Xinran, linked arm in arm with old Master Zhou, approached with a charming smile. Behind them, Li Haizi arrived with Mad Dog, both impeccably dressed in suits, appearing quite refined despite their rugged looks, wearing broad smiles as they came to extend their congratulations. To Yi Ning's surprise, Du Ruo had also come. She arrived alone, accompanied by a delivery van. Two delivery men stepped out, bringing with them a massive plaque inscribed with the golden characters Hua Tua Zai Shi, crafted in flowing cursive by the renowned local artist Ge Changqing. Old Master Zhou, you've come too. You're looking more youthful than ever, Du Ruo exclaimed, her face lighting up in delight upon seeing the elderly gentleman. Little girl from the Du family, I can hardly believe how much you've grown in just a few years, old Master Zhou remarked, nodding in appreciation, his eyes reflecting a hint of contemplation as he inquired. Young lady, do you know Dr. Yi, grandfather Zhou? Yining has been my old classmate for quite some time. Du Ruo replied with a broad smile. All right, grandfather Zhou, you are the birthday star, but I must not neglect today's protagonist. Yining, how could you open a clinic without informing me? This is simply unacceptable. Do you not consider me a friend? Yining chuckled awkwardly, acutely aware of the subtle hostility in Zhou Xinran's gaze directed at Du Ruo. Moreover, in a nearby corner, Wang Yan'ai cast a sour glance his way from time to time. Hiss! Yining's heart skipped a beat. Yet the spectacle was far from over. Several vehicles came to a halt in front of the establishment. Mercedes, BMW, Honda. These cars were significantly less ostentatious than the previous ones. However, the individuals who alighted from them left the onlookers on the old street astonished. First to arrive was Zhao Kongjian, the director of Yuncheng Hospital, followed by Yi Qingwan, the head of Yuncheng Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital, and Lu Jingnan, the director of the second hospital of Yuncheng, although Yining had declined their earlier offers to join their ranks. They were aware of his connection to the venerable Zhou, and with that network in mind, they naturally felt compelled to attend the opening of Yining's clinic. These individuals were astute and would not let pass an opportunity to forge closer ties with Yining. Observing the scene, Yining quickly extricated himself from the scrutinizing gazes of Zhou, Xinran, and Du Ruo, advancing to greet the newcomers and engage in pleasantries that in no time. The Hui Chuntang was filled with esteemed guests. As the firecrackers set off by Wang Hu echoed through the old street, the ribbon-cutting ceremony for Hui Chuntang commenced, heralding a prosperous opening. Standing at the entrance, Yi Ning smiled at the crowd of neighbors gathered across the street, saying, Rest assured, Hui Chuntang prioritizes integrity above all, focusing on healing first and profit second. For the first 3 days of our opening, we offer a 50% discount on herbal prescriptions. Upon hearing this, the crowd of neighbors beamed with delight, many eager to take part. After all, the consultation was free, and several seemingly robust elderly gentlemen expressed their desire to visit Hui Chuntang for a checkup. Just then, a group emerged from the throng. These individuals, all of mature age, donned Tang suits and hanfu, exuding an air of distinction. They were the resident doctors from other TCM clinics in the Old West Street. Upon seeing the newly hung sign for Hui Chuntang last night, they had become somewhat unsettled, astonished that the long quiet skating rink had transformed into a clinic. They were keen to meet the proprietor of Hui Chuntang. For in their profession, competitors were often adversaries, and the emergence of another clinic posed a threat to their businesses. A few elderly TCM practitioners had gathered the previous night, discussing this unexpected turn of events. And thus, they formed a group early in the morning to investigate. Leading the group was an elderly practitioner named Tan Zhongjing, an honorary member of the TCM Association, with silver hair and a dignified presence in his Tang suit. The group halted before Hui Chuntang. As Tan Zhongjing scanned the faces before him, a Astonished yet maintaining a cold smile, he remarked, "Miao shou hui chun tang." Quite a bold claim, I must say. "Excuse me, gentlemen, we officially open at 10:30 today, that if you wish to seek medical attention, please feel free to enter and wait." Wang Hu interjected, assuming they were there for consultations rather than celebrations, that the OI looked like someone seeking treatment. Tan Zhongjing retorted with a scoff, his demeanor haughty. Wang Hu was taken aback, confused about why one would visit a clinic if not for treatment. Old Zhou furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at Yi Ning, and asked in a low voice, "Yi, the divine physician, do you require me to send these individuals away? They appear to harbor ill intentions and no need for that." Yi Ning replied with a calm smile. Addressing the guests, "Please take a seat. Xiao and I, Xiaolon, quickly served tea for our guests." After the ribbon cutting concluded, the atmosphere was filled with smiles as everyone entered the clinic. Old Zhou nodded. Since Yi Ning had spoken, he would not interfere further. Once seated, Yi Qingwan raised an eyebrow, her gaze toward Yi Ning now tinged with scrutiny. She recognized Tan Zhongjing, who held a distinguished position as the honorary vice president of the TCM Association. And despite being merely the head of a small clinic, he was renowned in the field even more than she was. Chapter 42. Free consultations. Yi Ning summoned Wang Yan'ai and Xiaolon to serve tea before stepping out of the clinic. At that moment, Wang Hu, his face flushed, confronted the group, passionately exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? We open our doors to conduct business with a clear conscience. Today marks our grand opening, and if you have come to celebrate, we do not welcome you." Tan Zhongjing replied with a cold smirk, "Ah, young man, you are not wrong. However, a clinic is not like any other business. One must understand that quacks can cause harm, and not just anyone is qualified to run a clinic. Enough of this banter. I have no desire to waste words with you, that I want to see your resident doctors. I have come to determine whether you possess the qualifications to operate a clinic in the Old West Street." As soon as Tan Zhongjing uttered these words, the crowd stirred with excitement, many eager to witness the unfolding drama. While Tan Zhongjing's words were indeed harsh, they held a semblance of validity that if the medical skills were lacking, who would dare seek treatment here? They were keen to ascertain whether Hui Chun Tang truly possessed genuine capability. "You are disrupting our event." Wang Hu's anger flared, and he stepped forward to argue. "Wang Hu, do not be disrespectful. Please step inside." Yi Ning interjected with a gentle smile, halting Wang Hu from continuing the dispute. He took a seat before Tan Zhongjing and his companions, saying with a grin, "I see you are here for treatment, especially you, who seems unaware of your ailment." "Huh, a young man with quite the bravado." Tan Zhongjing sneered, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Pray tell, what ailment do you claim I have?" "You suffer from debilitating heat at the stroke of midnight, accompanied by excruciating abdominal pain. You require medication to alleviate your suffering," Yi Ning said, swiftly jotting down a prescription and tossing it to Tan Zhongjing with a smile. "If I am correct, you should be taking this prescription." Tan Zhongjing's expression turned impassive, disdain flickering in his eyes as he examined the prescription. However, upon recognizing the contents, he was rendered speechless with shock. This prescription was precisely what he had been taking every night, with every herb and dosage meticulously accurate. This heat-clearing and detoxifying prescription is recorded in ancient texts. It is no wonder you know of it. Suppressing his astonishment, Tan Zhongjing's gaze returned to Yi Ning, his tone softening slightly. "Young man, please fetch your master. According to seniority, you are not yet qualified to speak with me. Apologies, but Hui Chun Tang is mine, and I will be the resident physician here," Yi Ning replied with a smile. "Thus, any matters can be addressed with me. Furthermore, esteemed elder, it is said that wisdom comes in stages, and each profession has its own expertise. While the tradition of TCM indeed emphasizes inheritance and respect for teachers, sticking rigidly to conventions without innovation is also unwise. Yes, I was saying, your ailment stems from reliance on this very prescription, which does not effectively address your condition." Tan Zhongjing's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze towards Yi Ning now laden with animosity as he spoke in a low, firm voice. "Are you implying that you are superior to me?" You claim that my ailment arises from this prescription. I wish to understand the reasoning behind such a statement. This prescription is derived from the Bai Chao Jing, designed to clear heat and detoxify, and bolster the body's foundations. How can it be harmful when it is the root of my symptoms? How absurd! At Tan Zhongjing's words, Yining could not help but laugh, shaking his head, esteemed elder. You have relied on this medication for over 6 months. Has your condition improved, or has it worsened? All medicines carry some degree of toxicity. Your issue lies in over-reliance on herbal remedies that aid the slightest discomfort. You resort to TCM, and your current symptoms are indeed due to the accumulation of toxins within your body. If this continues, your life may be at stake. If you trust my advice, simply drink a liter of warm water at midnight when the heat strikes, followed by practicing a set of Wu Qin to stimulate your organ functions that in less than half a month. Your heat symptoms will naturally subside, and within a month, your ailments can be resolved. Tan Zhongjing's lips quivered involuntarily at Yi Ning's words, which struck him like a revelation. However, faced with the crowd, he could not afford to lose face, so he maintained a stern expression, retorting, "Nonsense, I am in perfect health. Do you expect me to treat my ailments with plain water? Water nourishes all things without contention. Increased water intake aids detoxification, and at midnight, the body naturally detoxifies, making this the optimal time for such treatment." Yi Ning remained unperturbed, smiling as he clarified, "As for prescriptions, there is no need to be rigid that if something proves effective, it is even better not to rely on medication, that I have elucidated your issues clearly, and I have provided you with a prescription. As for whether you wish to live or die, that decision rests with you." "All right, next," Yi Ning declared, his gaze shifting past Tan Zhongjing to the elderly man beside him. "You have arthritis, resulting from years of wear and tear. While hot compresses may provide temporary relief, they do not address the root cause." In just a few minutes, Yi Ning thoroughly diagnosed several distinguished elderly practitioners. As the saying goes, a physician cannot treat themselves. Each of these doctors bore some ailments, and Yi Ning effortlessly identified their conditions and offered treatment suggestions. Tan Zhongjing's expression darkened considerably, yet his companions, who had accompanied him, were left astonished, their eyes reflecting admiration and respect. This young man is indeed a miraculous healer. One of the elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, his face brimming with excitement, firmly grasped Yi Ning's hands. His eyes filled with gratitude. This man was none other than the elderly gentleman suffering from arthritis, named Guan Han. Guan Han was the proprietor of the Guan Family Bone Setting Clinic. Due to his extensive practice in bone manipulation, he had developed chronic ailments in his wrists and finger joints. Not only were his joints enlarged, but with the passage of time, he also experienced a significant loss of strength in his hands. Having refrained from treating patients for many years, just moments ago, Yi Ning had personally employed his acupressure techniques, and with just a few simple maneuvers, Guan Han's arthritis had alleviated considerably, his hands regaining a noticeable vigor. Overcome with gratitude, Guan Han was soon in tears. "Old sir, your affliction stems from excessive toil," Yi Ning remarked with a smile. "There is no need to thank me to fully eradicate this ailment. You will require several more treatments." "Thank you," Guan Han said as he rose, cupping his hands in a gesture of appreciation towards Yi Ning before promptly turning to leave. The other elderly practitioners also expressed their sincere thanks to Yi Ning before departing. Within a few short minutes, only Tan Zhongjing remained, left awkwardly standing aside as Yi Ning turned to address the crowd, smiling as he announced, "Dear neighbors, I am pleased to declare that the Rejuvenation Hall is officially open. Consultations are free, so please feel free to come if you are feeling unwell." As soon as Yi Ning finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted into applause, cheers resonating from the neighbors. However, Tan Zhongjing's expression darkened even further. Chapter 43. A visit. The promise of free treatment drew a throng of neighbors eager to consult Yi Ning. He quickly became engrossed in his work, cheerfully checking each patient's pulse. Tan Zhongjing, visibly displeased, shot Yi Ning a resentful glance before turning to leave in a huff. At by midday, a lengthy line of townsfolk formed to seek Yi Ning's care, leaving him quite busy. Old Joe. Everyone, it seems we may not have time for the opening banquet today. That I'll arrange something for another day, Yi Ning managed to say during a brief lull. Haha, Dr. Yi, your miraculous hands restore health. I am in awe. Old Joe replied jovially, cupping his hands in respect. That no rush for a meal. As long as D.YE is available, we will always have time to partake. Yi Ning could only apologize for the lack of hospitality. But the crowd took no offense, particularly Zhao Kongjian and others, who held Yi Ning's remarkable medical skills in high regard. After a bustling day, the last patient finally departed, satisfied, at 9 in the evening. Yi Ning's stomach rumbled with hunger, and as he reached for the cold bento set on the table, a pair of small hands swatted it away. Wang and I placed a freshly purchased spicy hot pot before Yi Ning. Pouting slightly, "Eat this instead." Yi Ning chuckled, picked it up, and began to devour it ravenously. After more than 10 hours of work, even he felt somewhat drained. While eating, Yi Ning's gaze instinctively flicked towards the rejuvenation hall. Not seeing Du Ruo and Zhou Xinran, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That so, what is the story with that person named Zhou and the one named Du? Wang and I queried, her lips pursed. Oh haha, they're just friends. Yi Ning replied vaguely, returning to his meal. That I don't care. You're my brother, we met first, so I'll be the boss from now on, Wang and I said defiantly, her youthful face belied by a glimmer of mischief in her large eyes, which even hinted at a touch of menace. Wang and I, enough. Let Yi Ning eat in peace. He must be exhausted after a long day. At that moment, Wang Hu emerged to rescue Yi Ning from the escalating situation. Indeed, upon hearing Wang Hu's words, Wang and I huffed, stood up, and left. At Yi Ning expressed his gratitude with a glance at Wang Hu, who returned a knowing smile before heading back to the shop. After finishing his meal, Yi Ning let out a contented burp and stood to return to the shop when the door of a black Passat swung open, and Chen Shui stepped out, her expression complex as she approached and sat down across from Yi Ning. Officer Chen, are you here for a consultation? Yi Ning was taken aback, then smiled. I noticed the car earlier, but didn't expect you to be inside. It has been quite a while, Chen Shui said, her large eyes fixed intently on Yi Ning. You must know why I'm here. Last night, Tang Tian died in the interrogation room from internal bleeding and excessive blood loss. This incident is linked to you. Isn't it? I'm no deity. What does this have to do with me? Yi Ning replied with a smile. Are you here to take me in for questioning? I merely came to inform you. After all, without evidence, we officers won't arrest anyone arbitrarily, Chen Shui stated, her gaze unwavering. Yesterday, when Yi Ning suggested Tang Tian wouldn't survive the night, she hadn't thought much of it, only to find out today that he had indeed died overnight, and in the interrogation room, no less. However, you'd best not give me any reason to apprehend you, for I will not spare any lawbreaker. Chen Shui shot Yi Ning a meaningful look before standing and leaving. Yi Ning clicked his tongue, then returned to the clinic. Inside, only his mother, Zheng Huilan, and Wang Hu remained, despite Yi Ning's assistance. Wang Hu had secured housing and a fruit stall, but opted to stay at the clinic to help with night watch duties, while Zheng Huilan awaited Yi Ning's return home. The following day, in an effort to raise awareness for the rejuvenation hall, Yi Ning arrived early to the clinic to see patients. Zheng Huilan, fatigued from the previous day, chose to rest at home. As Yi Ning left his house, a taxi was hailed in front of the new Jinglong Garden community. The taxi cannot enter new Jinglong Garden. I can only take you this far, the driver informed the passengers. Inside the vehicle were a woman dressed in a beige skirt, who appeared somewhat dowdy, and a young man with a coarse appearance, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. This one do, driver, look here. You haven't delivered us to our destination. If you toss us out here, we won't be paying. The woman scoffed at the driver, then opened the door and exited without paying. The driver, furious, leaned out of the window and shouted, You can't ride without paying. You two, stop right there. However, the woman not only ignored him, but also seized the young man beside her, hastening into the new Jinglong Garden community. The driver cursed under his breath, resigned to his fate. After all, this was New Jinglong Garden, a prestigious community, and he decided it wasn't worth the trouble over a few dozen yuan as soon as the woman and the young man entered the community. They were stopped by the security guard at the entrance. "Excuse me, which resident are you looking for? Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry into New Jinglong Garden." The guard stated expressionlessly, his gaze toward them laced with disdain. A taxi ride that ended in fare evasion left him with a sense of contempt for them, as they hardly seemed like decent people. "You lowly guard! Call 603 in Building 3 right now and tell Zheng Huilan that her sister has arrived." The woman barked angrily at the guard. The guard promptly picked up the phone to verify their identities, confirming them to be Zheng Huilan's sister, Zheng Huixiu, and her nephew, Su Hao, before granting them entry. "Mom, Anne is doing quite well now, living in such a nice place," Su Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the upscale residences surrounding them. "She hadn't given up on studying so early. Could she have such a good life in the city? It's all due to your mother," Zheng Huixiu retorted with a cold laugh, disdain evident in her voice. That it turned out that the opening of the Rejuvenation Hall had attracted the attention of the directors from various hospitals and representatives from prominent families in Yun City, making headlines in the local news. Not only was it featured in the news, but several short videos also celebrated this event. Zheng Huixiu stumbled upon this news while scrolling through her phone at home. Upon casually glancing at the first image, she was surprised to spot Yi Ning and Zheng Huilan among the crowd. That a closer inspection revealed that the owner of the Rejuvenation Hall was indeed Yi Ning. Poverty in the bustling city goes unnoticed, while wealth in the mountains brings distant relatives. Zheng Huixiu promptly called Zheng Huilan that evening, and the next morning, she and her son embarked on a 3-hour bus ride from the county to Yun City. Chapter 44. Fainting from anger, and thus the current scene unfolded. Zheng Huilan and Zheng Huixiu were sisters. Many years ago, Zheng Huilan, being outstanding academically, had relinquished her opportunity to study for her sister Zheng Huixiu, as their family could only afford to support one student. Consequently, Zheng Huilan moved to the city to work and contribute to the family. Throughout their upbringing, Zheng Huixiu had been the darling of the family, while Zheng Huilan had always been the one to sacrifice. Eventually, they each started their own families. Zheng Huilan remained in Yun City, while Zheng Huixiu graduated from a vocational school and, with considerable effort from her family, managed to secure a stable job in the county, even borrowing 30,000 yuan from Zheng Huilan in the process. From then on, Zheng Huixiu got married, and the two sisters gradually lost contact. Until recently, when Zheng Huilan fell gravely ill, Yi Ning had reached out to Zheng Huixiu for assistance, only to be outright rejected, not a penny given, and her words were exceedingly harsh. This incident had left Yi Ning quite upset for some time, which was also the reason Zheng Huilan hadn't informed Yi Ning of her sister's arrival in the city. "Sister, you've really made it big now." The young man Yi Ning has indeed found success, having opened a medical clinic. As Zheng Huixiu stepped into the room, her eyes were immediately drawn to the surroundings, surveying the space with unabashed curiosity. It seems satisfactory. Zheng Huilan's face broke into a smile of contentment as she warmly beckoned. Come in, have a seat. After our parents departed, it's just the two of us sisters left. We should make an effort to connect more often. Have some fruit. Come on." As she spoke, Zheng Huilan extended the fruit platter from the coffee table towards her. "With your words, I feel reassured." Zheng Huixiu glanced at the platter that Zheng Huilan had brought over and replied with a smile. "Just a couple of days ago, that rascal Yi Ning called me, claiming you were critically ill, trying to swindle me for money. That scoundrel is truly outrageous, always seeking to exploit family." Next to Zheng Huixiu, Su Hao abruptly grabbed a piece of fruit from the platter, biting into it without peeling and chewing it a couple of times before spitting the skin onto the coffee table. "Sweet." Su Hao grinned widely. "That if you like it, eat more," Zheng Huilan promptly responded, her gaze falling upon Zheng Huixiu, who was still roaming about instead of sitting down. "Huixiu, please take a seat. It's been ages since we've seen each other. Let us sit and chat. All right, all right. Zheng Huaxiu replied, her eyes scanning the spacious living room of several dozen square meters. After peeking into a few rooms, she finally settled down opposite Zheng Huilan, exclaiming, "Sister, you're doing well. Just you and Yi Ning living in such a large house, 4 bedrooms and a living room. It must be over 200 square meters, right? Quite impressive, quite enough." Zheng Huaxiu nodded in satisfaction, adding, "Sister, you say there are no men in your household anymore, just you and Yi Ning left. Living in such a large house must feel rather empty." "I was thinking, since Xiao Hao just found a job in Yun City and even started dating, this place would be perfect for his wedding." As she spoke, Zheng Huaxiu patted the genuine leather sofa beneath her, her eyes sweeping over the opulent decor of the living room, her face brimming with satisfaction. "Huaxiu, to be honest, this house ain't even mine," Zheng Huilan said with a troubled smile. "This house was lent to us by someone Yi Ning treated. We're merely staying here temporarily." "Zheng Huilan," Zheng Huaxiu interrupted sharply, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Lent? What do you mean by lent? This excuse is utterly flimsy. Just show us the property deed. If it's not in your and Yi Ning's names, I want to say a word. If it is, we'll head straight to the property bureau to change the name. You call me sister, yet you seem to have forgotten your roots," with a cold sneer. Zheng Huaxiu continued, "If it weren't for our parents raising you, could you have reached where you are today? When our mother was leaving, she entrusted you with taking good care of me. I ask this how you repay that? Now that Yi Ning is a successful businessman, you can't even offer us a place to stay, and yet you expect us to live in the county. Does that make any sense?" Zheng Huilan's face turned anxious, unable to find a retort. Half a month ago, she had indeed been on the brink of death, and she never anticipated Yi Ning could turn his fortunes around so rapidly. "Sister, please don't be upset," Zheng Huilan hastily said. "Let us have dinner together tonight. It's not easy for you to come to the city, and as for the house, we can discuss it when Yi Ning returns." "Zheng Huilan," Zheng Huaxiu interrupted once more, her voice laced with sarcasm. "I see it clearly now. You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf. Let me tell you, this house, plus the 50,000 for my son's wedding dowry. If you don't hand over that money in the house, I will make it my mission to disrupt your son's clinic every single day, you ungrateful wretch, if you refuse to let us live well. We want to let you rest either. Sister, please, don't do this." Zheng Huilan's eyes reddened, her breathing becoming noticeably labored as she gazed at Zheng Huaxiu, struggling to speak. "What am I doing?" Zheng Huaxiu scoffed, rolling her eyes at her sister, who was on the verge of tears. "Stop feigning pity. If I hadn't come in person, I wouldn't have known that you were living so well. You have all this wealth, and yet don't think to help your own sister. You even have the nerve to ask me for money. What is that scoundrel Yi Ning thinking?" "Ah." Zheng Huilan felt a wave of discomfort wash over her chest, raising her hand to clutch it as she felt increasingly unwell amidst her agitation. "Feign? Go ahead and keep feigning," Zheng Huaxiu sneered, her face filled with disdain. Finally, Zheng Huilan could not catch her breath and fainted, falling silent. "Zheng Huilan? Zheng Huilan?" "Sister." Upon seeing Zheng Huilan's sudden silence, Zheng Huaxiu finally showed a flicker of concern, uncertainly moving closer to nudge the unconscious Zheng Huilan. Su Hao was startled, dropping the fruit in his hand and stepping forward to check Zheng Huilan's pulse, stating, "Mom, she is still alive. Call an ambulance. Dial 120. Zheng Huaxiu quickly commanded. The urgent sound of the ambulance siren shattered the tranquility of the neighborhood as a team of medical professionals swiftly arrived to lift the unconscious Zheng Huilan onto the stretcher, rushing her to the hospital. Outside the emergency room, Zheng Huaxiu sat on a bench. Cursing her misfortune, Su Hao furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before turning to Zheng Huaxiu and suddenly asking, "Mom, if Annie dies, who will inherit her house?" Zheng Huaxiu was taken aback by the question, sitting up straight as she contemplated the implications that it's fine. Zheng Huilan is so spineless, and Yi Ning is just like her. When the time comes, we can just move in, He must give it to us whether he likes it or not. Zheng Huaxiu sneered. Haha, if that's the case, Xiao Li and I will finally have our wedding house. Su Hao grinned widely. Chapter 45. The magpie nests while the cuckoo occupies. Zheng Huaxiu's words struck a chord with both of them. And just then, a doctor in a white coat approached. Who was the family member of the patient? The patient is in a critical condition and requires immediate surgery for a slim chance of survival. Please settle the medical and surgical fees. Upon seeing the exorbitant fee listed on the payment slip, both Zheng Huaxiu and Su Hao were momentarily stunned, before promptly providing the doctor with Yi Ning's name and contact information. When Yi Ning received the news, it was already 7 in the evening. He was at the clinic attending to patients. Upon answering the call, his expression shifted dramatically. His mother had suddenly fallen gravely ill and was hospitalized. He immediately set aside everything and rushed to the hospital. Finally, he found himself in the intensive care unit, face to face with his mother, who appeared to be on the brink of death. Dr. Yi, what brings you here? The doctor who had treated Zheng Huilan was astonished to see Yi Ning, now a prominent figure in the hospital. There is no time to explain. I need to examine my mother first, Yi Ning declared as he hurried towards Zheng Huilan. After a series of acupuncture treatments, Zheng Huilan's pallid complexion regained some color, and Yi Ning placed his hand on her wrist, gradually channeling his inner energy into her body to nourish her heart. Half an hour later, Zheng Huilan finally stirred back to consciousness. Mom, how are you? Do you feel any better? Yi Ning leaned in, inquiring with concern. Yes, much better. Zheng Huilan smiled with relief, but she pulled her wrist away from Yi Ning's palm. She could distinctly feel the soothing energy that radiated from his hand, and seeing the evident fatigue on his face filled her with sorrow. Mom, what happened? How did you suddenly fall ill? Now that Zheng Huilan's condition had stabilized, Yi Ning pressed for an explanation. It's nothing at all. That I just had a little accident while working at home. Zheng Huilan quickly replied, her gaze evasive, that be more careful in the future. Your health is paramount. Yi Ning smiled, refraining from probing further. Having just examined his mother's condition, he understood well that she bore no physical injuries from a fall. The cause of her ailment was entirely due to stress. Having recently recovered from a severe illness, Zheng Huilan was now unable to withstand any emotional turmoil, and Yi Ning deemed it best not to inquire too deeply. Afterward, Yi Ning accompanied his mother out of the hospital, and before leaving, he made sure to ask who had called for the ambulance that brought her in. However, Zheng Huaxiu and Su Hao had not left any contact details, and all he knew was that it had been a middle-aged woman and a seemingly simple-minded young man. Meanwhile, back at Yi Ning's home in Xinjing Longyuan, Su Hao lounged on the genuine leather sofa in the living room, clad in nothing but floral shorts, engrossed in a comedy on television, laughing heartily while shoving a banana into his mouth. Zheng Huaxiu, now in her nightgown with cucumber slices on her face, frowned at her son's disheveled appearance and chided. Su Hao, can't you wear a pair of long pants? This is the living room, not your bedroom. Mom, I've always been like this at home. What is the big deal? Comfort is what matters. Su Hao retorted defiantly. Useless. Zheng Huaxiu huffed, shaking her head, the moment the doctor had mentioned that Zheng Huilan was unlikely to survive. She had already begun to harbor ulterior motives, swiftly taking the villa keys from Zheng Huilan and returning to Xinjing Longyuan with her son. Zheng Huilan is likely no longer among the living, and from now on, the new Jinglongjuan will belong to their family. Having moved into the luxurious residence, Zheng Huaxiu felt elated, believing she was on the verge of becoming a prominent lady in the city. However, she could not help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction at her son's rustic demeanor. Just then, the door of Jinglongjuan swung open, and Yi Ning entered, leading Zheng Huilan into the room. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, his gaze quickly falling upon Zheng Huaxiu, whose face was adorned with cucumber slices, and Su Hao, who was lounging in shorts, engrossed in the television. What are you two doing here? Who let you in? Yi Ning furrowed his brow and questioned loudly. Zheng Huaxiu, momentarily oblivious to Zheng Huilan, who was changing shoes at the entrance, retorted sarcastically. And what if we came in? Don't forget whose son you are. Yi Ning, that scoundrel with the surname Yi, who knows where he has vanished to, left you and your mother alone while my sister raised you. So what if I occupy your house? This house belongs to my sister. If she were to pass, it would still belong to me, her sister. Do not forget, you bear the surname Yi, not Zheng. Huilan, what are you saying? Zheng Huilan, who had been changing her shoes at the entrance, could not help but interject, sister? Zheng Huaxiu exclaimed in shock upon seeing Zheng Huilan, as if she had seen a ghost, before quickly recovering and chuckling. Sister, you're all right. What is the matter? Do you wish for me to be unwell? Zheng Huilan replied somewhat irritably. Dawai Ning snorted coldly and said in a grave tone, Mother, some people are indeed waiting for you to be in trouble. You are doing well, yet they are already scheming to claim this house as their own and are preparing to act shamelessly. From Zheng Huaxiu's reaction, it was apparent that his mother's distress was closely tied to her and Su Hao. Even more aggravating was that his mother was still alive, yet these two had already begun to invade their home, intending to act like rogues and stake a claim to the family's assets. How dare you speak like that? This is your mother. I am your old aunt. Zheng Huaxiu retorted defiantly. Aunt, why have you returned? Su Hao, who had been watching television in the living room, turned his attention to the commotion and was equally astonished upon seeing Zheng Huilan. That I'm fine. I just came back. Zheng Huilan forced a smile as she entered the living room and observed the mess on the coffee table and the disarray of the wardrobe and cabinet. Though her smile faltered as she instinctively placed a hand on her chest, Dawai Ning rushed forward to support his mother and said, All right, Mother, it's a rare visit from Annie today. Let me treat you. Let us go out for a meal. To avoid adding to Zheng Huilan's distress, Yi Ning quickly offered the suggestion. Good. Zheng Huilan nodded eagerly, her heart warmed by her son's willingness to set aside past grievances and accept Zheng Huaxiu and Su Hao. Yi Ning, now that's more like it. Zheng Huaxiu sneered, her eyes glinting as she added, However, I plan to stay in the city for a couple of days and haven't found a place to stay yet. Sister, I'll be lodging here. It's perfect with so many vacant rooms. You won't mind, will you? Of course not. How could I? Zheng Huilan hastily replied. All right, Su Hao. Hurry and get dressed. We're going out to eat. Zheng Huaxiu finally nodded in satisfaction and instructed Su Hao beside her that, Oh, by the way, this is a great opportunity. You should bring your girlfriend along. I heard. What is that 5-star restaurant called in Yinqing? Shangri-La. As Su Hao pulled a t-shirt over his head, he mumbled excitedly, Mom, are we eating there tonight? A flicker of excitement crossed Su Hao's face at the mention of Shangri-La Hotel, a place he had only heard of but never visited. Where we go depends on the big boss Yi Ning, doesn't it? Zheng Huaxiu shot Yi Ning a sidelong glance, sneering, It's not easy for my old aunt to come into the city. Yi Ning felt a surge of anger, yet Zheng Huilan had already spoken up. All right, you all choose the place. Now that's more like it. Zheng Huaxiu laughed coldly before retreating to her room to change. Yi Ning, your old aunt has come into the city with great difficulty. Don't worry about the cost, that I promised just this meal, and I want to allow her to act recklessly in the future. We shall act within our means, all right. Zheng Huilan turned to Yi Ning, offering her counsel. All right, I'll heed Mother's wishes. Zheng Huilan nodded with a sense of relief, while Yi Ning internally chuckled bitterly. What is the problem with dining out? A meal at Shangri-La starts at 2,000 per person. Surely, once they enter the restaurant, Zheng Huilan's blood pressure would rise again. Let's go downstairs and wait for the car. To avoid causing Zheng Huilan any distress, Yi Ning led her downstairs to wait in the car, and he also contacted a cleaning service to tidy up. This decision earned him a wave of discontent from Zheng Huilan. You have to hire people to clean? You've only been a boss for a few days, and you're already acting high and mighty. Yi Ning merely smiled, choosing not to respond. 10 minutes later, Zheng Huaxiu emerged from her room wearing a floral dress, while Su Hao appeared in shorts and a t-shirt. The two walked out arm in arm. Did you call your girlfriend, Xiu? Zheng Huaxiu asked as they descended the stairs. Yes, I just called. I told her to wait for me at Shangri-La. Su Hao replied with a grin. noticing Zheng Huaixio's frown and asking curiously, Mom, what is on your mind? Why the frown? I find today's event somewhat unusual. Something doesn't feel right. Zheng Huaixio mused. In the past, Yining would always seem displeased with me. When did he ever call me aunt or invite me to dinner? What's so unusual about it? You're just a delivery driver. Su Hao grinned. I suspect Yining is trying to curry favor with me. As Zheng Huaixio was about to retort, Su Hao wore a mysterious expression as he began to explain that it turned out that when he last encountered Yining, he suddenly remembered having seen him before. That Su Hao worked as a driver, transporting medicine in Yunqing, frequently visiting the old traditional Chinese medicine shops in Old West Street. Just a few days prior, he had delivered medicine to Hui Chuntang and, upon spotting Yining, had thought he was mistaken and refrained from greeting him. That Wai Yining had also seen Su Hao, but was too occupied with attending to a patient to acknowledge him. But what does that matter? You're just a delivery driver. Yining is now a clinic owner. Mom, don't underestimate us drivers. Su Hao exclaimed, indignant. Whenever I deliver goods, I always bring cigarettes and water to the pharmacies. Those transporting goods aren't exactly saints. Some are sneaky and even steal medicine, and it's my job to keep an eye on them. Furthermore, even if he doesn't like me, Xiaoyu works for the Du Group. If I cut off his supply, it's just a matter of a word. He can't afford to disregard Xiaoyu. That makes sense. Hearing this, Zheng Huaixio's eyes lit up, and she instinctively held her head high, feeling a surge of confidence. Then we must feast on him tonight. Of course. Su Hao beamed with pride that as the group arrived at Shangri-La Hotel, Zheng Huaixio's sense of superiority returned, and she chattered incessantly, even eyeing Yining's Land Rover. Why Yining remained expressionless, choosing to ignore her. Zheng Huilan, caught in the middle, tried to mediate, but Zheng Huaixio showed no signs of restraint. Upon reaching the entrance of Shangri-La Hotel, Su Hao's eyes lit up as he pointed excitedly at a woman in professional attire standing by the entrance. Mom, look, Xiaoyu is already here. Zheng Huaixio nodded proudly and turned to Yining, slyly asking, Xiao Yi, do you know Xiaoyu, CSCU? Yining casually glanced at CSCU, who stood not far away. She had delicate features, was petite, and curvaceous, though her heavily made-up face detracted somewhat from her allure. However, Yining couldn't help but wonder what made a woman like her interested in a roughneck like Su Hao. The next moment, his slightly furrowed brow relaxed upon noticing that CSCU was pregnant. If Su Hao was marrying her due to an unexpected pregnancy, it was likely that he was merely a stepping stone for her. That I don't know her, Yining replied coolly. Zheng Huaixio wore a smug expression, saying, Xiao Yi, don't take it to heart. After all, you've just opened your clinic, and you'll get to know her in due time. The medicinal materials for your clinic are all at her discretion. If she decides to cut off your supply, then it's cut off. Haha. Yining merely smiled casually, not taking it to heart. After getting out of the car, Su Hao and Zheng Huaixio immediately approached Xiaoyu, while Yining assisted his mother in entering the hotel first. Son, how much will this meal cost? Otherwise, let us go home and eat. I can cook a feast for you. Zheng Huilan, predictably, began to have second thoughts. Looking worried, Wai Yining smiled reassuringly, saying, Mom, it's nothing to worry about. Just enjoy your meal. Today I'm treating you. Your son is not short of money now. The consultation fees for treating patients are quite substantial. But that is all your hard-earned money. Zheng Huilan replied softly, yet did not resist further as Yining gently urged her into the hotel. The group entered the private dining room, with Su Hao and Zheng Huaifan flanking CSCU, who was chatting animatedly with them. Upon discovering that Yining was indeed the owner of Hui Chuntang, CSCU was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression shifted to one of understanding. Hui Chuntang, as a newly opened clinic on Lao Shijia, had secured medicinal supplies from the Du Group without going through her as the sales manager, and at the lowest prices, no less. Chapter 47. Turning of the Tide. A few days prior, CSCU had already noticed this. However, she had chosen to remain silent, suspecting that the owner of Hui Chuntang must have some connections to have gained such privileges. Yet seeing Yining so warmly hosting the meal at such an upscale venue, as the Shangri-La Hotel. She quickly surmised his intentions to ingratiate himself with her. Once they settled into the room, the waiter presented the menu. Without hesitation, CSCU snatched it up and began ordering. This traditional braised pork, the pineapple sweet and sour pork, and these Chun-style barbecued ribs. CSCU proceeded to order unabashedly, while Su Hao gazed at the delectable dishes on the menu with shining eyes. Wow, sis, look at this high-end place. It has truly something else, Zheng Huaxiu exclaimed, mesmerized by the grand crystal chandelier overhead, turning to Zheng Huilan beside her. It's just a meal. We could have been more comfortable at home, Zheng Huilan replied, her smile somewhat strained. Sister, I don't appreciate your words. What's the point of earning money if not to spend it? Zheng Huaxiu retorted, displeased. Besides, I've come all this way. Do you really expect me to settle for simple fare at home? Zheng Huilan chuckled, but fell silent, as her family had never had the opportunity to dine in such establishments before, and this first experience left them feeling somewhat timid. Only CSCU, after confidently placing her orders, casually handed the menu back to the waiter, saying, "That's enough. We'll go with these." Just as the waiter was about to take the menu, a hand snatched it back. Wai Ning presented the menu to Zheng Huilan. Smiling, Mom, since we're at a fancy hotel, why don't you order a few of your favorites? Perhaps not. Zheng Huilan laughed while declining, but Zheng Huaxiu unceremoniously took the menu, stating, "No worries, sis, I'll order for you." Huaxiu, that little Rain has already ordered 10 dishes. With just 4 of us, that is quite enough, wouldn't you agree? Zheng Huilan hurriedly interjected. Zheng Huaxiu was momentarily taken aback, but CSCU smiled at Zheng Huaxiu and said, "It's all right, Aunt Huaxiu, go ahead and order. I've only been to such a high-end hotel a few times, and every dish is crafted by renowned chefs. Let us try a bit of everything." As she spoke, CSCU subtly shot a glance at Yi Ning, her eyes glinting with mischief. She had initially been in good spirits, but since Yi Ning entered without making any friendly overtures and had the audacity to commandeer the menu, she was more than willing to let him spend a little unnecessary money. Yi Ning also looked at CSCU, a puzzled expression on his face, and calmly remarked, "Are you being so polite in hopes of treating us?" At these words, a chill ran through the hearts of everyone at the table, especially Zheng Huaxiu's family. Each dish cost several hundred yuan. How could they afford that? CSCU, furious yet sardonic, asked, "Mr. Yi, you are the owner of Huichuntang, correct?" "Indeed," Yi Ning replied with a calm nod. "Are you aware that our medicinal supplier is the Du Group? You can believe that with just one word from me, I could cut off your supply." CSCU sneered. "Little Rain, please calm down. Let us take it easy. Yi Ning is treating us. Let us discuss things amicably." Zheng Huilan interjected anxiously. Only then did CSU's expression soften slightly, as she coldly remarked, "If it's not a treat, do you dare?" Zheng Huaxiu and Su Hao perked up immediately, their expressions delightfully smug. Yi Ning frowned, about to speak when Zheng Huilan pressed down on him firmly. "All right, Yi Ning, just say less. Let us keep the peace. Little Rain, I apologize. We were in the wrong earlier. Please don't take it to heart." Mr. Yi, to be frank, I'm the sales manager at the Du Group. If you offend me, do you think you can still open a clinic in Yun City? Dream on, CSCU declared triumphantly. Glancing at the waiter, she waved her hand and commanded, "Bring the dishes, and also 2 bottles of the finest wine." The waiter nodded and retreated. Yi Ning's brows knitted deeply, his displeasure mounting. Yet seeing Zheng Huilan's anxious demeanor, he refrained from saying much more. Before long, the table was laden with dishes, and Zheng Huaxiu, feeling that CSCU's presence brought her honor, turned to Yi Ning, cheerfully saying, "Yi Ning, Su Hao and Little Rain are already engaged. Barring any surprises, the wedding will be held at the end of this month." "And then?" Yi Ning asked with a cold smile. "Then we still need to prepare the bride price and the wedding house. We have our eyes on your family's place, and the bride price is 50,000. "Mom," CSCU interjected directly, smiling as she continued, 50,000 is far from enough. I want 200,000 at Mr. Yi. That is not an issue, is it?" Zheng Huilan's breath quickened at this declaration, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her complexion flushed. In a moment of desperation, Yi Ning raised his hand and pressed it against Zheng Huilan's acupoint, causing her eyelids to droop as she fell into a deep sleep, watching his mother doze off. Yi Ning sighed to prevent her from being agitated. He had endured the provocations of these people for so long, yet they had taken advantage of his restraint. Ultimately, his mother nearly suffered a breakdown. However, now that she was asleep, Yi Ning's gaze turned to Csu and Zheng Huaxiao, his eyes narrowing slightly. There's a problem. Certainly a problem. You're getting married, but why should I foot the bill for 200,000? Haha, Mr. Yi. Since Su Hao and I are getting married, we'll be relatives from now on. Still oblivious to the situation, Csu maintained her lofty demeanor, looking down at Yi Ning with a playful tone. I believe I'm offering you an opportunity, am I not? In the future, we can cooperate, and your profits will far exceed 200,000. That you think you're worthy of climbing the family tree with me? Yi Ning shot back without hesitation. I'll cut off your supply tomorrow. Let us see how you cope. Csu glared at Yi Ning angrily, her voice lowed to Yi Ning. You truly don't recognize your good fortune. This world doesn't operate on mere passion. Without power or connections, what good is your money? Su Hao looked at Yi Ning with disdain, adopting a condescending tone as he advised. Listen to your brother. Just give in and pay up. A house and 200,000 for a stable supply of goods in the future. Doesn't that sound like a good deal? Su Hao, let me ask you. How long have you known Csu? Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, a playful smile emerging on his face as he posed the question. Chapter 48. Who gave you the courage? 2 weeks, Su Hao replied instinctively. Hearing this, Yi Ning could hardly contain his amusement. 2 weeks of acquaintance, and they were already discussing marriage. One was a promiscuous woman desperately seeking a sugar daddy, while the other was a simple-minded lad from a small town, greedy for quick gain. Truly a match made in heaven. Yi Ning, what are you laughing at? Su Hao glared, feeling a sense of foreboding from Yi Ning's smile. Did I laugh at you both? A match made in heaven. Yi Ning replied bluntly. Su Hao was no saint either. Though Zheng Huaxiao had instigated the matter, Su Hao had shown no hesitation in supporting their scheme. Yi Ning had long been displeased with this mother-daughter duo, and there was no need to spare any courtesy towards Csu. Yi Ning, you've gone too far. Zheng Huaxiao erupted at his words, while Csu trembled with anger, and Su Hao leapt up, raising his hand to slap Yi Ning. Yi Ning remained unfazed, catching Su Hao's wrist with a cold smile. Su Hao, have you not noticed that this woman is already with child, her belly starting to show? She's looking for a man to take responsibility, and you're preparing a new home and bride price for her. What else are you but a lapdog? Yi Ning scoffed. Among lapdogs, you're the dim-witted type, eager to marry after just 2 weeks of knowing each other. How could that possibly be right? Su Hao froze at Yi Ning's words, while Csu clearly panicked, hastily shouting, You're talking nonsense. Su Hao, don't believe him. He is just trying to sow discord. Don't forget, I'm a doctor, Csu insisted. Yi Ning's smile was laced with amusement as he coolly replied, If you don't believe me, it's simple. Just go to the hospital for a checkup, and the truth will be revealed. Upon hearing these words, Su Hao couldn't help but recall the scene he had witnessed earlier, where Yi Ning was at the medical clinic, taking pulses and attending to patients. The various manifestations of Csu over the past few days suddenly made him believe Yi Ning's words. Cu, if you are feeling well, let us go to the hospital for an examination. Then you can clear your name. Su Hao, still clinging to the last shred of hope, turned to Csu and spoke. And if I don't? Csu, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, chose to admit it outright, sneering as she fixed her gaze on Su. Su Hao, what do you think you are? Why on earth would I ever look your way? I gave you a chance, and now you still dare to question me. Let me be blunt. Either you agree to my terms and we enter into a marriage agreement, ensuring your job in Yunqing remains secure, or tomorrow you can return to your mud pit. Calm down. Don't let your emotions get the better of you. Hearing this, Zheng Huaixia was taken aback and quickly interjected that Su Hao's stable job in the city, with a monthly salary nearing 20,000, was entirely thanks to CSU that if she were to withdraw her support, everything would come crashing down. Realizing this, Zheng Huaixio's expression darkened, and her gaze towards Yi Ning turned hostile. Yi Ning, how dare you speak like that? If Su Hao marries Siyu, she will be your sister-in-law. You better apologize to her right now. Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Zheng Huaixio to have such a lack of boundaries. He had only heard of selling daughters for gain, and now it seemed Zheng Huaixio was directly selling her son. Su Hao, I am merely stating the truth. Why should I apologize? Besides, it is your son who is marrying her, not me. Perhaps you should counsel your son instead. Yi Ning shrugged, his gaze shifting to Su Hao, whose face was flushed with suppressed anger. Zheng Huaixio quickly turned her attention back to Su Hao, commanding him, Su Hao, apologize at once. Seeing Su Hao stubbornly turn his face away, Zheng Huaixio couldn't help but tug at his sleeve, whispering a few words that Su Hao was initially stunned, but then shot a cold glance at Yi Ning before finally nodding towards CSCU. Siyu, what just happened was my fault. I shouldn't have doubted you. Please forgive me. Fine, I suppose that will do. CSCU's lips curled into a teasing smile, as if reluctantly agreeing, her gaze towards Yi Ning filled with amusement. Boss Yi, did you see that? If he doesn't marry me, he will lose his job, so he has to comply with me. And so do you. CSCU sneered. Let me make myself clear. 2 million is the prerequisite for your future cooperation with our Do Group. If the money is not in place by tomorrow, I will cut off your supply. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Su Hao's expression darkened, his eyes glaring menacingly at Yi Ning. Yi Ning, you must apologize for what you just said. You must kneel and apologize. Oh dear, some people truly don't know their limits. Yet in the end, they will still have to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Zheng Huaixio remarked smugly, shaking her head as she looked at Yi Ning with disdain. Hearing Zheng Huaixio's words, CSU felt equally triumphant, as if she could already envision Yi Ning kneeling before her in apology. Yet, Yi Ning could only respond with exasperation. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. Just as CSCU was about to lash out again, Yi Ning picked up his phone, dialed a number, and then tossed the phone directly to CSCU, saying, if you wish to terminate our contract, you might as well do it right now. I am watching you do it. Whom are you calling? CSCU frowned, her suspicion piqued. The person who signed a supply contract with me is also from your Do Group. Didn't you say you were going to cut off our supply to Huichun Hall? You can discuss it with her. Upon hearing Yi Ning's words, a dismissive smile immediately spread across CSCU's face. The person negotiating contracts with Yi Ning was merely a lowly salesperson. While she was the sales department manager, to ascend in her career, she had even become the mistress of a high-ranking executive in the Do Group. And the child she was carrying was that executive's. Thus, CSCU looked down upon the small-time salesperson on the phone. Cut off the supply to Huichun Hall starting tomorrow. The contract is void. Do you understand? Who do you think you are? How can a contract signed with the Do Group just be declared void without consequences? Who will bear the penalties for breach of contract? A voice on the other end, belonging to Du Ruo, replied. The person who signed the supply contract with Yi Ning was none other than Du Ruo herself. In fact, Du Ruo, who had recently graduated and initially aimed to become a streamer, had joined the Do Group upon the opening of Yi Ning's clinic, hoping to have more interactions with him. However, she never expected to hear such audacity from someone in front of her, demanding the termination of Huichun Hall's cooperation outright. That I am CSCU. I said the contract with Huichun Hall is void. Immediately terminate the supply relationship. CSCU responded with authority. Who are you to give orders? You think you can just declare the contract void? Who will be responsible for the breach of contract? Du Ruo's voice came through the line. CSCU's impatience flared as she retorted. Do you even know who you are speaking to? I am Du Ruo from this moment on. You have no connection with the Do Group whatsoever. Furthermore, the Do Group will conduct a thorough investigation into you. After saying this, Du Ruo hung up the phone. CSCU stood there in shock, and then let out a derisive laugh. Ha! Yi You really do boast without a care for reality. Where did you find such a crowd of actors? Du Rua. She is the daughter of the Du Group. CSCU laughed heartily. Are you trying to tell me that this supply contract was personally signed by the daughter of the Du Group? Who do you think you are? A contract worth several tens of millions would never be personally signed by Du Rua. Just as CSCU was speaking, her phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, glancing at the screen, and saw it was a call from the Du Group's Human Resources Department. Her heart skipped a beat. But she quickly answered the phone. CSCU, you have been terminated. Your office has been cleared. You need not come to work tomorrow. What did you say? CSCU exclaimed in shock, but all that remained on the line was the sound of a busy tone. She was left dumbfounded. Had she really just been fired? How could this be possible? Was that call truly from Du Rua? With this thought, CSCU's face turned ashen. Just then, her phone chimed with a notification of funds being deposited, the exact amount of her salary for the month. At that moment, CSCU had no choice but to believe it. Clinging to her last hope, CSCU dialed the number of the high-ranking executive at the Du Group, but all she received was a cold laugh on the line. CSCU, you've really grown some guts. How dare you go against Miss Du Rua? Prepare for your downfall. After that, the line went dead with a busy tone that in a state of shock. CSCU slowly turned to look at Yining again. Her eyes filled with intense fear and despair. With a thud, the sound echoed in the private room as CSCU unexpectedly knelt before Yining. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please overlook my minor transgressions. Grant me mercy. I understand my mistakes. Tears welled in her eyes, her face pale, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She had worked tirelessly to reach her current position, only to find herself stripped of everything by a single phone call from Yining. Yining observed the kneeling CSCU with a calm demeanor and replied, When fate brings disaster, one may still survive, but one cannot escape the consequences of their own actions that I have given you opportunities before. But at this point, your words are of no consequence. You must fend for yourself. Upon hearing Yining's words, CSCU trembled violently, despair flooding her eyes as she collapsed to the ground, as if her soul had left her body. Suddenly, she spotted Su Hao and Zheng Huaxiu seated across from her, and it felt as if she had grasped at her last straw of salvation. She cried out desperately, Mr. Yi, I am now Su Hao's fiancé, Yi. Su Hao is your cousin. We are family. You cannot treat me this way. I beg you, please let me go. Yining couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Just minutes ago, CSCU had looked down upon him as if he were beneath her, audaciously demanding 2 million and attempting to usurp his home. Now, in the blink of an eye, their relationship had completely reversed. Before Yining could utter a word, Su Hao and Zheng Huaxiu, who were standing by in shock, finally reacted. Who do you think you are? Zheng Huaxiu nearly screamed as she sprang to her feet, glaring at CSCU with fury. You shameless little hussy. You think you can marry my son after being knocked up by another man? Do you really believe that my son Su Hao has no backbone? Her impassioned outburst jolted Su Hao back to reality. CSCU, it's over for us. Finished, you wretched woman. I've seen through you. No, you can't treat me this way. CSCU cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed to cling to Su Hao's leg, wailing, I helped you rent your apartment, and I got you your job. Smack, before she could finish her sentence. Su Hao had slapped her across the face that he pointed an accusatory finger at her, seething with rage. You shameless creature. Are you implying that I'm living off you? All my money comes from my hard work driving. I could live better without you. Get lost. Just get out. Despite Su Hao's fury, CSCU clung tightly to his leg that in his rage. Su Hao lifted his other foot and kicked CSCU squarely in the face, followed by a series of kicks that sent her sprawling to the ground. Her already pale face turned even more ghastly as she fell, groaning in agony while clutching her abdomen. It hurts. It really hurts. Help me, please. Someone help. Shameless. What are you pretending for? Su Hao sneered, unfazed by her plight. What a disgraceful creature you are, still making a scene here. Don't ruin our appetite. Just get lost. Zheng Huaxiu also let out a cold laugh. her gaze disdainful as she looked at the fallen CSLAT that moment. A stream of crimson blood began to seep from beneath CSLY. Ning observed the unfolding chaos with a detached demeanor. Realizing that CSCU had suffered a miscarriage from Su Hao's brutal kicks. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, and Qian Sheng, the owner of Shangri-La, entered with several bottles of red wine. He had seen Yi Ning once from a distance and was perplexed by the respect his underling, Li Haizi, showed towards this young man. After being chastised by Li Haizi and informed of Yi Ning's status as a martial arts master, Qian Sheng had come to regard him with great esteem. Today, upon learning that Yi Ning was dining at his hotel, he had brought 2 treasured bottles of Louis XIII to offer as a gesture of goodwill. However, he was taken aback by the embarrassing scene that unfolded before him. "Help me. Please help me." CSU's pain moans echoed within the private room. Qian Sheng stood awkwardly, and upon catching Yi Ning's gaze, he forced a chuckle. "Mr. Yi, I am Qian Sheng, the owner here, and one of He Ye's subordinates, that I came to bring you some wine upon hearing you were dining at our hotel. Moreover, your meals at Shangri-La will be complimentary from now on. Here is our exclusive membership card." He handed Yi Ning a black card, his expression strained as he looked at him, tentatively adding, "I hope I am not intruding, but rest assured, I saw nothing and heard nothing." "What are you talking about, Mr. Qian? We are all law-abiding citizens here. Someone is injured and in need of help. What is the number for the police?" Yi Ning inquired with a playful smile. Qian Sheng was taken aback. Unsure of Yi Ning's intent, momentarily frozen in place, that Su Hao and Zheng Huaxiu began to panic. Although they had acted in anger, they believed 2 kicks should not lead to serious repercussions. Yet seeing the pool of blood beneath CSCU, the situation looked grim. "Xiao Ning, please keep calm. Let's settle this privately," Zheng Huaxiu urged. "CS, stop pretending. Just name your price, and we can resolve this amicably." Su Hao chimed in, flustered and at a loss. He chuckled softly, picking up his phone to call the authorities. Shortly thereafter, the wail of police sirens echoed from the hotel below that a group of officers hurriedly arrived, with Chen Shui leading the charge. "That you're here again." Chen Shui stormed into the room, her brows furrowing upon seeing Yi Ning. "Officer Chen, you must understand, I called the police. I just witnessed a brawl, and you need to call an ambulance quickly. If you don't, I fear she may not make it." The Yi Ning raised both hands innocently. Zheng Huaxiu and Su Hao were left dumbfounded. "Take them all away. Xiao Li, go call an ambulance," Chen Shui commanded decisively. As she left, Yi Ning glanced at Qian Sheng and remarked with a smile, "Mr. Qian, I reside at Longjing Xingyuan. Here is my address. Please ensure my mother gets home safely, and let me know once you have done so." He gestured toward Zheng Huilan, who was sound asleep on the chair. "Of course." Qian Sheng nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with excitement. Assisting a martial arts master like Yi Ning was undoubtedly an honor. Yi Ning nodded and followed Chen Shui and the officers out. In the police station, Yi Ning sat across from Zheng Huaxiu and Su Hao, facing several officers. The nature of the brawl was evident, and the officers approached the situation with a professional demeanor, ready to assign blame. "Now, let us hear it. What happened?" Chen Shui demanded, her expression stern as she scrutinized the trio. "Officer, what kind of punishment will we face?" Zheng Huaxiu asked nervously, attempting to mask her guilt with a forced smile. "That will depend on the severity of the incident and CSCU's injuries," Chen Shui replied, a smirk playing at the corners of her lips. "From what we understand, CSCU is pregnant, that if your actions caused her to miscarry, the consequences could be severe. A sentence of 3 to 10 years in prison is likely, along with compensation. Is it really that serious?" Zheng Huaxiu's face paled, instinctively glancing at Yi Ning and pulling at his sleeve with a pleading look. "What are you looking at him for?" Chen Shui barked, coldly. "Here, we adhere to the law and seek the truth. Let me be clear. The only reason you have been separated for questioning is that the evidence is already quite substantial, and the victim's testimony will serve as a basis for conviction. So I advise you to speak honestly." Chen Shui's interrogation skills were impressive. Her words left Zheng Huaxiao and Su Hao even more anxious that Su Hao could no longer contain himself and was about to speak when Zheng Huaxiao interjected. "I'll tell everything. I was there the whole time and know everything." "Go ahead," Chen Shui nodded, ready to take notes. But as Zheng Huaxiao began to speak, both Yi Ning and Su Hao were taken aback. "It was indeed my son who acted, but it was all him. He forced my son to strike," Zheng Huaxiao accused, pointing at Yi Ning with venomous eyes. "What was the motive? Tell me the full story." Chen Shui pressed. "Why yes. CSCU works for the Du Group managing medicinal materials. She wanted to terminate their supply relationship, but with just one phone call, not only did she fail to cancel the contract, but she also got my son fired." Zheng Huaxiao began weaving a tale, her eyes darting as she spoke rapidly. "Then she wouldn't let it go, using my son's job to threaten him, forcing him to harm CSCU, or he would lose his job." Zheng Huaxiao, your ability to lie with your eyes wide open is quite remarkable. Yi Ning scoffed, narrowing his eyes at her. "Aren't you afraid that CSCU will awaken and reveal the truth?" "What do I have to fear?" Zheng Huaxiao shouted defiantly. He made you act, and you complied?" Chen Shui furrowed her brow, clearly unconvinced by her narrative. She turned her attention to Su Hao. "From what I gather, you and CSCU were in a romantic relationship. You seriously injured your girlfriend over work issues, even causing a miscarriage. I had no choice. I desperately needed that job. She threatened me. It was all Yi Ning's doing." Su Hao stammered, eager to clear his name. That moment, an officer approached Chen Shui, whispering something in her ear. That a glimmer of severity crossed Chen Shui's face as she fixed her gaze on Zheng Huaxiao and the others. "I just received word that after CSCU's miscarriage, there is a likelihood she may become a vegetable. You are in serious trouble. If CSCU truly becomes a vegetable, you can expect to spend the rest of your lives in prison." Chen Shui warned coldly, rising from her seat. She instructed the officers beside her, "Isolate them for questioning. Let us uncover the truth of this incident." "Indeed." The young constable nodded solemnly, recognizing that the situation had escalated and required serious attention. Zheng Huaxiao grasped Yi Ning's arm in a state of panic, exclaiming, "Yi Ning, you cannot abandon us. I am your aunt. Su Hao is your cousin. We are family. You slandered me and attempted to drag me down. And now you still have the audacity to seek my help." Yi Ning raised an eyebrow, gazing at the flustered Zheng Huaxiao, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yi Ning scrutinized Zheng Huaxiao's face. She was astonished to find no trace of guilt or even embarrassment upon it. "Yi Ning, you must understand your aunt's plight, that if I do not intervene, what will happen when you leave us to our fate?" Zheng Huaxiao leaned closer to Yi Ning, whispering, "Moreover, you are now a prominent figure, a big boss, with money and connections. Surely you can resolve this matter, can't you? Enough with the whispering. Come out and follow me." The young constable shot Zheng Huaxiao a glare, speaking sternly. All right, I'm coming. Zheng Huaxiao hurriedly replied, yet still did not release Yi Ning's arm, continuing, "Yi Ning, you cannot just watch as your aunt and cousin are taken away. You must help us. Enough. Let us go." Ultimately, Zheng Huaxiao was escorted by two constables into an interrogation room. Yi Ning and Su Hao were likewise separated into different chambers. At this moment, Chen Shui entered the interrogation room, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze on Yi Ning, asking in a low voice, "Yi Ning, I have conducted a thorough investigation into the matter, and I hope you will confess the truth." "What do you mean? Do you also believe that I threatened Su Hao, prompting him to act?" Yi Ning arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Is there any evidence?" Upon hearing this, Chen Shui immediately narrowed her eyes, retorting sharply, "Just because there is no evidence does not mean you can evade responsibility. That I warn you. Do not think you can act with impunity due to your wealth and connections. That if you cross the line, I will be the first to apprehend you." Yi Ning was momentarily taken aback, as Chen Shui's words were laced with palpable hostility. A constable. Could Zheng Huaxiao's singular account sway Chen Shui's emotions and judgment in the absence of any evidence? Such a scenario appeared highly unreasonable, leaving Yi Ning somewhat perplexed that in fact, Chen Shui had just received instructions from her superior, stating that without sufficient evidence, Yi Ning would only be required to cooperate for 24 hours before being released without charges. The superior's stance left Chen Shui feeling quite displeased, further solidifying Yi Ning's sense of unease. "Chen, I have made it abundantly clear that I have no connection to this matter," Yi Ning replied with a hint of exasperation. Shrugging innocently, "I bear no responsibility and cannot be wrongfully accused. Can I? Whether or not you are wronged, I will investigate thoroughly. As long as you remain here, this is your last opportunity to confess. Perhaps it could mitigate your punishment." Chen Shui stated sternly that Yi Ning nodded slightly, affirming, "This matter is indeed unrelated to me, that it was merely a phone call that cost CSCU her job, but I would not resort to violence over such a trivial issue. This is your concern that if you cannot be forthright, I have said all I can, await the investigation's conclusion," Chen Shui said coldly as she rose, casting one last disdainful glance at Yi Ning before turning to leave. "Wait," Yi Ning called out, "if the truth comes to light, and I am indeed innocent, what then?" "The truth comes to light," Chen Shui scoffed, shaking her head slightly. "I have just received news that the victim has suffered severe brain and psychological trauma and has now become a complete vegetable. How do you propose to reveal the truth? How can you provide me with a convincing explanation? The truth you speak of is nothing but nonsense. If the truth does come to light, and I am truly innocent, what then?" Yi Ning maintained a faint smile, his gaze playfully fixed on Chen Shui as he remarked, "Of course, when I say the truth comes to light, it will certainly convince you that Chen Shui seemed to find his words amusing. Scoffing lightly, "If you can manage that, I will walk out of this police station on my hands. That is indeed what I said," Yi Ning replied with a broader smile. Chen Shui glared at him. Glancing at the clock on the wall, "I shall give you 10 minutes that I am quite curious to see how you intend to convince me. May I make a phone call?" Yi Ning asked cheerfully, looking at Chen Shui. Chen Shui furrowed her brow deeply, her gaze towards Yi Ning holding a hint of malice that in the brief time since Yi Ning's arrival at the police station, the captain had already called her, ordering her to release him. Now, Yi Ning wanted to make a call in front of her to seek connections. Yi Ning shrugged, puzzled by the hostility Chen Shui displayed towards him. "Regardless of what I say, you will never believe me, so I will find someone else to explain." Smack. Chen Shui slammed her phone down in front of Yi Ning, stating firmly, "I will watch you make the call." Yi Ning awkwardly smiled. "Your phone lacks the number. Can I use my own?" "Fine," Chen Shui replied, handing Yi Ning his phone back. She had resolved to detain him for a full 24 hours, regardless of the outcome, keeping a close watch on him. Should Yi Ning engage in any unlawful activities, she would not let him off lightly. With Chen Shui's murderous gaze upon him, Yi Ning picked up his phone and directly dialed Zhao Kongjian. "Dr. Chen, what a surprise to receive your call today. Any instructions?" Zhao Kongjian's astonished voice came through the line, while Yi Ning glanced at the fierce-looking Chen Shui opposite him, realizing he was trapped, and thus stated, "Did your hospital recently admit a critically injured patient named CSCU? Please send her over. I will personally attend to her. Of course, Dr. Chen. Where are you? I will dispatch a vehicle to bring the patient over." "Is it to Huachintang?" Zhao Kongjian responded eagerly. While Yi Ning chuckled awkwardly, "Ahem, Director Zhao, I am currently at the police station, so please send her here." Chapter 52, Public Treatment. CSCU's case is of great importance, so please ensure she is sent promptly, Yi Ning insisted. Zhao Kongjian on the other end of the line appeared momentarily taken aback, before readily agreeing. After hanging up, Chen Shui wore a look of skepticism. Questioning, "You can practice medicine?" "Certainly, I am a doctor. Huachintang on Old West Street is my establishment. You are welcome to visit," Yi Ning replied cheerfully. Chen Shui pursed her lips, harboring disdainful laughter within. A mere charade. "I am eager to see how long you can maintain this act." The ambulance whisked CSCU away, leaving the experts at the First People's Hospital at a loss. Yet Yi Ning was expected to work miracles? Ridiculous. However, 10 minutes later, Chen Shui's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief that a dozen vehicles arrived at the police station, effectively surrounding it. The leading white ambulance doors swung open, and a group of medical personnel rushed in, hurriedly bringing in the unconscious CSU. Following closely behind, several elegantly dressed men and women exited their cars, hastily approaching. "Stop! This is the police station. You cannot enter." Several young constables appeared flustered, rushing to block the entrance. Yet, this group was not only numerous but also exuded an air of distinction. Among them were several elderly gentlemen with familiar faces. The elders bore the air of seasoned scholars and experts. Zhao Kongjian had just shared Yi Ning's intention to assist with the rescue, and the hospital had declared CSCU to be neurologically dead, reduced to a vegetative state. If Yi Ning could indeed perform miraculous healing, it would be a medical miracle. Consequently, the medical experts of Yun City were quick to mobilize, eager to observe and learn. The group was anxious as they were halted at the entrance, and Zhao Kongjian, equally anxious, was about to say something when Yi Ning and Chen Shui emerged. "No worries. If the police station is inconvenient, I shall treat her right here at the entrance," Yi Ning said with a smile. "Excellent. Everyone may observe and learn from the entrance." Zhao Kongjian promptly declared to the gathered experts that Yi Ning nodded, stepping forward to check CSCU's pulse, and then borrowed a set of silver needles to begin treatment. This is the Huiyuan needle, an ancient technique thought to be lost. An elderly expert exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Yi Ning's technique, while the other experts looked on in shock and horror. Before long, the patient previously diagnosed as a vegetable, CSCU, began to awaken, a living miracle, a true healer. Incredible, simply incredible. Dr. Ye's miraculous medical skills can bring the dead back to life, and I, an old man, truly feel that this journey has been worthwhile. In an instant, praises echoed around, and the faces of several doctors who had just diagnosed CSCU as being in a vegetative state turned crimson with embarrassment. The newly awakened CSCU gazed around in bewilderment. "CSCU, what transpired earlier in the private room? Who harmed you, and how did it happen? You must speak the truth," Yi Ning remarked calmly as he turned to her. At that moment, Chen Shui, having regained her composure from the shock, rushed to stand protectively in front of Yi Ning and address CSCU. "Ms. Xie, please cooperate with our investigation. Rest assured, as long as you speak honestly. No one can threaten you. I, Chen Shui, assure you of that." After speaking, Chen Shui immediately summoned several officers to escort CSCU to the interrogation room. Yi Ning could not help but smile wryly and shook his head, bowing slightly to the experts and scholars gathered at the door of the police station, saying, "My apologies, everyone, but as you can see, I am currently not in a position to continue. Please excuse my absence. Dr. Yi, we all believe that the police station will surely vindicate you. Indeed, Dr. Yi, rest assured, if justice is not served, I, as an old man, will not sit idly by." Zhao Kongjian and the other senior experts all expressed their support. Yi Ning smiled and bowed farewell to the group of elderly scholars, who then left one by one. CSCU's awakening clarified the details of the case that in the interrogation room. Chen Shui personally questioned CSCU about the incident. Half an hour later, Chen Shui had grasped the gist of the situation. "So, you intend to abandon the pursuit of the assault case against Su Hao. With my backing, you have justice and fairness on your side," Chen Shui said solemnly, looking intently at CSCU. However, CSCU hurriedly replied, No, officer, I will not pursue this matter any further. Let it be. No matter how many reasons I give, I was wrong from the start." Ultimately, Chen Shui could only sigh helplessly and nod slightly. "Even if you do not pursue it, assault in a public setting still warrants imprisonment. I will not let this perpetrator go unpunished. Officer, you saw for yourself. If it weren't for Dr. Ye's timely assistance, I would have been dead by now. He saved my life." Before CSCU could finish, Chen Shui angrily interrupted, her voice cold. "Enough, this matter is settled. You may leave now." With the truth of the incident laid bare, Yi Ning, Zheng Huixiu, and CSCU exited the police station. Yi Ning, "You heartless wretch! Su Hao is your cousin, and you were so willing to let him rot in jail. Zheng Huaxiu exclaimed, her frustration palpable, especially upon seeing Csu, who only added fuel to her ire. And you vile woman. If it weren't for you, my son wouldn't have been caught. Zheng Huaxiu's anger escalated, and she seemed ready to strike that Wei Ning let out a cold laugh and retorted, your son is in jail because of his own actions. Do you still dare to act violently upon hearing this? Zheng Huaxiu immediately restrained herself, her expression one of indignation. Csu then turned to Yi Ning, unable to contain her gratitude. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. It is thanks to you that I have been granted a second chance at life. By the end of her statement, her eyes glimmered with tears. Yi Ning merely smiled faintly, harboring no fondness for the opportunistic Csu, then turned to Zheng Huaxiu, stating, Zheng Huaxiu, when my mother was gravely ill, I sought your help, yet you cast me out. That I have already declared that our families are severed from this day forth, and I hope you will refrain from disturbing us, especially my mother. As for your son, a 3-month detention is already the lightest penalty. It is only because I saved him and the victim chose not to pursue charges that such a result was achieved. I trust you will recognize this favor. Chapter 53. Calmness. Yi Ning, spare me your useless words. Zheng Huaxiu sneered, narrowing her eyes defiantly at him, her voice low and menacing. You were the one who reported the incident. You were the one who got Xiao Hao into this mess. Yi Ning could not help but chuckle. Poor relatives. How much did my mother help your family before? I shall not even mention what occurred before my memories began. But after, it was my mother who funded Su Hao's vocational school and driving lessons. Every single penny came from her. Yet when my mother was on the brink of death due to heart disease, I turned to you for urgent assistance, and you drove me away. Today, you came to our home and upset my mother to the point of hospitalization. Rather than seeking to save lives, you plotted to seize our family's property. What do you think you are? Do you hold yourself in too high regard? Relatives such as you are better off left behind. Yi Ning finally voiced his pent-up feelings, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Yi Ning, I warn you, do not speak to me like that. Zheng Huaxiu remained unmoved, coldly glaring at him, and dramatically declared, I will not leave your home. I will stay until Su Hao is released. If you want me gone, then get Su Hao out of there by tomorrow. Yi Ning shook his head vehemently, his rage bubbling beneath a calm facade. Zheng Huaxiu, I warn you for the last time. While I cannot get Su Hao released, I certainly have the means to ensure he spends the next half of his life behind bars. As he spoke, Yi Ning's gaze shifted to Csu, who stood by, transfixed by the escalating conflict. She had always assumed that Zheng Huaxiu was Yi Ning's aunt and that Su Hao was his cousin, which was why she had refrained from pressing charges against him. Yet it was becoming evident that Yi Ning not only wished for her to pursue charges, but also desired her to hold Su Hao fully accountable for his criminal actions, demanding compensation. Thus, Csu quickly interjected, Mr. Yi, as long as you give your consent, I will return to the police station right now to pursue Su Hao's criminal liability. Let him rot in prison. Zheng Huaxiu panicked. Yi Ning, we are family. You cannot betray us in our time of need. Have you not done enough to betray us? Yi Ning coldly interrupted Zheng Huaxiu. Return home and wait. In 3 months, Su Hao will emerge unscathed. Or else you shall bear the consequences. All right. I will go home now. I will not disturb you any longer, I promise. And Yi Ning called out to Zheng Huaxiu, who was turning to leave, pausing to add after a moment's thought, I do not wish for my mother to know about this. Her heart cannot withstand such shocks. Yes, I promise. I will not mention it to Huilan. I promise. Zheng Huaxiu hurriedly assured him before turning and leaving. Yi Ning let out a long sigh of relief, finally managing to deal with the troublesome aunt. The outcome of Su Hao's 3-month detention served as a lesson for her. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for saving me. After Zheng Huaxiu's departure, Csu turned to Yi Ning, her demeanor weak and pleading. Mr. Yi, I am merely a working-class individual, a person of misfortune, and I just lost my child. How dare you still speak of this? Yi Ning scoffed. You are likely reveling in this. Are you not? You probably wish to rid yourself of that child anyway. I will not pursue this matter. But how the Du family handles you is no longer my concern. Vanish from my sight. CSU could only nod submissively. Weeping as she fled, that as Yi Ning turned to leave, a wave of laughter erupted from within the police station, where several young officers stood at the entrance, their faces a mixture of amusement and restraint at why Yi Ning, puzzled, then witnessed Chen Shui surprisingly performing a handstand as she exited the police station, using her arms to support herself. Upon reaching the entrance and descending the steps, she executed a graceful motion to stand upright, dusting off her hands. Chen Shui caught sight of Yi Ning's astonished expression and felt a flush of embarrassment. I am a person of my word. You are innocent, and I have fulfilled my promise. Chen Shui spoke somewhat awkwardly. Captain Chen, you need not take it so seriously. I had no intention of causing you trouble. Yi Ning replied, his expression equally peculiar, that why keeping my promise has nothing to do with you. Also, I warn you to contact the police if you encounter any issues. Here is my personal number, and you can reach me anytime. Chen Shui mumbled, shoving a business card into Yi Ning's hand before hurriedly returning to the police station, that why Yi Ning chuckled and shook his head. Chen Shui was indeed an amusing character. The following morning, after a restful night, Zheng Huilan awoke and immediately inquired about Zheng Huaxiu and Su Hao's whereabouts. Mother, it is nothing. Zheng Huaxiu had matters to attend to and returned home last night. Yi Ning replied with a smile, dismissing the concern. Matters to attend to? What could she possibly have? Zheng Huilan frowned, looking suspiciously at Yi Ning, her worry evident. I should call, and checked at why Yi Ning sighed internally as he sat beside Zheng Huilan, watching her make the call. Fortunately, in the present moment, Su Hao is comfortably nestled inside, while Zheng Huaxiu was genuinely startled by Yi Ning's words from last night, leading her to dutifully conceal the truth of the matter. It is only now that Zheng Huilan can finally breathe easy, and Yi Ning, feeling reassured, has made his way to the medical hall that in the blink of an eye, 3 days have swiftly passed, and the rejuvenation hall has officially commenced its operations. Neighbors from nearby streets are flocking to seek medical attention, leaving other clinics deserted. Dr. Yi has arrived, exclaimed Grandpa's son, who was playing chess in front of the rejuvenation hall. Upon seeing Yi Ning, a broad smile spread across his face, revealing his gap-toothed grin, as he cheerfully remarked, Dr. Yi, so young and accomplished, with such remarkable medical skills, truly exceptional. Yi Ning, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and smiled. In reality, he is merely a recent graduate stepping out of the university, and the legacy of the medical immortal has transformed him in myriad ways, sometimes leaving him feeling rather out of place. Grandpa's son chuckled, then continued to inquire, Dr. Yi, do you have a girlfriend? If not, I could introduce you. My granddaughter is quite beautiful and a university student. What is so special about university students? Yi Ning refrained from answering. Just then, Wang and I, having overheard the commotion from inside the rejuvenation hall, rushed out with her hands on her hips, her large eyes glaring fiercely at Grandpa Sunday with an intimidating tone. She declared, Are you all trying to play chess here or not? Do you believe I won't overturn your setup? I believe. Oh, little and I, please don't resort to violence. Grandpa's son hastily pleaded for mercy, prompting Wang and I to relent.